Hi, folks. This is just a short check at the beginning, stuck in 6 minutes. And please tell me that everything is working from your side. We're so happy to see you connected live to us. Yeah, it's going a long broadcast ahead of us for 2 days. And yeah, please tell me that you can hear me and that everything is working from our side. It's working here. Yeah, and let me check. Yeah, we have some preparations going on, and let me check the sound also. Yep, this should also work. And yep, just in case, this is our second microphone, which we'll be using for intro. So yeah, see you in 5 minutes. Stay tuned. Hope you will like it.
And 3, 2, 1, here we go! Yeah. QA Global Summit 21, actually our first QA event is live now. That's finally, because we was waiting for you for 6 months. We've been preparing this event for 6 months, can you imagine? We was waiting for you, ladies and gentlemen, and we're finally here. It's like, we have almost 8,000 people registered to this event. If to be specific, is 7,993, yeah, for at this moment. So almost 8,000, and we're so excited. Can you imagine what kind of job did this beautiful lady? She's Vicky. She's QA community manager. Can you imagine 46 or 7, 47 speakers?
47.
47 speakers is gonna be here at this event. It's amazing job. It's amazing. We have 2 tracks actually. We have one track is kind of career track or for beginners, and another one is deep dive to tech track for professionals. And we have 2 panel discussions also
on the second day.
On the second day, so it means tomorrow, right? And we do this event actually in 2 time zones. It was really, really challenging for us because what we do is we do it for the first time zone is European time zone, and then do the same content for United States time zone. So we kind of do it twice, and this is what managed by this beautiful lady, and I admire. She's brilliant actually. So how do you feel about this?
Actually, I'm super excited. I may admit I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm sure everything will be great. And I'm sure we'll enjoy a lot because all our team, all our Geekle family worked so hard to making this event happen and making it just brilliant. Also, I would like to say great thank you to our just amazing program committee. Right. Those people are just the best. They have helped us a lot on each and every stage of this event. And of course, thank you for our community partners, because those were the people who showed me how awesome is QA community. And now I'm totally into it.
She's shaking actually. She's nervous a lot, but don't. Look, amazing people. Look, hello from Nepal, hello from Australia. Okay, people, as we see, we have kind of, interaction here. So type where are you from watching us, and it will support us, and especially Vicky. So we have kind of 26 Q&A session, but not usual Q&A session. It's kind of panel Q&A session. Is when a few speakers comes together and discuss their topics and answer your questions. So it's not just a regular Q&A session after each speaker, but will your speaker answer after even their talk or not?
Yeah, of course, if they will have time, for sure. So cool. Please don't forget to ask your questions right there, because you have amazing opportunity to ask any of your questions to our amazing speakers. So
I guess no more chatting, no more words. Actually, yes, write all your questions in. Look. Hi from Ukraine, hi from Italy, Latvia +1, Czech Republic, Manila, Armenia, Serbia. People, you're so amazing. We're so happy we did it all together. So what the last, actually, it's not about just single event. This is the birth of QA community. We still don't have any name for the community, right? So if you have some ideas how to name this community, would be great. So we are expecting lots of programs for beginners and for skills development for experience. Sorry, I'm nervous too, for experienced QA engineers. So this is the birthday of new community. Thank you very much for being with us on this opening from Greece, from Philippines, Romania, Armenia. People so love you. You're so lovely. Okay, let's start. I see our first moderator is on the backstage, and we invite you here. Kate, can you hear us, Kate? We need you in our stream.
Hi, everyone. I can hear you great.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm great. And how are you guys?
I probably have to wear these headphones. Everything is brilliant. We're both shaking. We're nervous, but now the stage is yours. Lots of people from all over the world. It's amazing, and that's what we are expecting for. That's your time now, Kate. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. So, hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. As you can see, people are joining us from across the globe, and that's awesome. So let's begin. My name is Kate, and I'm glad to be here with you today at our K Global Summit. So let me quickly just introduce myself so you understand, who am I? So I've been in QA for more than 10 years already. So I started as a junior tester and passed all the way to senior QA consultant and project manager, worked as a teacher, as a coach also. And now I'm head of pre-sales department at A1QA, a pure play software testing provider. So right now I help my company to grow by applying all my experience and passion to quality to solve our clients' challenges. So I'm broadcasting today from Minsk, Belarus. It's early spring here. The sun is shining, but it's still rather cold. It's also my first moderation of Geekle events, so I'm also a bit nervous. But I'm pretty sure that this event is going to be an excited one, and our next days will be full of interesting information and full of good knowledge. So make yourself comfortable, as the next hour and a half, we will have 3 speakers with us presenting their topics on motivation and thinking. So please prepare your questions to the speakers in advance, as later we will have a Q&A panel. And do not hesitate to share your opinion with each other and chat to be open to new knowledge and new ideas. And I also want to share some recommendation with you regarding the sending questions. So please mention the speaker's name in your question. If it should be addressed to a particular person, it will be easy for me to address it later. So let's begin then, as we're all set now. So I'd like to open the day with our first speaker, Jess Ingrassellino, with the topic of learning, cognition, and becoming a better tester. So Jess is a technical and educational leader in the software industry. And actually, she is a doctor of education. So currently, she's an engineering manager at Influx Data and has a reputation of delivering excellent quality software on deadline to meet the critical needs of businesses, small and large, worldwide. In 2012, Jess launched TechCode, and just since this time worked as an author of various projects and articles, Python teacher, software testing teacher. For 2 years, she even chaired the PyCon Educational Summit and has done work with educators and programmers worldwide to help bring high-quality curricula to the world's students. And interesting fact, by the way, about Jess. So she started her teaching career as a music teacher at the age of 18, as a violin scholarship student at the University of Vermont. And since then, she continues to weave her teaching knowledge into her daily life and work. So since it's the middle of the night at Jess' location right now, so we will see the recording of your talk, but lucky we are, as she will join us during the Q&A session. So be sure you prepare your questions to her, and I will pick them up. So let's get started. The video should go live now.
Hi, I'm Jess Ingrassellino, and today I'll be talking with you about learning, cognition, and becoming a better tester. For those of you who haven't met me before at other conferences, I'm Jess Ingrassellino, an engineering manager at Influx Data on the Telegraph and Data Acquisition team. I've always been fascinated by how people learn, and I've devoted more than half of my professional career to teaching and researching learning in the music classroom setting. I've taught instrumental, vocal music, music production, as well as English grammar, SAT preparatory classes, software testing, Python, and career coaching. Almost 9 years ago, I changed my profession from public school music teaching to a career in software testing, software engineering, and technology, getting my first job as a software tester. Of course, I quickly grew bored with regression testing, and this is where I learned from the devs on my team that I could automate my tests if I just learned to write code. I learned Python via Coursera, and I got a lot of help on my journey from other developers I worked with. I couldn't get teaching and learning out of my head, though. So many of my experiences as a musician, a writer, a teacher, and an academic inform my approach to software testing, development, and management. So much so that the connections felt obvious to me and I just couldn't get them out of my head. Over the past 9 years, I've been asked a lot about my transition into tech from music and music education. Most people assume that it's math that's the connection. But, spoiler alert, I barely passed math in high school, so it's probably not that. But the question has made me think a lot about what the connection is. How was I able to transition so easily into business and technology from education and music? The more I thought about my tech journey in the context of my teaching career, the more I realized some distinct areas of intersection. There are 4 strategies that I noticed came up over and over again: zone of proximal development, scaffolding, metacognition, and flow. You too can learn these strategies to think about how to improve the way you learn, solve problems, and interact with your world every day. Today, I'll walk briefly through each of these theories, and you can Google the names of each of the theories for tons of information and research about each. I'll demonstrate how these theories are applied by actively learning a new piece of music on the violin right in front of you. And as I'm doing my learning on the violin, I'll explain how what I'm doing on the violin is similar to what you might do in software testing or writing code. Of course, I hope that you'll arrive at many of the other connections to your prior knowledge and your current professional life as you listen to this talk, and that these connections can help you open up new thought paths that will strengthen your work. First, we'll get started with the zone of proximal development. The key question that we as learners can ask ourselves from the zone of proximal development is, what challenges and excites me? The idea of the zone of proximal development was developed by Soviet psychologist Lev Vygotsky during the later part of his life. The zone of proximal development is the area between that which somebody can do really easily without assistance and that which somebody cannot do at all. It is said that this zone is the most engaging and rich environment for learning to occur. So, an example in a software context might be that if you're writing a basic function or a print statement, that might be something you can do without help. But if you're being asked to architect or design a whole test framework and you've never done it before, that might be something that you can't do at all. A challenge in between that challenge would be a challenge within the zone of proximal development, something that combines what you can do with something that is new to you. For today's purposes, knowing myself, what I can play on the violin with ease, how long it usually takes me to learn, I selected a Corelli violin sonata. And it's a piece that I've never played before, but I know from the violin literature that I have the technical and musical skills in order to work through this piece of this with you today. So, zone of proximal development, knowing what you know well, knowing what you don't know at all, and knowing how to find the space between the two. Scaffolding is connecting to what you already know. When we scaffold, the biggest question to ask ourselves is, what have I learned from my past, from my interactions with others, and from the world around me? When we scaffold, we learn that nothing is disconnected. We can connect our new learning to past experiences. So, what has worked for us in the past if we're trying to solve similar problems? How have we approached those problems? What knowledge doesn't seem connected, but actually is quite similar? For new learning, we can connect it to old learning. So we can connect any new learning we're doing to classes we've taken, books we've read, interactions we've had with others. And then we can connect our new learning to the world around us. So we can start to think about what else in the world is like this new thing that we're trying to learn. Who else in the world has solved these problems that we're trying to solve? And today, I'm connecting my experiences of playing Corelli Violin Sonata No. 8 in the past with the piece of music which I've chosen, the Corelli Sonata No. 1, today. I'm thinking about the learning that I've done about Baroque performance, I'm thinking of the learning that I've done about Corelli in general, and I'm thinking of all of the performances that I've heard of Baroque violin sonatas in order to help me work through the work that I'll share with you later today. Metacognition asks us to ask ourselves questions about our own thinking. Do I think about my thinking with intention? And can I course correct and learn in the moment? When I engage about thinking, metacognition is basically someone's awareness of their own learning. The term was coined in the late 1970s, and it was used in describing children's learning patterns in the mid-1980s by the very same researcher, the American researcher John Flavel. As research around metacognition continued, the researchers noticed that the same processes used by children to learn their environments and to gain experience are also the exact same processes employed by experts to dig deeper and deeper into their areas of knowledge and continue to grow in their expertise. So what the researchers learned is that these metacognitive strategies can be taught to novices of any age to help them increase their learning and engage and learn more quickly. A person with metacognitive awareness sees themselves as the agent in their learning and realizes that learning is an active, strategic activity. So it's more than just memorizing something. It's really understanding the goals and objectives of what you want to do in that moment, selecting the strategies that work best for you in order to learn whatever it is that you're trying to learn or solve the problem that you're trying to solve, deciding as you go through your process what strategies you might change if they're not working well in that moment, or perhaps deciding that you'll combine strategies together to address complex problems, and then continuously evaluating to see if you're meeting your goals, and if you do meet your goals, selecting new goals. If not, then refining your goals and objectives and continuing on your learning path. Now, at some level, at a highly abstract level, this metacognitive process resembles agile development. The Agile Manifesto and lean software development movements came a little bit later, but the process and the idea of iterative learning is not new. Finally, we'll talk about flow. Flow comes from a Hungarian-American psychologist, Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, and this psychologist recognized and named the flow state, which is a highly focused mental state that happens when you are truly absorbed in an activity. So during this optimal experience, which many of us have felt getting after a really difficult bug or writing some excellent test code, people feel strong, alert, in effortless control, unself-conscious, and at the peak of their abilities. In the footsteps of Maslow, Csikszentmihalyi insists that happiness does not simply happen. It must be prepared for and cultivated by each person by working in the zone of proximal development, so that way that the challenges that we are setting for ourselves are neither too demanding nor too simple for our abilities. It's important to note that being able to reach flow involves choosing those activities that are really right for us and that will help us to grow and learn and increase our skills in the ways that are appropriate to our individual experiences. To close the talk, I will display flow, as I won't be able to learn the Corelli in enough detail to get to a flow state. I will instead perform a piece that I've performed and known for quite a long time. So, in just a moment, I'll show you how to apply these learning strategies to a piece of music. I've never played the portion of the Corelli Sonata No. 1 that I'm going to be sharing with you today, but based on all the knowledge and training I have in music and in violin playing over the past 30 years, I know that I can play and learn the parts of the music that I'll be sharing with you. This is scary and embarrassing, but it is also the reality of learning something new, and I hope you'll hear the difference between my starting point and the ending point. And then I'll demonstrate the results of flow, so I hope that you'll see that a flow state is possible. Before I get started, I'm going to take a look at the score. I always ask myself, what about this music I already know and what's familiar to me? So I take a look at the notes, including the key signature, which tell me what scales to use. And this is something I learned how to do when I first started playing violin. I also take a look at the rhythm, and I can notice that there is a C, which means in music, common time, and that it is 4 beats to a measure. And I notice that the piece starts on the 2nd beat. As I work through this, I'm going to take a look at the note patterns that happen and give you a closer look into working out how I'm going to make changes to the markings, to the finger patterns that I use, to practice the rhythm appropriately, and then adding in other expressive elements such as dynamics. You can think of this aspect a little bit like refactoring code, where I'll start with something that works, and then I'll make judgments aesthetically to make the performance more clean and more suited to the problem at hand. Hi, so I'm going to start by walking you through how I am going to learn a few of these measures of Corelli Violin Sonata No. 1. So as I said, I'm going to be getting started by taking a look at the notes and the rhythms, and even though the tempo is allegro, which indicates to me that the final performance tempo should be fast, I will be taking it a little bit slower. So breaking down problems, whether you're figuring out what to test, how to approach it, how to learn a system so that you can test it, all of this is best facilitated if you break down the problem into its component parts and do so slowly. So I'm going to set a metronome to 80 beats per minute. This is a way that musicians break things down and slow them down. And I'm going to play the notes for just the first section along with the metronome. Okay, so I just did the first part. I didn't add in any of the double notes or any of the chords. So working through one thing at a time is really important, so that way that I can solidify one thing before moving on to the next. So I will start with making sure that my notes are with the metronome and in tune. And we'll take that much because it will take me about 10 minutes to work through. I'll try that again. And I have a little marking on the bottom of the sheet music that says MF. So that's indicating that it should be played mezzo forte. Not too loud, not too soft. And it ends with a little dot, and the little dot that is on top of the larger dot is staccato, indicates that I should cut the phrase off. So I'm happy enough with the tempo. I want to add in the double stops, but I also want to be cognizant of making sure that I'm not adding in too much at the same time. So I'll do what I can there, and I'm going to up the clicking tempo. Okay, so that's a little place where I can add the double stops and the tempo. The end of the phrase, or the top of the first line as you see it, the top end of the first line is where I have an opportunity to add the double notes. So it's just asking me to do some different things with my fingers. And before I up the tempo, I wanted to make sure that I can do that. So let me try this again. Okay, let me increase the tempo here. I'm going up another click. So I started at 80 beats per minute. I'm now at 88 beats per minute. Okay, I'm really happy with, I'm gonna stop right now. I'm happy with the end. I think the tempo, I can get it faster, but I haven't invested time into getting the other double stop portions. So this is a point where I can play it, I can play the notes, I can play the rhythm. I could perform this and somebody without the music wouldn't know the pieces that I'm sort of skipping or not doing, right? So so this is kind of like a good first round of code or a good first test plan. And then after exploring the piece and working it out, this is a little bit, this next part is like a refactor. So I'm saying, okay, what do I do to make this more accurate? what do I do to make this more performance correct? Or in a testing or development place, what are you doing to make the code more clean? What are you doing to make your test plan more responsive to what's happening in the product or to the needs of the customer? So this is a very responsive process. And refactoring is a responsive process. And all of these are thinking about, okay, what's working? What could be working better? How can I improve? So I'm going to take this slowly. Out the last section of that. I'd really like to take it more slowly, so let's try this again. So I'm relatively pleased. I want to pick up that click track again and just see if I can play the line through with the ending and the double stops. So it's a little too fast. So I'm going to adjust what I'm doing, bring the tempo back down. Good, so I was able, bringing the tempo down, to get that back in time, and I'm going to try this one more time. So hopefully from the beginning of the video through until this point now, you can see that I was able to improve on the tempo, that I was able to play more smoothly, and that I was able to add in some of the technically difficult spots by breaking it down and taking things slowly. And really, software testing is so similar to this, because we have to look at an entire piece of software and break it down into its component parts. Then we need to examine the different parts, and we need to know how the different parts relate to one another. So for example, I was able to do this part by itself, but when I put it into the full line, that actually caused me some difficulty, and you heard me need to revisit that. So what I'm hoping is that even in this short example, that you can see that the processes of working through problems, whether they're musical ones or software problems, they're really not substantially different. So the state of flow is the state where we are just so engrossed in what it is that we're doing that we can problem solve, we can think on the fly, and we are exactly appropriately challenged. So it's not a space where we are struggling through something or we're working through something. So I can be in a flow state of practice, and then that might be a state where I'm really just into getting the practice correctly. And then there's the flow state of performance, where we're so in touch with what it is that we're trying to do or communicate that we're not thinking about all the technical details, because we've surpassed that. We've done it so much. And so now we're just really in this state of deep connection with what it is that we're doing. So I will play a piece that I've played many times, and it's been with me for a long time. It's called Ashokan Farewell, and I find a lot of joy in playing this piece, and I hope that you enjoy hearing it. I want to thank you for being with me today and for listening to this talk. I certainly hope that you've come away with a better understanding of how all of your past experiences, whether they're musical, artistic, scientific, research-based, writing-based, mathematical, or something else entirely, connect you to what you do and how you work. Please connect with me on Twitter or through my website to take a look at the other courses that I am offering at drjessteaches.com. Thanks very much.
So thank you, Jess, for this interesting and creative presentation. So mixing IT and art. And now I guess it's time to present to you our next speaker, Paul Gerrard, so who came today with the topic of how we think when testing. So educated at the Universities of Oxford and Imperial College London, Paul is a principal of Gerrard Consulting Limited and the host of the Technology Leadership Forum. Hey, Paul. Good morning. How are you? Great to see you.
Hi, I'm good. Yeah, it's a lovely, beautiful day here, but very cold. And yeah, I'm ready to go. Shall I share my screen? Is that the idea?
I just want to take a second and share some impressive facts from your bio with our audience.
Okay, yeah.
It's really amazing. So Paul is a consultant, teacher, author, webmaster, programmer, tester, conference speaker, rowing coach, and even a publisher. So Paul has conducted consulting assessments in all aspects of software testing and quality assurance, specializing in testing assurance. So Paul has presented keynotes, talks, and tutorials at testing conferences across Europe, the United States, Australia, South Africa, and occasionally won awards for them. And in 2010, he won the Eurostar Testing Excellence Award. And in 2013, he won the inaugural Tester Lifetime Achievement Award. But later in 2014, he was a program here for the Eurostar conference in Dublin and for several other conferences across the globe. So Paul is currently working with an Irish government agency to create a future skills framework for software testers, so which sounds really amazing, I guess. So Paul, thank you for taking the time today to share your knowledge with us. And I'm sure our viewers are also eager to hear what you're going to present to us. So the stage is yours.
Just a quick question. Shall I leave some time for questions at the end?
Repeat, please. I'm sorry.
Yes, so there'll be time for questions at the end, so I'll in my slot.
Yeah, we will have a conversation later, so I will just point all the questions we're going to have in the chat and present to you later.
Oh, okay, sorry, I'm just checking. Okay, thank you. Okay, and I share my screen now, I guess?
Yep.
Here we go. Right. Oh, share audio, I guess I want to do that as well. Choose what you'd like to. Yes, I've chosen. Okay. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
Right. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So let me start. So I want to talk about, well, firstly, thank you ever so much for having me on the show. It's a new show for me, and Geekle have been very kind to invite me. I'd like to talk about how we think, and if you like, the challenge we have, some of the challenges, most of the challenges, perhaps all the challenges we have with testing are people problems, as has been said by Jay Weinberg, many years ago, and I think that's true. But when we look at the logistical problems that we face, the things like the technologies we have to use, the processes that we're taking on, the different organizations, whether we're working for a huge bank or a small startup, these are all logistical challenges. And what I want to do is to try and say, look, these logistics things just get in the way. And if we can pull our thinking back to the most important stuff that we have to understand, we'll be in a better place. Okay, so that's my kind of thesis. So let me just pitch another thesis to you, in that I think where we are in our industry at the moment, and maybe we've been here for some years, my proposal is that the old ways of thinking about testing won't work in the future. And if you like, let me just sort of try and justify that. And the first thing is, like, when Agile came on the scene, is it 21 years ago nearly? That brought pressures to testers because there was no well-defined role for the tester in our projects. And so when I was running the test management forum in the UK, I had lots of test managers coming to me and saying, well, we're going Agile. What do I do now? Where do I fit? What's my role? Because things have changed. My team has been distributed across many Agile teams. What do I do as a test manager? And the individuals in those Agile teams were also dropped into Agile projects without really a well understood role. Now, over the course of 20 years, things have got much better, of course, but it's been hard work for testers to understand what they should be doing. And, BDD, if you're familiar with that, behavior-driven development has made things slightly easier in terms of the collaboration role. But of course, we're always under pressure to deal with new technologies, and the whole future world of software and systems is moving incredibly quickly, and it seems to accelerate every year. Now, one of the challenges that testers have in a very specific way is the responsibility for testing is being redistributed in our projects. And I'm sure you've heard of shift left, but then the shift right, and I've heard others like shift up and down. And if you like, the basis of this is that we're moving responsibility for testing both upstream into the requirements space, but also downstream, you could say, into monitoring and analytics in our production systems. And the whole notion of machine learning and AI based on data derived from logs of our production systems is also driving new insights as to how we should test. Now, this is all logistical stuff, and I'll explain what I mean by logistics in a moment, but I think that gets in the way of our understanding of testing. And so we need to sort of step back, and I think we need what I will call a new model for testing. And you might have heard me speak before, I don't know. You might have heard me talk about this. And so, for a few slides, you'll probably recognize what I've been talking about for, about 8 years now, 8 or 9 years now. But the challenge we have is, I think, when you think carefully about how we think about testing, you recognize that actually a lot of these logistical problems are not really the big problem. It's understanding what these logistical tools and constraints, how they affect how we do our job, which is testing. So, and I should say that I think we need new tools too. So, you know, I'm a tools fan. I mean, I love tools, but the thing is, the tools that we're currently using, most of them relate back to the thinking of the 1970s and 1980s. And I think we need to advance a little on that. Of course, you know, all the buzzwords in the world are being fired at us right now as an industry. And this idea of not being able to cope with this stuff, it's just getting more and more terrifying. So here's my pitch. I want to suggest that the old ways won't work, and that we need a new way of thinking about testing. And what I'm going to offer you today is a new model for testing, and it's a model for how we think as testers, okay? Now, one last thing before I get into it is, when I say a tester, it could be the tester on an agile team, you know, the career tester. But developers test too, and they have to think about their testing. And users can test also. And operations guys might get involved in testing, and so on. Product owners might get involved in testing. Anyone who tests, I think there's a fundamental thought process that will help us understand how we fit into the world and how we take advantage of things like tools and process and so on. So here we go. What I'm going to do is going to make a couple of statements and then get into the detail of it, which won't take, it'll take a couple of minutes, not very long at all. But I want you to imagine that you are disregarding logistics. And let me explain what I mean by that. And the way I will do it is I will say, I don't care. And so here we go. Let me say this. I don't care right now, for the purpose of this session, I don't care whether you document your tests or not. I don't care whether you write them down. That's logistics. I don't care whether you run your tests with a tool or you execute them manually. Now, the human aspect is another thing entirely, but the mechanics of running the test, the logistics of running the test, I don't care how you do that. I don't care whether you're in an agile team or a continuous delivery team or a waterfall team. I don't care whether you're planning your testing, and I don't care whether you're exploring. Your testing is exploratory as you would understand it. I also don't care what technology you're using. I don't care what business you're in. These are all logistical challenges. So they have nothing to do with testing. They just make life hard, or sometimes they make life a bit easier, but they are logistics. They're not part of your thought process, okay? They're really important, but they don't matter when it comes to looking at the essence, the essential thinking that we have to do as a tester. So let me make a statement from the top of the mountain. Let's say I'll start high at the top of the mountain. All testing is exploratory. So I don't care what you're testing, what industry, what process, what tools you use, all testing is exploratory. And let me explain that. What we do as testers is we explore sources of knowledge. So our sources of knowledge might be a requirements document, but it might be some user stories or some cucumber, gherkin format stories. It might be some doodles on a whiteboard. It might be a conversation with a user or a product owner. It might be how the old system worked, or it might be how the current software that we're working on right now, that is also a source of knowledge. The system we test is also a source of information. Okay, so now beyond all that, these sources of information, sometimes they agree and quite often they conflict. And we have to make sense of all these different sources of knowledge. Now, one other thing that I need to add to this is our source of knowledge is also our personal knowledge and experience. Excuse me, but also our prejudices and biases. This is all part of what we have to consider when we're looking at what software and systems should do. But the essence of this is the exploratory part is we're exploring sources of information, sources of knowledge. And what we do when we gather this knowledge is we build mental models. And By that I mean we have to make sense of all this complexity by simplifying it in some way, by building mental models. Now, we might write these models down. If it's a terribly complex system, we might write down, we might use tools to build complex architectural models and so on and so forth. And of course, we do that quite a lot. But they could also be very simple models in our minds, and they never leave our minds. We just use them to help us think, to make progress. And if you are an exploratory tester, this is what you do. You build mental models and use those to drive your the next activity you do in your testing. But here's the thing. We explore our source of information, our source of knowledge, to build mental models, maybe documented models, I don't care, that inform our testing. So what we do with these models is, it's easiest to use an example. So an example might be a simple flowchart. So a flowchart is a model, perhaps, of the flow of execution through a system or a software, or it could be the flow through a business process or something like that. And what we can do as a tester is we can trace paths, we can cover decisions and outcomes in order to give us some confidence we're exercising all the interesting parts of that model and thereby of our system. So that's the essence of what we do as testers. We explore source of knowledge to build mental models that inform our testing. The models don't do our testing for us. We have to use the models to select things to test. Of course, there are tools emerging which can take models and scan them and generate test cases. Sure, but I'm not going there. I think this is about how we humans test. Now, all testing is based on models. And let me justify that very quickly. And to suggest that actually human beings are brilliant modelers, okay? So if you imagine this chap here, he's looking to get a glass of water to drink. And in order to take a few steps, this is easier done on a stage than it is online. But so this human needs to take a few steps to pick up the glass of water and have a drink. Now, if you imagine, in order to take a single step, all the muscles that control the movement of our joints, okay, we have to control them. Now, in order to take a step, in order to stand still, our brain has to understand the tensions in all the muscles. It has to understand the angles of all the joints, so we know, where we are at in terms of opening and closing joints. And we have to, in order to take a single step, we have to coordinate the movement of maybe 100 muscles. Now, our brain somehow, miraculously, can do this. And taking a step, a single step, seems like the easiest thing in the world to do if you're able-bodied. But the thing is, we don't think about it. We do it instinctively. How does our brain do that? If you look at the robots, like the Boston Dynamics robots that are being built in America now, they're incredibly sophisticated and they're wonderful machines, but they have extremely fast computers running and controlling them. And our brains simply are not that fast. We do it by a different way. And then the only sensible way of thinking that how this can work is that we build mental models and our brains derive behaviors from these mental models, these incredibly sophisticated mental models. We don't understand how this works, but our brains are very sophisticated modeling engines. That's the point. And what we don't do enough of in our testing is understand how we think about modeling and how we use models in a sophisticated way. So let's get on to it. So now I'm coming halfway down the mountain. So I'm suggesting that what we have when we consider testing some software or system, whatever it happens to be, is we explore our source of information on the left and we create test models, mental models. We might document them, I don't care. And what we do is at some point, we believe that we understand what the system should do. And in everything I say today, when I use the word model, you could substitute the word understanding, because our model is our understanding. It's how we understand the complexity. So at some point when we look at our information from the system under test to the old system, to requirements, to stories, to conversations, to our own experience, whatever, we believe at some moment that actually we know enough to test the system and our models are adequate. And so we move from the left, which is modeling, to the right, which is using models to test. Okay. Now, when we test, very often we realize, oh, it's a bit more complicated than I thought, or I got that a bit wrong, or that's interesting. Maybe I should have a conversation with the user. We've all done this. And so what we realize is our models are not perfect. And so perhaps we have to go back to exploring and having another conversation with a user, or maybe a developer who's implemented a requirement in a strange way, and maybe they're correct and the requirement's wrong. We don't know. We need to explore and understand what's going on there. But at some point, we become happy that our exploration is finished and that our testing, checking, if you like, can start. So in the middle of all this is this green blob called judgment. And I can't tell you what's in that green blob, except we all know as testers that we have to use our judgment to gauge whether we understand enough to make progress. That is, we know enough to test in a meaningful way. And that's what that judgment is all about, okay? So that's kind of, the middle halfway point, up or down the mountain, whichever way you look at it. And a question arises, do developers explore the same way? Well, I think so, because they have to build a model which they will use as the basis of their design of the software. And of course, they have to test that software too. So maybe they use the same models, which could be a mistake because it's not an independent idea, or they use different models because when they come to testing, because they can say, I'm now going to look at this requirement, this software in a different way in order to test it in an independent way. But developers are very familiar with exploring sources of knowledge, making judgments, and their first step is perhaps to write some TDD tests, or it might be that they write some code and then test. I mean, that's for them to decide. But what I'm trying to suggest is that the way that developers think is not so different from the way testers think. Now let's just go into in the full detail. So I've got my sources of information on the left, my sources of knowledge, okay? And I'm going to go through this quickly. So the first aspect of exploration is inquiring. We ask people questions. We read documents. We scan models if they're available to us. We think and look at our memories. We inquire. We ask questions to understand, to get our basic information from our sources. And then what we do is we model in order to make sense of what we've just learned. And the output from that is some kind of model, a test model, if you like. And then what that model allows us to do is, if we have, for example, say a flow chart, we can use that flow chart to make predictions, okay? And so when we have a query about a requirement and we can make predictions on the model that we have in our head, if we're uncertain about that model, we can use those predictions to challenge our sources. We can go back to the users and say, if I understand this correctly, then if I click A, B, and C, then D, E, and F should happen. And the user might say, that's perfect, that's exactly how it should work. Or they might say, no, that's exactly wrong, that's terrible. How did you get that idea? And you could say, well, I read your requirement, Now, we're not talking about software, we're still talking about the thinking that's going on to get requirements right. We can use this notion of modeling, prediction, and then challenging to test our requirements. Okay, that's the goal. But imagine that we've now got to a point that we're happy with the requirements, we've got a mental model that we're comfortable with. Moving to the right, we take that model and we use that model to inform our test. We can pick things off our model to test, whether it's a list or it's a kind of checklist or heuristics, if you like, whether it's a formal model, whatever, a risk register, whatever you like. And when we execute those tests, I use the word apply, because I don't care whether you use tools or whether people do this, but applying is where you take the knowledge and information to do with the model and an example that you can then use as a test case, a scenario, whatever, and you can apply that to the system and a test. So applying is about the actual execution process, if you like, and checking as well. Interpreting is like, well, okay, so I've run a few tests and they've all passed. What have I learned? Or maybe some have passed, some have failed, or maybe all have failed. Interpreting is the judgment that you make on what you've just learned, okay? And so interpretation is where you might say, I think there's a bug here, and then you might log a bug and then revise the system. This isn't part of the model strictly, but I just want you to understand where bug tracking comes in, if you like. So we might log a bug, the system gets changed, and then we revise the system, we get a different system on a test, and then we reapply the test, if that makes sense. So that's not really strictly part of the model, but I just want you to understand that that's where the bug detection and correction fits. But sometimes, always, when we run tests, we want to share that knowledge with other people, our stakeholders, whoever they are. But also we might want to refine our model, because it could be that we learn something that makes us think our model is imperfect, the requirement's wrong, or even worse. And sometimes we have to go right back to the beginning, that there's a flaw in the requirement itself. Okay. Now that's kind of the whole thing. When you glue those two halves together, you get a picture like this. It looks a bit like a bug. That's completely accidental, I have to say. But those are the 10 thinking activities: inquiring, modeling, informing, and so on. And we have this kind of judgment that goes in: is our models are adequate, our models are not adequate. We have this kind of loop that we want to be on the right doing testing, but quite often we have to go back and do more exploration. Now that's the model. Okay, so there's more to it. There's a longer webinar you could watch, Agile Testing Days talk I did a couple of years ago, which is has a little bit more detail. But I want to talk about consequences now in the few minutes I've got. So now I have in my head this kind of 10 thinking activities that I believe are what we go through. And it all gets complicated by technology and the business requirements, and the system on a test may not work. All these things get in the way of our thinking. But what I want you to consider is that the core thought processes are solid, that they don't change. Your thoughts are different, but the process is fairly consistent. Now, one last thing to say is this picture here is not a flow chart. It's not a process flow with inputs and outputs and entry and exit criteria, that kind of stuff. Your brain is so good that it can be inquiring and modeling, predicting and challenging, for example, all at the same time. Okay, we can do 2, 3, 4, I don't know how many, but we can do multiple of these activities at the very same time, because that's what life is like in a real software project. It's messy, it's complicated. It doesn't follow a staged process. It's very dynamic. It's kind of event driven, is what I would say. So one consequence is I think what I believe now is we have to think differently about our processes. So, okay, here's a question for you. Do developers and testers think the same way? I think yes, to a point, to a degree, and probably the overlap is much bigger than you imagine. Developers do have the same problem of gathering information, modeling it, and using that model to make decisions, how to build code. If they're doing TDD, perhaps the tests they create, in the sequence they create them, is driven by their mental model, because they know what they have to build in order to deliver some functionality. The relation to TDD and BDD, I have to say that the original, I have to say that the original new model that I came up with was inspired by behavior-driven development. And if you like, I haven't got that slide in my deck today, I don't think, but on the left is basically where all the collaboration happens to understand the requirement. And on the right is basically the more dynamic aspect of creating code, testing code, and so on and so forth. So there's quite a good mapping between the activities of BDD and the new model. Now, some of you might say, well, hold on, what's checking? How does checking relate to that model? To be honest, I think if I could have easily put checking as the word that labeled the applying activity, which is running a test and verifying that things meet some expectation or other. Now, I don't get hot under the collar about testing versus checking. I think checking to me is one activity in the whole test process. And ultimately, almost the last things we do are the checking, because as you see, it's on the right, So, beyond checking, there's the interpretation and reporting, so on and so forth. But checking it's part of testing. It's not an alternative to testing. There's no versus here, but there's some people have kind of made that interpretation, and I think that's not quite helpful. Now, I haven't time to talk about this, but I look at test automation in a very different way, and I've been using test automation tools, I have to say, since 1987, I think it was. And fundamentally, what we use tools for, test execution tools for, has not changed. They basically fit that applying box. So test execution automation essentially only supports one activity out of the 10. So that's my argument that test automation will never replace testers, because tools can't yet do almost any of the other activities out of the 9 that are left behind. But automation uses a model. So when we script a test, that test script and the test cases that are going to be automated, they follow a model. And very often you never see these models written down. Now, I'm not saying they have to be written down, but there's almost no discussion of the models we use for test automation. And that's a failing, I think, in most test automation efforts. We don't know what models we are automating. The last thing I want to talk about very quickly is this idea of capabilities. And it's now apparent to me, and I think it's apparent to most of the industry, I have to say, that the straightforward testing skills you get from, for example, the certification schemes are not enough. I mean, the whole interpersonal skills, that's kind of not covered, and there's not enough attention paid to the people skills and the professional skills. And so what's become apparent to me is just thinking about thinking means that for every thinking activity, like inquiring, that involves communication skills, both reading, writing, presenting, challenging, negotiating, all in that inquiring activity. In order to do the inquiring properly, there's an awful lot of skills required in order to make that work. And the same applies for all the other 9 rather. So capabilities have to change, I think. Now, it was mentioned I've done some work with an Irish government agency to look at a skills inventory, I've called it, just a list of skills. This is kind of an early, this is a draft of the list of skills that came out of a couple of workshops we ran in Cork a couple of years ago. And all the red topics, I think, are things that you would not expect to find in a testing course. So I haven't got the time to talk about it. If you want to know more, just get in touch with me. You'll see my contact details at the end. But the range of skills is much broader than you would imagine testing to require. And because it's all the human aspects that I think we have to work harder to understand and take on board to be more productive. There's a structure to the skills, and there's a version of the foundation level class that I've written. Again, if you're interested in any of this, just let me know. But the goal of this is not just a training class. It's a learning and development scheme where classroom training or more and more online training has to be supported by a local coach, mentor kind of figure. And there's as much work to do offline as there is online, if that makes sense. So for every hour of training, there's an hour's kind of background work that you might do with your peers or managers to make progress in all this. And that's the goal of this scheme, trying to create a learning and development scheme. So to close, really, I think we're moving away from stage processes, waterfall, to event-driven. And Agile isn't really event-driven, but continuous delivery is becoming more an event-driven activity. So our thinking has to change, and our thinking is event-driven. That's how we behave as human beings. We need flexible thought processes, not logistics that try and control and constrain us all the time. We need to move away from process that is a constraint. Testing is getting distributed to a smaller number of people with much more comprehensive, richer set of skills. So we need fewer people with better skills. I think that's the way the market is moving. And you need local support. You need peers, managers who will mentor or coach you to make progress in these things. And that's kind of my suggested direction we should follow. So that's me done. I think I've just finished on time. So maybe there is time for questions. I don't know. But I'll leave it to our esteemed hosts. But thank you all the same.
Thank you so much, Paul. So exactly, we're right in timing. So let's leave the questions to our Q&A, which is gonna happen quite soon. So I saw a couple of interesting questions in our stream chat. Thank you so much, Paul. See you a bit later, and it's time to present to you the last but not least speaker in our motivation and thinking blog, Mike Harris. Just give me a second. Hello, Mike. Can you hear us well?
Yes, hello, Kate. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you great. How are you today? Are you excited?
I am very excited. You know, it's nice to be. I haven't been to a Geekle conference before, and I'm very impressed with the setup. So I'm really looking forward to this.
Cool, lovely. So while you have your presentation open, let me share some quick facts about you with our audience. So Mike is here with us today with the topic evolving your career, questions a tester should ask at interview to find a great job. So Mike has worked in testing for, can you imagine this, 20 years, and is currently the tester for Geekle. So Mike has been a member of a test team, a solo tester, and a test lead. He has also worked as a part of waterfall, lean, and agile teams. So Mike has a Bachelor of Science from Middlesex University and is an associate of the University of Hertfordshire. He has set up and led a testing community of practice and been a part of successful agile transformation. So Mike is also co-program chair of the British Computer Society's Specialist Interest Group in software testing. Mike, I believe your presentation will be extremely useful for those who are looking for a new position. So are you ready?
Okay, yes, that's great. Shall I share my screen? Thank you very much for the introduction. Okay.
So the stage is yours.
Thank you. Okay, so now if I... Paul has still shared his screen. Do I overwrite? Okay, Chrome tab. That's good. So can you see my screen now? Oh, actually, no, you can see my speaker notes. I can see that. Share screen. So I think now you should be able to see my notes, my screen. Am I right? Okay, great. So thank you very much for inviting me here today. I'm very pleased to be here. For starters, I was just introduced, but I wanted to say a couple of things before I start, is that having worked as a tester, a member of a test team, a solo tester, and been a test lead, I've both been interviewed as a tester and have been interviewing for testers. So that's where my talk today comes from, and that I'll be using both of these pieces of experience to help inform the talk. As well as working in testing, I'm also co-program chair of the British Computer Society Specialist Interest Group in Software Testing. The British Computer Society is a not-for-profit professional organisation that has a royal charter and aims to advance technology. And the Specialist Interest Group in Software Testing is better known as CEST. So today I'm thinking about what happens when we apply for a job as a tester. You know, at interviews we are asked questions, and but actually as interviewees we're expected to ask questions too. And really what I'm going to look at is what questions should we ask? We don't have much time as an interviewee to ask questions, but we need to know certain things from the interview. We want to know if the job's going to be a good fit. We want to see how we can help. And we also want to see if there are any warning signs as to why we perhaps don't want to take the job. It's important for us to see that the job's going to be a good fit, because we don't want to be a couple of weeks into the job and thinking, help, I've made a mistake. It's also important because if the job's not a good fit for us, it's also not going to be a good fit for the company. And we don't really want to be in that situation. I think it's important to see how we can help the company, because we're actually putting ourselves in a much better position at the interview. They can see that we're going to be adding value to their team. And I think perhaps we also want to see if there are any warning signs, and perhaps this isn't going to be the right job for us, and maybe we can decide not to proceed with it. But what I've done is I've grouped the questions that I've put together, so that if the questions haven't been covered in the interview, maybe you want to pick a question from that group and drill down as necessary. Yeah, these questions aren't really for those to come at that part of the interview when traditionally you're always asked, and have you got any questions? These questions may well come up during the interview, because if you're being asked about a particular area, you maybe want to drill down there and explore how the company deals with it. For instance, you could be talking about CI and they could be asking about your experiences. Well, maybe you want to ask them about their CI system while you're discussing that as part of the interview. But I'm also sure that you will have ideas too. This presentation is being done from the point of view of a tester who is applying for a job, but maybe this presentation would be of interest to you if you're another member of a development team as well and looking for a job. And maybe it's also be of interest to you if you're a manager who's advertising for a tester, and maybe you're conducting interviews at the moment as well. And as I say, I'm sure you'll have lots of ideas for questions too. Please give me those at the end. I'll be very pleased to get involved in a discussion about them. Thank you. But when I started to work, I was told that you have to ask questions at an interview. So I asked older friends of mine, more experienced friends, what questions should I ask? And they came up with suggestions like, you should ask the company what their management style is like. Well, this does solve a problem, because you have to ask a question at the interview, otherwise you look dull. And as someone who's conducted interviews, you'd be surprised how many people don't ask questions at interviews. So asking company what their management style like solves that problem. You've asked the question and you look more motivated and more switched on. But actually, the question isn't going to reveal very much, because the manager is going to say, our management style is great. It's all going to sound very good. And we're also being told you should ask about what the hours of work are like. I think this is a really good question, because I think that companies and teams and departments vary greatly in their hours of work. Some teams and some departments will have longer hours work culture. I heard of a team in London a couple of years ago where the entire company went home and had a party. Actually, they had a party in the bar in the office at 4 o'clock, but the engineering team had to work till 5 and were expected to do some work over the weekends. That sort of long hours culture does suit some people. Other teams aim to have a more sustainable pattern of work, and that may suit you as well. But also, depending on your responsibilities and whether you've got any dependents, you may want to have flexible working too. So I think it's really important to ask about hours of work and understand that before you think about accepting the job. And I say particularly about flexible working if you've got some responsibilities, and see what your prospective employer's attitudes are to flexibility. But then you're applying for a job as a tester. So actually you're going to have questions about testing. And I was thinking, for me, actually, that having just watched Paul's presentation, I think for me, actually, the big question for testers is who owns quality? Because if you as the tester own quality for the team, and you are seen as testing all the code before it goes in production and asking for fixes if it's required to go for production, you can end up as a sort of quality police. and it's you who's deciding if the code is good enough. And that can create a barrier between you and the development team, and really you want to work together with the development team to produce good quality code. So I think it's really important to ask who owns quality, whether it's the whole team or a particular individual. You're hoping they're going to say it's the whole team. But I remember asking this question once at a telephone interview, and the company said they'd never thought about who owns quality. So in fact, here is somewhere where you can help the company and you can add value. So I think it's in many ways a very useful question to ask. I think you also want to know about collaborative working. You want to know whether or not developers and designers are viewed as experts who shouldn't be interrupted. And if that's the case, whether the team is working in silos. Because again, if they're working in silos, it's going to be very hard to collaborate to produce good quality software. And as a tester, you particularly want to be collaborative. Paul showed just now in his talk the range of skills that you want as a tester. And a lot of these soft skills are things that perhaps people don't always think testers need, but they're really important if you're going to work together with the rest of the team to produce good quality software. So I think that asking about collaboration is really important and how you would do that. I also think that it fits in here about how you're going to work with the rest of the team, because I have heard of testers who don't get invited to planning meetings. Planning meetings are really important, and you should be asking, are you going to be invited to planning? Because you can ask questions at planning that will help find bugs before any code is written. I've even heard of testers who have, the manager has said as part of the team, but haven't been invited to retros or stand-ups. So I think it is really important to ask that you are going to be included in the whole team and you're going to be able to collaborate with everybody to make good quality software. I think that test automation is important, and you can ask the interviewers how they ought to do test automation. I think one of the reasons to ask about that is you want to ask what sort of test automation it is that they do. I heard a talk a couple of years ago by Aslak Helisoy, who was the engineer who created the UI test tool called Cucumber. And he said that teams shouldn't create huge numbers of Cucumber tests because you shouldn't only be testing through the UI. You should be testing using automated tools to do your static testing as part of CI, to run unit tests, and to be looking at testing through API and looking what other ways you can automate testing. So I have heard of teams where when they talk about test automation, they mean Selenium. So I think you maybe want to see if this is where your team is. Are you going to be going into a team where test automation is Selenium? And maybe ask them about what other test automation goes on. This can be somewhere where you can really add value, because you come in and you can talk about testing through the API through a range of tools that are available today. Then actually you may be adding value to their team. So I think it's really good. You can see where they are and see where you can add value and see where you can help the team. So I think this is something where you can really be very helpful for the prospective employer. And if you wanted to drill down on that, maybe they sort of talk about testing as automated testing only in terms of Selenium. You can ask them and say, what unit testing do you do, and could you tell you how they think unit testing it helps them with quality? This will see whether they're engaged with that part of the work, and if they're not, again, you can help, because you can maybe bring a knowledge of unit testing to the test team. So I think this can be useful. And I was thinking about this question the other week, because I've created testing quadrants with a number of teams that I've worked with. Testing quadrants are a visual way of describing your testing that was created by Brian Marek. And whenever you create this visual way of describing your testing, just like on one side of A4 or one screen, it reveals things and enables you to have discussions. And if they've mapped their testing questions, you can ask testing quadrants, you can ask them what did they learn, what did they find out. And if you're talking to a manager who perhaps isn't a tester and doesn't know about testing quadrants, by asking these sorts of questions, you're showing the depth of your knowledge, you're showing that you can bring something to the team. So I think this is a good question to ask. but actually you're going to be part of a development team. So I think you're going to want to ask questions about some of their development practices. I think continuous integration is so important. I don't see how you can produce good quality code without continuous integration. This CI, continuous integration system, means that whenever code changes, a battery of automated testers run against tests to check for regression, and it can give developers confidence to deploy to production. So I think it's a really important tool. But it's good to ask about it, because I found that not every team has it. Sometimes a team can have an overnight build instead of CI. And you can also find that CI pipelines are expensive to maintain. If you're working with a product that changes all the time, the tests need to be updated, there's an infrastructure that needs to be maintained. And I did hear of a team a couple of years ago where the CI pipeline always returned errors. And if a developer wanted to deploy their code to production, they had to run CI, then get the errors and go and see the senior engineer and ask them if the errors were okay and could they deploy to production. I think it's really important to find out what sort of environment you're going into there. You can ask them about that. You can maybe offer to help them with their CI pipeline, and ensure that they use CI in that way to gain confidence and find some regression bugs. And so I think that can be really useful. You can also ask them what's included in their CI pipeline, because it may well be that their CI pipeline includes Selenium, but actually perhaps doesn't include static testing. And these are all good things to build into there and help you build quality in. So I think this would be a good thing to ask them about. I think also the environment in which you work is very much affected by how often they deploy to production. It's a good question to ask. There's a whole variety of norms, I think, within our industry on that. Some teams deploy once a quarter, some deploy once a month, some do continuous delivery, and some do continuous deployments. And actually, whichever of those this team does is really going to affect your life as a tester. If you're working with teams that do continuous delivery and continuous deployment, you're going to be working to get a continual flow of code into production and collaborating with your developers to do so. If you're working with a team that makes monthly or quarterly releases, there is going to be a big release once a quarter, once a month, with lots of features in it. And there is the risk that actually there's a lot of testing that needs to be done at the end, and it can feel a little bit waterfall-like. So that can affect whether or not you're going to enjoy the job. So I think it's good to ask about that. But also, it can also be good to ask because maybe the team would like to move a bit more quickly. Maybe they want to change from releasing once a quarter and maybe move to once a month, and then gain confidence and move a bit quicker still. And maybe that's something you can help them with, that, because these the ability to move more quickly and release more often is based on confidence, and it's based on having good quality practices. So these are things that you can bring to the team. So I think these are good questions to ask, both for you for finding out and for being able to offer to help the team. And I was also, interested in, who is the test manager who is interviewing you? One of the interesting things I found to ask is actually what is their branching policy? It could be that the test manager isn't involved in writing code and doesn't know. That's fair enough. I don't think all test managers need to be that highly technical, but they need to be able to handle the question and actually be comfortable in where they are. So if they don't know the branching policy because they aren't involved in the team in that way, that's fine, so long as they're happy and they can rationalize that and maybe call somebody in who can explain that. But I think it can tell you about who they are as a test manager. And again, in a similar way, you can actually talk to them about how often or when did they last commit code to master. I talked about soon at Geekle, it became quite clear that all the managers regularly commit code to master, and that was really great. I felt that I was quite involved in what they were doing and understood what they were doing, and was really engaged in that way. So that was really very positive. But it can also be that the test team isn't that engaged with that sort of work. So in fact, again, you can have that confidence and bring that into the testing team, and that can be really very good. And I think for me, actually, I'm very interested in whether or not the team is lean or agile, you know. I enjoy working in lean and agile teams. And I would want, if I was looking for another job, I would want to find a lean or agile team to work in. For the question for me is actually, how do I find an agile team? So a good question to, I think, to ask at the interview is, are you agile? I've found that most people answer the question yes. The big exception I had of that was Geekle, where I'm working at the moment, and they said, no, we're not agile, we're lean. That was really cool, and we had a great discussion as to what that meant, and I had a good understanding of how I'd fit into their work and how I would add value. But actually, why do most people say that they are agile? What does it actually mean, you know? There's a question of how agile are they? A couple of years ago, I heard Janet Gregory give a talk, and she talked about there being agile-ish teams. And she was actually talking about teams where perhaps you've got all the agile ceremonies, but in fact, they're very managed. You know, the stand-up isn't really about the team self-organizing, perhaps. It's about the members of the team reporting to the project manager. And perhaps there are retrospectives, but not very often. And this sort of matters to testers because if a team isn't self-managing, if they're not really able to collaborate in that way, it's going to be much harder to produce good quality software, and it can create some frustrations for testers. So actually it's really useful to find out how agile are they, you know. And when Janet asked the audience, if I'm right, put your hand up if your team was agile-ish rather than agile, most of the audience put their hand up and said they were agile-ish. You know, it feels to me that there's a sort of spectrum on agile where people who are aspiring to be agile and are pretty agile at one end, and people who are perhaps this more agile-ish at the other, and you'd like to find out perhaps where they fit in. So one easy question to ask is, when was their last retrospective? You know, what actions did they have? When is their next retrospective? They may well reply and say, oh, our last retrospective was 2 months ago and they haven't got one planned, or it's a bit vague when it's going to be planned. That sort of tells you where they are. Or it could be that actually their retrospective was 2 weeks ago and the next one's in a week's time. It could be this is something you can help them with because you could help run their retrospectives. I also think that within the lean and agile space, it's really important to ask about how teams react to failure. You know, do they react with blame, or do they see that failure is an opportunity to learn? If I was asking them how they react to failure, how they react to a big problem occurring in production, or a nasty bug going into production, I'd be hoping to hear that they've got some kind of thing that they normally do, some kind of normal procedure, whether it's the 5 whys, an Ishikawa diagram, or blameless postmortems, or some other procedure of their own. As a procedure which will help them understand what happened, why it happened, and how to prevent it happening again, and take some actions to stop it happening again. Because that way they're using it as an opportunity to learn rather than seeking blame. Too often, I think, when issues occur in production, people ask, why did the tester miss it, rather than actually, why was the bug made in the first place? And actually, it's far more comfortable for us, far more useful for us if we can collaborate with people in preventing bugs, rather than actually having to explain why they weren't found. I think teams can progress far more if you're helping to work together to stop bugs, rather than actually trying to find them. Then I think team size is actually very important as well. You'd be interested as to how many developers you're going to work with. I heard a tester the other day say that they were recruited to work with 25 developers. And I think if that's going to happen and you're going to work with a large number of developers, 10 or 12 is also a large number of developers. You'd need to explore at the interview what sort of strategies that they would hope to use for you to work with those developers, and obviously you can contribute to that and have ideas on what sort of strategies you would want to use yourselves. So I think that's a good way to work with, good question to ask. And then I was also told that I've been told you need senior management to support Agile. And if you're being interviewed with at a large company, it may be that you'll have an interview with a senior manager who perhaps want to check that you're a good cultural fit for the organisation. But this is an opportunity for you to ask them about Agile, because I have heard that sometimes when a senior manager supports Agile, it means tick here, I support my Agile team, and tick here, I support my waterfall team. And that can mean when there are issues in the Agile team, and there are always issues from time to time in every team, perhaps the Agile will lean more towards waterfall solutions for his Agile team. So I think it's actually good to ask them about what they mean by Agile, and what they see about continuous deployment and how that relates to lean and Agile, and what they are, because you're in a one-to-one with that senior manager before you start get a job there. So actually, this is your opportunity to ask. You can also find out whether the manager is happy having that sort of discussion with you, which is also really very useful as well. And then I'd say at the end, is working in a waterfall team so bad? Well, I'd say I have worked in some waterfall teams where actually it hasn't been so bad, because we had a really good relationship with one another. But actually we all had this frustration where, the waterfall, you've got your requirements stage and then your development stage. And at the end, there's going to be a testing stage before it's deployed. And testing always gets squashed and people are working late and things are being descoped. And we, the team waterfall team I worked in and enjoyed most, we got quite frustrated because we found it very difficult to deliver the software we wanted to deliver at the date we wanted to deliver it. So I think you have to make a choice, but I certainly prefer working lean and agile teams. I think the current environment, you're going to want to talk about COVID. This may well come up in the interview, but actually, how do they work remotely? Before COVID started, I know of an engineering team in London where the engineers' ways of communicating with each other were Outlook and landlines. We all started from different places. Over the last year or so, we've changed an awful lot. We've all learned an awful lot, and it could well be that we've all ended up in similar places, all using similar tools like Tuple and Zoom and Slack. But I think it's good to ask. I think it's also good to ask about how they collaborate remotely, how they try to foster a team culture. These are things which all teams are having to learn about at the moment. So I think it's very good to ask about those and see how they do that. And I think you also want to learn about how they give feedback, because that's a challenge to do it remotely, and also about flexibility. Things happen in family lives and maybe you need some flexibility at some point. So I think it's good to ask about that. It's also good to ask about opportunities for growth. Have they got a training budget to pay for you to go to great conferences such as this one? Will they be giving you time to develop your own projects? At Geekle, we get every other Wednesday for your own projects. It's a great way to develop your own skills, and also it's a big benefit for Geekle because the skills you're developing obviously relate to the job you're doing and the project you're working on. It's also very good to ask, is there a chance of the role growing or promotion? That way you're showing ambition. I think that the company will like that, and it's also good for you to know. And there are a few other questions I put down that I think are useful to ask as well. Something I've noticed is that interview panels are often made of a team, and it's unclear who on the team is the manager you're actually going to work for. So I think it's good to ask about that, because actually maybe they're not there that day and they're still as a team interviewing because they've got the appointment. That's very good. And so I think it's actually quite important to clarify that. And I think the financial situation is really important to ask about. I had a friend a few years ago applied for a job at a private firm, and he couldn't find out about their financial situation because they were private and no published records. 2 days before he started the job, the CEO was sacked because they were making a loss. On the very first morning, in the first induction meeting, the director of finance came in and said, "Don't worry, all your jobs are safe because I can do X, Y, and Z." Well, my friend told me he felt absolutely dreadful. What was he doing there? If he had asked the question at the interview, it could be they could have said, being quite robust, that everything was fine. In which case, then you've got a big question to ask the guy who hired you. But it could also be that they said, well, actually, we've got some uncertainty at the moment. And if you know that, well, in fact, you can make your decision on whether or not to take that job on that basis. I also heard recently of someone within the testing community who had completed their probation period, and a month later was told that due to COVID, the firm no longer had the money to pay her, and she was made redundant. Illustrates how important it is to ask. So I think it's really important to ask about money, finance rather. And diversity, I think, is also important to ask about. I enjoy working in diverse teams. I think diverse teams are far more creative. There's a much better atmosphere. I think this is because we've got these different backgrounds. The last webinar I organised for CEST, we had Lisa Crispin and Janet Gregory on it, and we were talking about this. And they said, they're talking about how we actually all have biases that we're not aware of. And if the team is all a monoculture, well, probably those biases are all going to be fairly similar. But if in fact you've got a variety of people, of men and women, people with different backgrounds, then in fact you've got different biases and you'll be able to look at problems from different points of view. So it can really help the team to be far more successful. So I would ask about the company's support for diversity and what the teams are like. So coming to the end of my presentation now, and as I've covered a number of areas in which you may want to ask questions. I've assumed that you've been told about money and you've been told about the job. I've really been asking about the company and how you're going to work as a tester. I'd really like to know if you've got other questions that you think we should ask. And I'd like to say thank you very much. And I think I can hand you back to Kate now. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. So it was an amazing presentation. And if I decide to change my company one day, I will definitely return to it.
Thank you.
So now it's time to switch to our Q&A session. So let me bring other presenters to the stage. Just give me 1 second. So I see Jess joined us. Good morning, Jess.
It's Hi, good morning, good afternoon.
Right.
I just don't see Paul with us. So hopefully he will able to join us back in just a few minutes, but I believe we can start. So I had a couple of questions in the chat, some of them like general for everybody, some of them more personal. So let's probably start with the last one I saw here. Just give me a second. I will show up it on the screen so it's easier to follow.
Okay.
Yeah, so the question is from Jeffrey. So how can we make developers make time to give our inquiries on fixes, as they usually say it's not a bug, but a feature?
Okay.
So please share your insight on that.
All right. So Jess, would you like to start with that, or shall I dive in?
I can start. So I am actually an engineering manager now, and this is something that I think, depending on the team structure that you're dealing with, you know, if you go to an individual developer and you're like, oh, no, bug, feature, then figuring out sort of who next to speak with, if the developer is actually just unwilling to hear, figuring out, okay, well, who is interested in this, in getting this delivered. So if there's a product owner or a scrum master or other people who have an interest in knowing about this bug that you found and maybe can provide some context, can help you to A, understand what it is that you've found in a bigger context, and B, communicate to the developer sort of why it is in fact a bug or a problem, as opposed to a feature. So this is something that I've found to be helpful even when I was a tester, is really getting context, having conversations with other people, and then using that to understand the business importance of what it is that I've found.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's really very good. I think I'd have to continue on with the idea that the business importance, I think, is the big issue. I think that if you can say, I found this issue, when you fix it, and the developer says no, well, because it's not sure how important it is. It's if you can find out whether or not a customer has reported a similar bug, you can search in Jira or whatever system you're using. Maybe you find someone has reported something similar. You can maybe talk to customer support. They're often very interested in these issues and can be very helpful as well. And they can give you that sort of context. If you sit there and say, oh, customer X reported the same thing 6 months ago, bug becomes much more important. If customer support said, we've had customers talking to us about that, I'm about to raise a bug, well, obviously it's much more important. So I think these things are good things to do, to get that sort of understanding of being able to express how it is a business importance, because you've got that support from the bug system or customer support. And like you say, talking to the product owner can be really very useful as well, or the Scrum Master. But they'll also be interested in the business importance as well, the business context. So I would say do some exploration and then have a chat back with the people concerned.
Yeah, guys, it makes total sense. I do agree with your points. And actually, the looking for support tickets is really good option. By the way, we have another question by the same guy. So Jeffrey is really like attentive listener today. So this question was just at the very beginning of our discussions today, but I remember it as it's really a good one. So how can we judge the level of passing a test if there are differences of acceptance between a product owner, developer, and tester? Well, I guess that's a really good question about the team's collaboration and how the process is set up. So what you can share from your personal experience, how to deal with such situations if they happen?
All right. Do you want to start again, Jess?
I think in my experience, I've used the sort of, some people call it the Three Amigos meeting still, or the sort of the meeting where the tester, the product owner, and the lead developer, the developer owner get together. And I think that without that understanding, without developing a shared understanding of shared expectations about what the acceptance criteria are or are not, and then subsequently what you care about with regard to risk and quality, what you're willing to let go of first if you are indeed in a time crunch. If you're not establishing those kinds of guidelines for yourself, then you will always run into people at the end saying, "Oh, no, this passed and that failed, but that's fine. It's not important," because you haven't set a shared pre-established expectations. So in my experience, both on the testing side of things and on the engineering manager side of things, really establishing these expectations and also having discussions around sort of risk, even a very basic risk matrix that you can use. So that way that you can, as a tester, communicate to the product owner and to the developer and say, look, here are the risks that I see. What are the risks that you also see? And then from those risks, if I run out of time, which I will, because there's never enough given, no matter what system you use, you could always test more. So if I'm out of time, if I'm under pressure, which of these are you willing to let go of? So I know what to prioritize and what to let go of. So that way that everybody is on the same page. And so that way that, you know, however long later, 2 weeks later, when you come back to the testing, if the developer says, oh, well, this isn't important that this test passed. Well, actually, we discussed the risks in the beginning, and this is one of the key risks we identified. So it's critically important that this test passed. So establishing those shared expectations and routines at the very beginning of your cycle can really help to alleviate some of those discussions and disagreements at the end.
Yeah. So yeah. Paul, do you want to dive in, or shall I dive in?
I'm sorry I was late joining. I followed the wrong link. I was in a different conference completely. Anyway, sorry, apologies. If I understand the question, I mean, it's a question of strategy, isn't it? of if you have three stakeholders, a product owner, a developer, and a tester, and testers can be, developers are often their own stakeholders when they test. Testers are not stakeholders. I'm going to assume the tester is the person creating tests, running tests. But when you look at your stakeholders, they have different challenges and they have different goals. So users obviously want stuff to do business with, business owners want to make profits, developers want to make sure that they're in the clear, that things that they are concerned about are addressed. But it's all about what goals you want to have demonstrations of, that you can say we've met this goal in part at least, or there are risks of concern, of modes of failure that that terrify people, that make people think they're going to lose their jobs. That kind of level of terror. And so early in your project, you need to understand what the goals and risks of concern are to your stakeholders and formulate your strategy on the basis of that. So some tests can be universal, and everybody would say that's a jolly good test and thank you very much, and that's helpful. But often developers are more focused on more technology related tests, lower level stuff. Users, again, might be focused on detail, but they're often looking at how does it work for me. Business owners are probably more concerned about the overall picture. And so they may not have specific tests in mind, but you need to communicate as the tester who is running these tests, maybe, what the interpretation of these tests could be, what it means to them, whether their goals are going to be met or supported, and whether the things they're afraid of are more or less likely to happen. So I'm guessing it's a question of strategy. So there you go. That's me.
That's good. Yeah.
Mike, would you have something to add here?
Yeah, I think it is strategic from what Paul's saying, because here in the question, you've got three different parts of the development team with different understandings of quality. And I think that actually you want to get a common understanding of quality. So I would suggest that actually having a definition of done can be really very useful. We don't know what sort of test it is, but say, definition of done maybe says that CI has to pass on feature branches, for instance. I think that also a thing that I worked with a really successful team where the developer, the whole team sat down and agreed the acceptance criteria for each piece of work. So that was all agreed in advance. And I liked it as a tester because it meant that instead of actually finding bugs, we were preventing them, because the developer knew what tests had to pass before they started work. So I think that there's an involvement in planning of the whole team, and I think a definition of done can actually be really very useful there. So that's what I would suggest.
Yeah, I completely agree with all that you said. Even in my personal experience, like understanding who is doing what, understanding responsibilities, and definition of done for all the team members is really important, and help us to prevent all these discussions at the end of the sprint when 10 stories are just hanging and cannot be accepted because we just not agreed on something ahead. We have one more interesting question from Jason. In your opinion, who is the best suited to write test cases, the tester or the developer of the feature? I would also bring here probably a product owner or business analyst who was designing the requirements for this one, to make it even more tricky to answer. Would you like to start, Mike?
Good. So I think one of the things that hits me about that is test cases. What are we doing with test cases? I'm assuming, therefore, that these are more like acceptance criteria for the test. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Yeah, so yeah, because what I would like to do is actually write acceptance criteria jointly with the developer. And actually, therefore, you'd work together, and you've both got different perspectives on the piece of work, and you can draw on that and actually work on acceptance criteria together. If what the question actually means, without the involvement of writing in the card, the work has been done, and how are you going to test it? What test cases are you going to write then? Then I would I'd be concerned really, because I think that actually writing test cases is time consuming. You're doing the work after the testing, after the development work has been done, and you'd be far better, say, writing the acceptance criteria together. If you are in the situation where you haven't been involved in writing the acceptance criteria, it still happens, and that the work arrives on your desk to do, then what I would suggest is that the tester and developer collaborate in defining some strategies for exploratory testing, so that they can learn and explore the functionality, rather than spending time writing lots of test cases. Because what does it mean? I've written 20 test cases, developers written 20 test cases, they all pass. Is it ready to go? It's far better to sit there and say, we've explored the product, we've learned what we can, and this is what we found. And that is a far better position to be in, I think. Paul and Jess, I'd be very interested to hear what you have to say in response to this. Yeah,
Gotta go first.
Let us go first, I guess.
For me, okay. I would, in the best tradition of consultants, you change the question rather than give the answer. So I would read the question as, who's best suited to design the test cases? I don't care whether you write them down or not. Okay, that's a piece of logistics which you may or may not find useful. Okay, but in terms of design, it's like, I want the best tester. I don't care who does it. I want the best tester, and by that I mean I want a model, a test model that is ideally independent of the model that the developer is using, so that a tester will typically have a different perspective, a different point of view, different experience, whatever, and come up with tests that are beyond the imagination of the developer, perhaps. That's an aggressive way of putting it. On the other hand, a good developer can switch off their development kind of thinking and act like a good tester. The best developers are good testers as well. And so I don't mind if they're good developers, they should be able to test their own code. The risk with the developer is that they use the same mental model to build the code as test the code. And that isn't independent anymore. So you want a different perspective, a different, I would say a different model, than the developers use to build the code, to test it. And then you'll find more bugs. That's just the natural outcome of that. That's kind of my perspective on it. So there you go.
Jess, would you like to add something here?
I agree on all counts, and I would posit the idea that a lot of times as testers will think about test cases as that which happens once the development is done, and good developers have already developed a battery of test cases. Hopefully, if they're using TDD, they've done that before they've even done the development work. So I think that to sort of change, I like the change of the question to the test design, as a tester digging into the test design and saying, okay, what has the developer already done for this feature? What are the unit and integration tests and other types of tests already doing? And what can I do to enhance the quality? And also, how much of this, for me, always risk and business. That's the reason that software is being written. Somebody is buying it and people don't want it to fail. So thinking of risk and thinking of the business impact of the test design tends to be something that is helpful in figuring out sort of what strategy to use. But yeah, in terms of do you write it down or not, or who writes it down, I'm with everybody else and saying this matters less.
Cool, thank you. I just give me a second to find a question. We had one for Paul, and it sounds really like tricky one. I'd like to mention it. Hope, Paul, you are ready to meet the challenge. Yeah, here we are. So the question is from Ashish. So how to improve test model which rely heavily on data? Creating models based on every data set is just a very time-consuming thing. So do you have any recommendations here?
Well, let me answer the second question first. The answer is yes. It is time-consuming, hard work. It's tricky. I mean, if you're dealing with, it's just coincidence. Actually working on a migration of an online community from one place to another. I won't give you any detail, but so I'm actually messing around with data all the time right now, because I'm a developer at heart. I mean, I test, but I'm, So the answer is yes, because it's the data in an existing system, let's say, if you're in a migration job, represents the complete spectrum of all data that's ever been used and entered correctly, let's say, into the system. What it doesn't cover typically is the data that didn't make it into the system. And so all your negative testing, your input validation kind of stuff and verification of data is not reflected in data in your production systems. But anyway, I mean, there are lots of ways of thinking about this. If you look at the individual items of data in your system, every item of data has variations that may be significant and affect the behavior of the software, at which point you're thinking, it's going to make the software take a different path and I should test it. So column by column, in all your tables of data that are relevant, you could think of it as there's a whole set of equivalence petitions I need to worry about. And that's probably a lot of tests straight away. Beyond that, you might say, well, look, we need to look at boundary values to look at exceptional data that is invalid, that doesn't make it into the system or not. And so those are some extra tests. And obviously, by looking at boundaries, that increases the number of tests of the valid data as well. Fine, that's a lot. And the thing is, that's a lot of work. I don't know if I can do that. Well, you've not even started yet, because you haven't even thought about combinations and permutations of these values in your database. And you cannot tackle the problem of testing without having some kind of model that simplifies what you do. Now, that model might be a spreadsheet, which you've got some macros in, which can juggle data about and come up with combinations for you. But at the end of the day, systems, only very simple systems can be tested without you resorting to tools, I would say. And when you're talking about data and data being at the heart of a system, and that's the real problem, the fundamental problem is managing the data. You're going to be making a lot of use of SQL or Microsoft Access to get into the database, to query it, to use Excel, to build macros. You're going to do all sorts of things to give you insights as to what the data, how all the data hangs around. Yes, it's time consuming. Yes, you need tools, and that's kind of how to improve the test model. Well, the traditional, what people call test design techniques, are all based on models. So equivalence petitioning is based on a model of the data such that different categories of data are treated different ways. That's a model. The same with boundary values. Boundary value analysis is a modeling technique. State transition, decision tables, these are all techniques based on models. We tend not to teach modeling. We tend to teach the mechanism for taking a model from someone else. We don't teach people how to create their own models, and that's a problem in our industry. That people are very reliant on the hand cranking part of test design, which is the easy bit. The difficult bit is creating the model in the first place, because requirements they don't come with ready built models that you can just pick data items off. So look more carefully into the test design techniques and the models that underpin them, and just take a closer look at what modeling actually is. I mean, there's lots of information out there now.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you so much. Mike, Jess, would you like to add something here?
Yeah, well, we had a problem at Geekle. Not a problem. We had a new feature coming out about 18 months ago, and so it was about testing a lot of different types of data. And one of my colleagues, the tester, was really excellent programmer, John, and he used fuzzing and actually created huge amounts of random data which found bugs. It was really great in development. We didn't work very well for regression because it's not really a regression tool, but actually in terms of testing every data set, well, actually, you can't do it. In fact, there are too many. But in fact, we found an awful lot of issues, and we found that functionality has gone live in production and it works, and we haven't had issues with customers. So in terms of using fuzzing as part of development was really very useful. I think that other people I know would use AI and ML techniques. I haven't been involved in doing that, but actually those are things that people can explore. But yeah, fuzzing is something that I would recommend.
Thank you.
I'd also, property testing can be really useful. I missed pieces of the answer because my internet fell away. But I think that property testing libraries and designing property tests can be a useful way of modeling data in a unit and integration test situation. So another tool to consider.
Cool. I see we have a question which is kind of close to the test model stuff. So let's cover this one. It came from Tajay, I guess. So what do you think about the importance of pure dummy clicking testing next to carefully written and prepared test cases and scenarios? So is it worth spending time on all this writing, or it's better just to go and find those bugs?
Okay.
I've got a flippant answer, but it's not really flippant, I suppose. I mean, I'm sure you've heard the story of if you have enough chimpanzees and enough time, they will write a Shakespeare play, right? But you need a lot of chimpanzees and you need a lot of time. And it's exactly the same with testing. I would back a professional tester against a chimpanzee any day. And that's the question that's being asked. Now, don't get me wrong, there is value in random testing. But at the end of the day, if you're testing, it has its place. So if you're testing something which looks at numeric values in ranges, and there's an infinite number of values you could pick. So in theory, after an infinite number of random tests, you still haven't covered the two boundaries. I would back the tester to pick the two boundaries very quickly, as they random, unless you program it to do what testers do, which isn't pure dummy clicking, whatever. I would always back the tester in that.
Right. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Shall I come in there?
Yeah.
Because what I would say is I wouldn't use the other technique, actually. I wouldn't use dummy clicking or carefully written prepared test cases or scenarios, because again, if you've written 20 test cases and they all pass, what does it tell you? I would sort of seek to develop your professional skills so that you can do the things that Paul has described. Look at the models, learn about exploratory testing. And I'm thinking this is a free junior stream on the conference. So I'm hoping there's lots of people just starting in testing or thinking about going into testing. I would read Elizabeth Hendrickson's book, Explore It, because that will give you techniques that you can use to resolve the issues you've got there, and they will enable you to develop professional skills as a tester, which people will want to hire you for. And because they want to hire you because they enable you to solve these sorts of problems in a way that can keep managers happy and keep customers happy. So yeah, I would say look at developing yourself, lean into the community, read that book, and develop the skills so that you can solve these problems.
Do agree with you.
Yeah, thank you.
I see a question which is those kind of questions when people ask what is better, iPhones or Android devices. Like, what is better, manual testing or test optimization? I'm pretty sure there's no definite answer, but just want to add a little bit of fun to our discussions, to all the serious stuff we're talking about.
Okay.
Go on, I'll do it. No one else is going to
say it. I was going to say, we're both sitting there saying, you do it, or shall I do it?
It's with all respect to Grace, it's the wrong question.
Let's try to
again. I'm not being. What I mean by that is, I don't think you test with your hands and your feet. You test with your brain, and all testing is about what's going on up here. Now, you might be able to articulate some tests in a tool, so that they can run it. But at the end of the day, a human has thought that through first, okay, or in principle. Even if you're doing random testing has to be very carefully configured too. So I think the real question is it better to have people doing testing, or is it tools that do testing better? Well, what tools can do are implement tests that a human has thought of. So it's not a question of better, it's that I don't think much automation, I mean, there are exceptions. You could write code to generate tests that are then run by a tool, of course. But let's not get into that exception. In terms of hands-on testing, I would trust, again, a human to do a better job than a tool, even if it was doing random checking and doing 100 times as many tests. The thing is, the tool can't exist and can't do its job without a human intervention in the first place. And that's what I meant, when I was talking about my model, is like the tool does 10, sorry, not 10%, it does 1 of 10 activities. And the other 9 thinking activities right now are almost certainly going to be done by a human. So I don't think you can't replace, the real question is, can tools replace people? And the answer's in a very small percentage, maybe. But you still need humans to do the thinking before the tool does its job. So to me, the question is a real question. Are tools better than people? No. You can't replace one with the other very easily. It's not very likely you'll succeed.
I guess it was the best answer we can get to this question, to be honest, as it always like a tricky question, which may result in many hours long discussion. So I'm pretty sure that everybody will be happy with the answer. I can't imagine even better. So guys, sorry, Jess and Mike, we have to stop right now as it's time for us to ramp up and pass the word to the next moderator and presenters and to switch to the next block. I want to express my appreciation of the time spent with us today. It was really good presentations. It was a really amazing start of this conference. So thanks for your time. Thanks for your experience shared with us and all these emotions you brought us today. So I wish you the very best day. Keep watching us. I'm pretty sure you will also can find something interesting for you, even though we have such a long careers in quality assurance. So thanks a lot and see you next time.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
So it's time to move on. And before we do this, I just want to have a quick announcement. We're excited to announce that our next big event, Python for ML and AI Global Summit, will just happen in 2 days from now. The topics and speakers are simply fire, believe me. So join us to get powerful insights on latest trends in one of the most innovative niches in IT. The world is being obsessed with artificial intelligence and machine learning for some time already. And there is a significant reason for that, by the way. The volume of information we gather every day is just overwhelming. And analyzing and properly using the data can make our lives better and easier. But can we tell, are we up to date for it? So do we use our Python knowledge for ML and AI to the full? To supercharge your ML and AI expertise, join us for this event with an amazing discount. Only for 2 days for our QA community, we offer a special fresh price for this event. So the price for the ML and AI Global Summit drops to $99, but the number of tickets is just limited to 20. So don't miss your chance to get the best price. Also, stay tuned for more flash prices announcements for the React, Angular, Vue.js, and cybersecurity summits. So my moderation block is coming to the end, and as much as I would like to stay here with you and listen to the next speakers, it's time for me to go. So my colleague, Lavalish, will walk you through the AI block in just about 5 minutes or even less. So stay tuned and see you next time. Bye, guys.
Hello, everyone. So I am Lavlish. I'm streaming live from Mauritius, and I'm very happy to be here. So I'll start with introducing myself first. So I've been in the software testing industry for the last 11 years. My field of specialization is automation testing and performance testing. I'm currently working as a lead automation test engineer at Ikera Indian Ocean. In parallel, I'm also the founder and the current president of MS2QB, which is the local chapter for IS2QB in Mauritius. So for the next 2 hours or so, I will be your moderator and your host for 3 interesting talks centered around artificial intelligence. AI is quite a buzzword, and it's a hot topic in the world of IT. And I'm sure that these talks will bring some great insight on the topic to us. So I would advise you and to feel free actually to ask your question on the platform, and we'll discuss them right after the talk. So without further delay, I'm happy to announce our first speaker, Mr. Olivier Dinou. Olivier Dinou is not a new name in the software testing industry, software quality industry. He is the Vice President of PS Testware SAS, which is the French subsidiary of PS Testware Group. In this role, he develops business, he recruits local experts, builds sustainable partnership, and promotes software testing. For the last 2 years, Olivier has been the president of IS2QB. He's also the president of CFTL, Comité Français du Test de Logiciel, which is the French board for IS2QB. Olivier is a well-renowned public speaker. For the last 20 years, he has been delivering conferences in so many countries that I won't list. It will take the whole time to list all the countries. But I would like to mention that he did one in Mauritius as well a year back. So he's also actively involved in development of new certification schemes like IQBBA for business analyst and IREP for requirement engineering. So it is with great pleasure that I welcome a great friend of mine, Olivier, for his interesting talk on AI. Olivier?
Hello, Lavlish. Yes, I'm here. I'm super
Hello,
happy
Olivier.
to see you, my friend. Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. So, yeah, shall I share my screen now and start the talk?
Sure.
I guess
Sure,
we're
I'll leave the stage
running
to
a
you.
bit late. Yeah, that's
Yes,
fine.
we are running a bit late. Okay, great.
So let's share screen. Sharing screen. Okay, which screen am I sharing now? This one. Wonderful. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm just not looking at front of you because I have multiple screens. Do you see my screens now? I'm just going to mask this. Okay. So it's a great pleasure. Thank you for inviting me. As Lovelace just explained, I'm quite of a busy man. I quickly get bored, so I have loads of activities here and there. Today we are going to speak about artificial intelligence, but not from the technical angle. I'm not the technical kind of guy with regards to artificial intelligence, actually. But artificial intelligence is something that is very widespread today and very talked about today. It's kind of a buzzword. And well, I think it is important to consider artificial intelligence from a different perspective, which is the ethical perspective. So let's come to this straight away. Okay, so ethics. What is ethics, first of all? Ethics is the study of what is morally right or wrong. It's kind of a set of beliefs about what is morally right and wrong. And basically, this is very depending on everyone. I would say that there are many definitions of ethics, and it varies a lot from place to place, and it varies a lot from culture to culture, actually. And these are moral principles that governs a person's behavior or the conducting of an activity. And it's not about religion. There might be some guidance in religion about ethics, but it's wider than this, actually. Why is it important? Well, first of all, I must say that ethics and testing, that's nothing new, actually. Testers have always been confronted to ethical problems. First of all, think about your daily activities, and most of us are dealing with test data sets, whatever it means, test data sets. And when these data sets are not anonymized, which was definitely the case a couple of years back, and probably is still the case in many companies today, we are mainly confronted to sensitive and personal information, especially if now we're talking about the GDPR, for instance, in Europe, about all these kind of sensitive personal information that shouldn't be spread outside EU and these sort of things. It has a special shade of importance at a time. But when I'm talking about sensitive or personal information, this is real customer data. It might be credit cards information, but it might just be an address. It might just be a phone number. And well, if your ex-girlfriend, let's say, is a customer of the project that you're testing with, basically you have all her personal data. Maybe she doesn't want to share that with you anymore. These kind of things, There's another dimension to ethics on test projects. For instance, you have people testers who are working with military kind of devices or programs, or security devices or programs, face recognition for the police, for instance, these kind of things. Okay, and yeah, it might look absolutely perfect if it's done for good, but it might also be dangerous, because it might be that you don't want to be mingled with these kind of activities. And last but not least, you have this whole part of business which is called ethical hackers, who are just penetrating the system and trying to hack the system for improving their security all in all. And again, this is dealing with things that are just on the verge or on the limit of what is considered to be ethical or not. So we often had in the past these questions to think about ourselves. Do we want to be involved in such sort of project? Do we want to see those data, and what do we do if we see them, basically? And by the way, failure is something that is not new either. And basically, when we're talking about AI, it has a different tune, I would say, but basically this comes to the same. In traditional software, when a piece of software is failing, the traditional answer is, it works on my machine. And the traditional tester answer is, oh, do you plan to sell your machine to the customer then? When it comes to AI, it's just a question of version. It's just a question of technology. It's just a question of time. Remember, for instance, the Tesla stories about these cars systems failing to recognize the flank of a big truck. And just confusing this with the albedo, the skyline, basically, because it was a hot day and this was kind of a desertic area or something. And yeah, what has been told, well, the so-called driver, who was actually not driving but fully relying on the system, was killed. And basically, the first answer was, okay, this is just one out of I don't know how million kilometers we drove already with these kind of systems. So this is just small statistical evidence. Okay, so good for the guy. And basically, that's because the car was not equipped with the latest version of the LiDAR or whatever kind of device that was needed. And okay, I can buy the story, I can buy the statistic evidence, and especially in these COVID pandemic, statistics are more and more important at the time, and more driving the economy and our lives as well. But basically speaking, it's just an excuse for something who completely failed. What I would say is that we are fascinated by technology, and especially in our kind of businesses. Hollywood is there, and the AI fascination is there. That's the kind of legends that computers know all. And well, I suppose you guys, that's what I miss a little bit in these conferences, though they are absolutely wonderful because it keeps the activity running. I don't see people smiling or laughing when I say that computers know all. Well, I guess that if you're a tester or a developer, well, you better know that computers don't know anything at all but what it has been programmed for, actually. But it's still more and more part of our everyday life. This is the Hello Google, Siri, Cortana, Alexa, all these kind of helpers, all these kind of agents that are there to help us do well about anything, like finding a good restaurant or an address or something. Think about the GPS. Think about all these kind of programs that are helping us in our everyday life. And yeah, Hollywood is just spreading this kind of stuff a way forward. Like, this R2D2 robot in Star Wars is just helping the heroes to win the final battle and so on and so forth. Of course, we have the dark side as well, like Hell 9000 or Ava or Terminator and so on and so forth. We have all these kind of bad images of computers, and this is making us thinking back of ethics actually. Okay. This message of technology is wonderful, science is wonderful, and progress is wonderful, and yes, it is, or they are. But basically, if you ask a couple of human beings if they would like to have to work with robots, 53% are very optimistic and exciting about having robot coworkers. Okay, that's all fine. What is a little bit less fine to me is that 64% would trust a robot more than their manager. Well, it tells something about management styles, does it? And 36% think that robots are better than managers at providing unbiased information. So basically, it tells a lot as well. And yeah, security concerns prevent them from using AI at work. Okay, so security seems to be the biggest concern, but basically the way the information is spread and the biases in the way we spread the information seems to be the biggest advantage of having AI, which is a little bit strange to me because robots don't have emotions, and that's probably why people do believe that they are unbiased. AI, by the way, is already penetrating many aspects of our everyday life. So basically, if you require for a credit, basically your case and your bank account and your situation would probably be analyzed by some sort of computer program who will give you a scoring. And based upon the scoring, you will get your credit or not. This is valid for insurance. This is also now more and more spread within HR systems. So you get sometimes first interviews by a robot. Ain't it fabulous? Medicine, you have cancer tumors that are now detected by artificial intelligence, scanning your any time of pictures of your body or X-rays or whatever. It is heavily involved in supply chain industries, logistics, whatever. So AI is now a big part, and it's spreading smaller and smaller, step by step, is spreading into our everyday life. Sometimes it is real AI, sometimes it is just kind of semi-clever programs, but basically, it's marching on, it's starting. Some couple of definitions because I have limited time here. I'll go through quite quickly. So artificial intelligence is a program that can sense, reason, and adapt. Okay, if we go a little bit deeper, we have machine learning. So this is a program or an algorithm whose performance improves as they are exposed to more data over time. And this is absolutely key, ladies and gentlemen. This is about data. Data is the key here because this is what the intelligence of these artificial intelligences is made for or made of. And deep learning is one step further, which is the subset of a machine learning in which you have multi-layered neuronal networks, to say technically speaking, that learn from vast amount of data. And this will be considered a little bit later in my presentation, this notion of vast amount of data. And what I would like you to think of in this during this presentation and surely after is that part of artificial intelligence that is called unsupervised machine learning. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you for a second to think back in time when you were still a student, when you were still having teachers or professors, and can you remember a good professor of yours? And usually when I ask this question in a real audience, when I can see your face, I see a lot of people nodding, and I think that everyone can remember a good professor, someone who helped you grow, someone who pushed you and make you become someone better. Okay, we all did, and we all recognize that we need, at a certain moment in time, we need loads of supervision. We cannot be at the place we are today, whatever that place is, without having been taught and without having been coached and pushed and supervised by someone like this good professor that we all had in mind. Now, when we talk about AI has not a lot of supervision, and it nurtures from data. And the result from this data and from the learning through algorithms is to produce statistics. So basically, this is a degree of confidence. This is a degree of occurrence of a certain event based upon the data that were fed into the system. There are things where AI will always be superior to human being, basically. And well, one of the big examples is the Big Blue supercomputer that was built in order to beat champions chess players. And at a certain moment in time, that's back in the 90s, Kasparov, who was the world champion, was beaten for the first time by this supercluster computer, or clustered supercomputer, depending on the way you put it. And this was a strange victory for the machine, because basically Kasparov had a good chance to win, and he just let go because the computer did a special move, something that was totally unpredictable and something that was totally how to say, illogical from a worldwide chess player. Nobody would have made that. Actually, it was probably a mistake because the computer was overflown with information and couldn't really make the next move well thought. And Kasparov was thinking from the beginning that the computer was in fact a team of professional chess players playing against him, and he was thinking it was a cheat, and then he just let go, and he was beaten by the computer. That's just an anecdote because, basically speaking, chess player or the game of chess is just basically something that is very probabilistic. That is just statistical game. So that's very easy for a computer who calculates much faster than we do to beat human beings. So even if Big Blue won by chance, let's say, or by mistake, this was just a question of time. And today nobody would like to play against a computer because computer would beat us in any case. The problem is the problem of data, and basically we remember a couple of slides back. I was telling you about machine learning getting information from big data, loads of data, and we tend to believe. And this was a question from the previous session. How can we improve a little bit the models or the data models when we're testing against these? Basically, we tend to believe that because we have a large quantity of data, they are representative enough and they are not biased, which is sometimes a big problem. Are the big data that we currently have, are they really representative? Are they really exhaustively representing the world? Are they biases, and are they ethical data? Basically, just let me show you just a small example. A couple of times ago, I was running a similar conference in China, and one of the things that I asked these guys, there were about 600 people in the room, and I asked them, are they CEOs here in the room? And as a sign of times, you had a couple of Chinese guys there in the room. I'm a CEO of the company. And I said, guys, I'm so sorry, but I think you're cheating me. I think you're lying, actually, with all your respect, because I just ran a small Google image query recently, and this is what I got when I type CEO. And what do you see there, actually? What do you see there is that there's hardly any women, and there's hardly any colored people. So basically, CEOs in the world are all white men. Okay, that's what I got a couple of times ago. That page changed a little bit. So this is just the ranking from Google Image when you just type CEO in the Google search engine. Okay, it's of course heavily biased in my humble opinion. And when you type dealer, this is what you get. Okay, so basically, guys, if you're looking like black color skin, whether it is North Africa or Africa at all, guys, you have a high chance to be a dealer. this is the kind of thing that if you put as a learning data to unsupervised algorithm, can come to very, very terrible biases. Okay. You might say, okay, this is just Google, and we know that Google might be biased from time to time and these kind of things. Okay. But in the US, they pushed the limit a little bit further. And a couple of years ago, actually, you had two people who committed an offense. You had Vernon Prater. He's a white guy. He's there on the left of the screen. And Vernon has committed a small robbery. And well, basically, okay, he was caught, and he was waiting for the judgment. And the other one, Brisha, that black lady, is just a teenager with, let's say, not really big offenses, but let's say that she had a difficult past, actually, and yeah, she did minor offenses here and there, but no such thing as a robbery or these kind of things. Brisha has stolen a bike in front of a house. It was left there unattended. She stole the bike, and then she decided that it was definitely a bad idea. So she went back to the home to bring it back, but the police was there, and yeah, she was arrested. And basically, based upon a questionnaire that was counting 137 questions, where none of them was even asking about their gender or, yeah, I hate the word race or ethnical origin or whatever. This questionnaire is fed into an AI system and brings a scoring. And the scoring is the probability that they commit a subsequent offense in a short period of time. And guess what? Vernon got a low risk with a scoring of 3, and Brisha got a high risk as a scoring of 8. So Vernon has to pay the fee and was released, and Brisha has to go to jail. So her future is a bit destroyed. The problem is that, basically speaking, the AI algorithm was completely wrong, because Werner has made a subsequent offer, which is a grand theft with armed robbery. And up till now, Brisha hasn't done anything else but these juvenile misbehaviors. So one of the problem of this algorithm, and it's been shown in a couple of examples later and in a couple of cases later, was that based upon the way you answer the questions, your ethnicity or your social context is inferred. And basically speaking, it was used to qualify you in a different way, whether you are on one side or the other side. This is something that has been, put in the news a couple of times, but still the system is running. And you might guess that we learn from our errors. But basically, they plan now to put another system like this in Estonia, which is in the center of Europe, actually. Okay, maybe not for these kind of major offenses, but this is a start. And I bet that if the system works fine, it might go a bit further. Okay, what happens to an AI when it's left totally unattended? Well, Microsoft, if you heard about that story, Microsoft learned that very quickly. They built some tweet chat box. So that little AI was there to interact with Twitter and just have some kind of conversation with the people who were just using the service. I was supposed to learn and try to get some insight about the Twitter sphere, whatever it means. And unfortunately, a couple of people, well, I would qualify them, bad humor guy or trolls or whatever, depending on how you put this, just learned about it and guessed that it was an AI. And they tried to feed Ty with as many kind of bad comments they could. And after a couple of hours, Ty became, from that little gentle AI who was just there to start a conversation with you, became some kind of racist monster, hating women, hating everything. 2 minutes left. No, I'm just having not even 20 minutes, guys. So I'm supposed to have 30 minutes, so I cannot do that in 2 minutes. I'm so sorry. Okay, so I will have to rush, unfortunately. So we have cognitive biases, guys. Cognitive biases are of different kinds. Confirmation biases, attention biases, self-satisfaction, knowledge, or others. And these kind of biases are influencing the way that we see the world and the way that we analyze the data that we are fed in. And if we feed our artificial intelligence with these kind of cognitive biases, because we program them, or we just put data that are already biased some sort of way, because their origin is not fully controlled, or their origin does not reflect the whole world or the whole reality or the whole set of cultures, then of course we create biased AIs. And the bad news about that is that the remedy is sometimes worse than the disease. So if we try to correct the bias, we risk to introduce the next sort of bias. So we definitely need to change the data model. This is Sophia. So Sophia is a wonderful robot for hands-on robotics, and she sold.
And watching too many Hollywood movies. Don't worry. If you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you.
Yeah, she sold a wonderful picture some couple of days ago in an auction for $700,000. So people are ready to pay $700,000 for Sophia painting something that was already painted by somebody else. Okay, Sophia is wonderful. She got all the honors in this society. But when she went to one of the big late show in the US, she was asked, "Do you want to destroy the world?" And Sophia, who is a robot that is designed to make a conversation, a little bit like Ty, but in real life, just said, "Well, destroy the world. Okay, that's good. That's a good idea. Why not?" So the programmers promised to change a little bit and tune a little bit the data. And then she was asked the question again a couple of months later. And what she answered was that, "No, I don't want to destroy the world anymore. If you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you. I'm a nice robot, you know. If you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you. I haven't got a clue what does it mean to be nice to something like Sophia, because she's just a robot. So shall we feed her with oil or I don't know what?" Another issue, guys, is that our society evolves and ethics as well. So if we come back to the past, Kant or Aristotle say the intention prevails. So whatever you do, if your intention is good or bad, you are good or bad. It is ethical or not. Now, this society evolved. And now we have people like Bentham or Singer who are thinking in a different way about ethics, which is maximize happiness. And maximize happiness means that consequence prevails. And this is totally different. So whether your intention is good or bad, it is just the result that counts and makes you a good or a bad man. Okay. I will try to rush a little bit here. We have discrimination, and we're in a society where discrimination is something that is very important and very, how to say that, very visible, basically. And we don't want this to happen anymore. This is the Black Lives Matter, this is the Me Too worlds and these kind of movements that are, of course, highly appreciated today, of course, for good. And we say we don't want this anymore. We want no discrimination anymore. But think about this. I told you that in insurance companies, for instance, AI are evaluating your situation, personal situation, past records, and so on and so forth. And do you realize that depending on where you live, depending on your age and which car you drive, your car insurance will cost you more or less? Do you realize that's based on risk, as simple as that? Depending on your body mass, depending on your family history, your life insurance will cost you more or less. Do we call this normal, or is it already discrimination? We have a special case here, which is Timnit Gebru. And Timnit Gebru is somebody, or was somebody, working for Google. And she was heavily advocating about these kind of hidden biases within IA. And she's been recently fined by Google because she was publishing an article where she said that having too much data, so the big data, having more and more data, is basically something that is not worth having, because we can do exactly the same or have exactly the same result with a more well thought, smaller set of data. And if we have this, and if we think about biases and these kind of things, we can definitely spare a lot for the planet. And this is talking about green IT or global warming and these kind of things, because we tend to believe, or we tend to forget, sorry, that one mail is just sending something, and we don't see the amount of carbon dioxide that we just produce by sending a mail to a friend, and especially if we have some attachment, it goes bigger and bigger. But all these servers, all the fact that we run through the internet is consuming a lot of energy here and there to cool the server storage systems and so on and so forth. So basically, we're contributing as ideas to the global warming, and this is where Timnit Gebru and Google were totally in a position, and for some reason they decided to fire her. I will not enter these details. Okay, so I will try to speed again. Artificial intelligence is something that is absolutely wonderful, but basically speaking, artificial intelligence is not what we put in. The way we program the algorithm, the way we feed the algorithm with data, the way the algorithm are fine-tuned to meet certain expectations. So basically, guys, if you believe that developers are making mistakes, and testers do as well, by the way, if you believe that we're doing mistakes there, why would the AI be suddenly, kind of golden and mighty and not doing mistakes at all? Okay, I'll skip that one because otherwise it will take too much. There are things that AI do better than us, like basically being fast in calculation, being able to cope with a big load of data, classify, order, or make decisions. We are doing loads of stuff much better than AI, which is basically dealing with requirements, defining our needs, dealing with ambiguity, absurdity, disruption, or being creative. I don't believe that AI will ever be creative. That's empathy, and that's basically ethical decision. Okay, humanity is something that is very, very hard to modelize, and ethics as well. We don't understand, and AI will never understand these kind of behaviors. Okay, let's skip that one. The tester here has a responsibility, and we must add all our value to make sure that the AI systems that we are building are basically able to meet our expectation and be ethical and make the world better, as this is one of the main goals of having technology to help us in doing many things. And that's about differentiating and all of these. Guys, this is it. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much for listening to me. Sorry I was late, but the stuff started late as well, so I cannot cut my presentation in half. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Olivier. It was a very interesting presentation, and apologies again for starting a bit late. So it's time to move to our next speaker, who is Matthias Sachs. So Matthias works as an agile engineering coach at RBI. He's actually a trained software developer focused on automation testing in the DevOps environment since 3 years. And he organizes the RBI test automation community of practice. So Matthias, welcome, you're on stage. So hello. So I'll let you get started. We are running a bit late, a few minutes late. So you can start by sharing your screen. Yeah.
Great. I share the screen, so I guess you can see it right now. Good.
Yes.
Hello also from my side, and thank you for the kind introduction. And thank you for having me here at the QA Global Summit 21. My topic is self-healing tests. Yeah, and self-healing tests is a buzzword. Yeah, like artificial intelligence, as we heard also before, machine learning, and also test automation. And these buzzwords are kind of present nowadays in every IT company. And that's what I focus on today. And I'm an engineer, as you also heard. And as an engineer, I tried to search for the Holy Grail. Yeah, and most probably you know a great movie, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. So the path to the Holy Grail, yeah, that's kind of tough and tricky, and it's difficult to get there. And even if you're there, yeah, and you see the Holy Grail or the Holy Grails, and they look such pretty, it doesn't mean that they are the right one or that they help you. Yeah? And if self-healing tests is the Holy Grail for test automation, or just a lot of noise about nothing, this question I will answer or clarify today, and I will show you what I achieved. But first, let me very briefly introduce myself. You heard it already. I'm Matthias Sachs. I'm from Vienna, so from Austria, yeah, living in Vienna. I work at RBI, so Raiffeisen Bank International, so a company with an IT company with a banking license. There as an agile engineering coach, so mostly focused on test automation. As already mentioned, I'm also there the organizer for the community of practice for test automation. So it's a strong internal community where we foster test automation topics. And I like to share what we achieve and what our experience is on conferences, and also in IT magazines. Also for this topic, I wrote an article in the SQ magazine. If you want to get in contact with me, please use this contact data. So I'm on LinkedIn, Twitter, but also via mail if you want to do so. Good. So let's come to the topic. I will tell you today the motivation. Yeah, what was the driver? Why I went for this topic? What were the key points? Yeah. Then I will tell you some numbers which I found on the market during my research, and then it comes to the problem, to the solution, and then kind of to my solution, to the product, not mine, but what I used. And I mean, the solution was already spoiled by the title, but anyhow. And probably we have some Q&As part, or we have then anyhow our dedicated Q&A session. What was the driver? What was the huge motivation why I went for the topic? First, I want to make one statement. Test automation is software development. Hopefully this is clear here in our community or on this conference. If not, we can definitely have a great discussion in the Q&A section. So it is software development, yeah. So this means it needs to be sustainable. Test automation is not a one-time action; it is a habit. Yeah, it needs to be reflected. It needs to be the same attention than business-related code. Yeah, so it is software development, and maintenance is kind of expensive. Yeah, and there has a high effort. And I wanted to decrease this maintenance effort. Yeah, I wanted to spend less time, or to have it kind of a little bit optimized, this maintenance. And the second reason was, this was even a bigger driver for me, the root cause analyzing. If I get back my test summary from the execution, so my test automation report more or less from the pipeline, from the stages, and I have to do the root cause analysis because some tests failed, and I always get kind of the same groups, yeah, or they're kind of groups of errors, and this one group, and you know, digging then into the source code, this is kind of very time consuming, and you have to analyze all log files, and at some point in time it even becomes also annoying and frustrating, especially if you have to do the same stuff again and again. Yeah. And anyhow, I'm a guy who really goes for automation, so I want to automate things. So I want to decrease the time effort, and I want to make the root cause analyzing a little bit easier. And I asked myself, there has to be a solution outside there. So I more or less started Googling around and started to searching for solutions. And I found some numbers. And also these numbers I want to share, that I show you also that it looks like I was on the right track, or I'm on the right track. The numbers you see right now, they are from ones from Gartner, I guess the company you know, and from a company called Telerik. It's a IT company where they did the research for test automation maintenance, yeah, and they also published some numbers. And yeah, so the first number, it's 73.5% of all failing tests are caused of bad locators or a bad locator strategy. Yeah, that's really a huge number. I mean, that's crazy, and that's one of the numbers they published. The second two numbers, they are more related to automating things or to automation, but we are talking here of test automation. And this one is 40% of all teams will use some AI augmented scripts, yeah, to achieve greater agility and scalability. Yeah, this is so 40%. Here we talk about 2023, so about the next years. Yeah, and the next number is even higher. And here you see the huge demand which is ongoing is 90%. And here we talk about 2025, so in 4 years, not far away. All enterprise IT companies will have a job role called automation architect or automation engineer. And to have a reference number today, the number is 20%. So you see on this automation area and also on the test automation on these locators, there is a high demand. Gartner itself went even further. They invented a new term, and it's called hyperautomation. And if I would explain hyperautomation as it's kind of the orchestration for the automation. So it needs it is an effective combination of a complementary set of tools, yeah, to at the end to scale your automation, yeah, with tactical and also strategic goals. I also did a Google trend research on the term hyperautomation just to see the trend. And as you see, there were some peaks in the past. Don't ask me about those. And in the last month, there you see there is a demand ongoing. Yeah? People start Googling the term hyperautomation. So I saw these numbers, the first one and also this from Gartner. And I saw, okay, there is something and which could solve my problem. So what is this problem? And look at this picture. Look how old I look here. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, of course not. It's not me. Yeah, but most probably I look like this. Yeah, if I again see in the log files that no such element exception. Yeah, and exactly this is the problem. The no such element exception. What is it? It's really a common exception in the GUI testing. Yeah, for example, if you use Selenium, you want to locate an element in the DOM or on the website, and it cannot find it. Yeah, this could be reasons, of course, latency, or it's not present, not visible, but also just the locator changed. Yeah, so it cannot find it because the locator is a new one. And how this can happen? I mean, there are many reasons, because your application can change more or less anytime. I mean, anytime after each release, and CSS classes could change. Yeah. Or someone could implement new naming convention because you have now new employees in your team, and they use just different names for the locators, and they start also changing existing ones. And I mean, most probably, if you work in a mature team, let's call it like this, yeah, where the developers and the testers and or others participants of the team, yeah, business analysts and so on, are working closer together. Of course, you can align on things and predict most of it, yeah, but it's not always like this. And also think just about if you have an external software, yeah, or external components of your application, some plugins, Facebook like buttons or payment providers and so on, yeah, then you have to use their locators anyhow. Yeah, and you have it not on your control, and you want to solve it. You want to have a solution for that. At least I wanted to have it. The solution, more or less, I spoiled. Yeah, it is self-healing tests. But what is it? What do I mean with self-healing tests here in these regards? And with self-healing tests, it is the automation for the test automation. Yeah? So it is a process which runs with your application, and it stores additional information about your application. Yeah, so about the system and the test, more or less. So if you execute a test automation, it will a process will run with it, and it will store additional locators or elements like the ID, the name, the XPath, whatever, the CSS classes and so on, and stores it in the background. Yeah? So there is a tool ongoing, and the database and so on, or however it's solved, and it will store the data. And in most of the times, there is kind of a machine learning in place. This means also how more often it runs, the more data it will produce. the better it will learn about the system, and the better it will, the healing algorithm will work. Yeah, but because if your test automation cannot find an element, yeah, it will try to heal it. It will try to generate a new locator, which will be then provided from this tool or framework, and it will be used then. So this is self-healing test briefly explained. Yeah, and this is what I got in the research, and this sounds great. And I was like, okay, there have to be tools, yeah, because I want to use it. And I found tools, of course. I found there are several commercial tools, like from Marble, from TestIM, or so present this new engine and so on. But I wanted to go for open source solution. As a developer by heart, I really like open source stuff. Yeah, the fact I like coding and so on. And I found one, and it's called Helenium. And it's quite easy. You can find it on GitHub if you want to check it out. As I mentioned, it is open source. So go there and you can check source code, actual. But what is it? Sorry, but what is Helenium? Helenium is, as I mentioned, it is open source. It is based on Java and based on Selenium. Yeah, this is also kind of requirements if you want to use it. And it is a real-time engine. What does this mean? It runs with your test automation execution, with your test automation framework you're using right now. Yeah. So you don't have to install any external binaries or Excel files or whatever on the system on the test or somewhere. No, it is inside your test automation and runs with it. So it's in real time. It stores there the additional information in the backend. I will explain it afterwards how this looks like. And it has this machine learning algorithm. Don't ask me how it works in details. I have not checked their source code. But at the end, it will deliver you or suggest you healed locators, which you can use or not. And this is based on data. Yeah? So it's also important here. The more often you run a test automation, the better it is, the better quality you have of the data. For IntelliJ, they provide a plugin, which is kind of convenient as a developer or test automation engineer, whoever who is touching the code. You can get the healed results or more or less the healed locators. And with that, you can change your code. So you don't have to copy paste stuff or something like this. How it looks exactly, you will see also later on the slide. And it has an easy integration. Yeah, as I mentioned, it runs with a test automation, and it's really great integrated, in my opinion. Here you see a code snippet. Yeah. So if you use the find by or the by locator, and I guess those are the most common used, you can use Selenium out of the box because the integration itself is done on a higher level. It's done on the Chrome driver, or I mean, I use a Chrome driver. It's done on the web driver. So you create your web driver, and then on this web driver, you can create the self-healing driver, which is more or less the web driver with an add-on with the Helenium. And afterwards, you use everything the same. Yeah. So your driver, you just use the driver as you used before the web driver. Of course, additionally, you need a kind of helenium.properties file where the server, port, credentials, and so on, and some more information is stored, that it can interact with the backend. I talk about backend and client and so on, and let me explain how Helenium looks in the architecture perspective. So what are the components of Helenium? That you really understand how it's working, that you can use it easier. First, everything starts with test automation code. If you don't have one, yeah, please start with test automation. It's very important. So everything starts with test automation code. This you have to extend with your Helenium jar. Yeah, so you just add a new dependency in your Gradle script or Maven, and then you have your Helenium jar integrated in the test automation code. There you have, as I mentioned, a configuration file where you have to configure the backend. And the backend is a RESTful web service called Helenium. As I mentioned, it's on GitHub, and they provide a Docker file, which is very nice. So you can start it quite easier in a Docker container. And this web service is interacting or storing all data in a Postgres database. They provide also here Docker file, so very easy to start up. And for the people who likes it really easy, as I like it, they also provide a Docker compose file. So you just have to run the Docker compose file. It spins up both Docker instances. The credentials are cared about, so they can interact with each other. So you have everything here in place. Two things are missing, which are optional. On one side, it's the IntelliJ plugin, IntelliJ IDEA plugin, which you can download from the plugin manager from IntelliJ, which will interact with the REST web service and also with the test automation code, of course, because with that you change it, and you can use it for easier maintain your code. And on the other side, what is missing is the reporting, because the Selenium backend needs to know when a new test execution gets triggered if you want to use the reporting. So there is a Grail and Maven plugin, which is kind of initializing the report, that it knows, okay, now as a new test execution started, and all healings will be related to that one. And you get afterwards a report, which I will show you also in some minutes. So this is from an architecture perspective, I guess not difficult. Everything is more or less provided with Docker or from the standard way. So very easy to use it, to set it up, and to include it in your test automation code. Next, I want to show you how it really works. And I prepared here kind of a nice example with the slides. And for that, I use here DigiBank. Again, it's open source. It's a very simple banking solution. You have a login and you can make some transactions and so on. If you want, there is also the link. You can also try it out if you want to do so. I have not invented it. I'm just a user. Good. So let's play a normal software development lifecycle, more or less. Yeah. So we have our DigiBank running. That's our application, and it's a web front end, and we have it deployed. And now our test execution, our test automation framework, here's a code snippet, and it's integrated with the Selenium jar. And we have our Selenium backend also somewhere, which is reachable from the test automation framework. Good. Okay, we run our regression test, for example, and we have here the find by locator. And also, so you see here HTML snippet where you can see very briefly, but just focus on the most important. So it's the ID, it's password, and we have to find by locator with the password, so everything works. So our test execution runs. It tries to find that element. It finds the element. It communicates this status with the Selenium jar, and it forwards the event more or less to the Selenium backend, and there everything gets stored. So it's important to know that your test automation has to run also successful before that it knows that it gets data. So you can see here in the IntelliJ IDEA, I executed it. So more or less your test automation, your test case is successful. Great, everything awesome. Yeah. Good, but now we get a new release. And somewhere in the release notes, maybe not practical, but they invented new naming conventions. They added the HTML type to the input or to the ID. So now password becomes password input. Nice. You can see it also in the snippet. It changed. There is the postfix input added. Okay. Of course, the release package gets built, gets deployed, and executed the test automation automatically. So it tries to find the element, and I guess you expect what happens. Bam! No such element exception. Yeah, again. Okay, but that's a showcase because this is now happening under the hood. Yeah, of course you can see it in the log files, but there is the element not found. Yeah, this status gets to your test automation framework as always, but it gets forwarded now to the Selenium jar. Yeah, so it's kind of a hook. It takes it and communicates that status to the Selenium backend. There is now the machine learning, or however you want to call it, in place, so it will generate, based on what it knows, new locators. Yeah, so kind of a list of locators. There is some weight on it, or rating, or score, however you want to call it. It goes back to the Selenium jar. It goes back to the test automation framework, and it tries to re-find that element. Yeah, so it finds the new element, And unfortunately, it found it. Yeah? So your test case is again green. So there's no such element exception, what I just pointed out right before. You don't see that because it's green. But in the log or in the text output, you can see there was an element with the ID password, and it tried to heal it. And then you can see an output here, and it's here as the showcase. It uses a healed locator, and you can also see here score 79 something something. Don't ask me about this value. And it used, this is very interesting, the CSS selector with the by on the input input ID password input. Yeah. So again, it used the ID. What does this mean? So it doesn't only take the historical data, it also takes the data which was produced right now from the current run, because we changed the ID. And of course, if the ID is again present, ID is unique. Yeah. So it has a very high value. But it knew that this new ID is now the same as the old one. It just changed, yeah, because of some other locators or other data it has in their backend. So that's very interesting to know and very nice. So that's from the workflow. Hopefully, I was able to explain it very understandable. Again, two things are missing. One is the reporting and one is the IntelliJ IDEA plugin, how it looks like, and I also want to show you that. After test execution, you get a report, and it looks like this. So Selenium offers you a report, own reporting, and this is reachable via HTTP. So own URL with the Selenium report, and then a hash number, which is more or less your test automation execution. And it provides you then this report. Yeah, it's grouped with on the pages and functions. And uncollapse that one. You can see here there was a failed locator with the password with the ID, yeah, and a healed locator with the password input now. So you can see here what was going on. You have also a picture there. So what was the locator, what got healed, and you have the possibility to flag it as success or failed. I don't know it in details, but I guess this is used for the machine learning, that it knows was it healed, yeah, or was it maybe a forward healed, yeah, not healed, but yeah, some failure, that you can tell the machine more or less if it was doing right or wrong. I have to say, up to now, I have non-failed healing, but yeah, that's up to now. Maybe also a recommendation from my side, because I mean, it's nice to get this Selenium report, yeah. But you see here, you can fetch the data from HTTP, so you can integrate it easy in your current reporting. And I guess you have currently kind of green ones, yeah. So your success or your right test cases, and then the error ones, the red ones, yeah. Where currently also the element not found exception is there, so because the test execution failed. And I would go for a third one, kind of an orange status, which are the healed tests, yeah, because you should focus on them. Yeah? You can use them as a group of healed ones, and then you change your test automation code, yeah, because with the healed locators. But for now, they were healed, yeah. I would make it transparent as a recommendation, but you can also use the Selenium report as they provided. Good, and the IntelliJ IDEA plugin. How does this look like? I guess most of the test automation engineers or developers know the GUI of IDEA. So you have here your locators. So this is the code snippet is defined by. You can do there a right click and you get the additional item in the context menu. It's called healing results. So you click on that one, then it provides you a list of the possible healed locators. And you have here the password input with the score, and also another one, which is going through name and so on. Yeah. So this is how it looks like. If you click it, it will just replace your current locator. So it's much easier than to maintain the code as to copy and paste from a log file or something like this. Good. that was now from execution until to the results, an example. Let me summarize. What is self-healing? Self-healing itself is the automation for the test automation. Self-healing saves definitely time in maintenance to the automated test scripts. It is a key to build sustainable test automation. Test automation, self-healing, solves the no such element exception. It solves it. It makes it easier for you. You have it kind of solved and grouped, and you can care about it afterwards. It will help you in the maintenance. It will decrease the time you need for it. And self-healing with open source means Selenium. And if you ask me now, is self-healing tests now the holy grail for test automation? I would say, I don't know if it's the holy grail, but it's definitely worth to try it. It helps, it works, it's very easy to integrate and try it out. With Selenium, there are no costs. We did already several POCs with some teams. It's really easy to set it up and gain your first experiences. So I don't know if it's a holy grail. For that, I have too less experience because it's quite fresh, everything here. But it's definitely worth to try it out. I'm in the end of my presentation. If you have time right now for questions, you can definitely ask me. Hopefully, I was able to bring you the topic a little bit closer. And if not, we can also discuss, and I will care about the questions in our dedicated Q&A session.
Yes. So we do have some questions, but we'll have it after the last talk. We have a dedicated session for the questions. But definitely, Matthias, that was a great presentation because I'm also in automation, and Selenium is something that I was looking into. It's quite new, and no such object exception is something that we all struggle with on Selenium. So I think now it's time for me as well to put some practice onto it. Yeah, so your presentation did help me. All right, great. Cool. Thank you, Matthias. So I will catch up with you just after the last talk. So we'll have a session of Q&A. It's time for me to introduce our viewers to our last speaker for this block. So it's time for me to introduce you to Jennifer Bunine. So she's the CEO of AI App Store and was the first female AI platform tech CEO. She is a gifted speaker, entrepreneur, and philanthropist. She addresses the AI industry internationally and nationally as well. She has held multiple executive positions, including Oracle and Target, and is the founding member of the United States bid for Minnesota World Expo 2027. So Jennifer is a member of $1 Million Women, member and mentor for Teamwork, and a council member of Dream Tank. Recently named one of the top 30 leaders to watch in 2020 by Silicon Review, and won the Wake Maker Award in 2020. Jennifer is also developing a series of books to educate children about the power of AI and machine learning. So Jennifer, welcome to the platform. You can hear me well?
Okay, great. I can hear you well. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you well. So I will leave you to the stage for your presentation, and we'll catch up just right after your talk for some Q&A.
Perfect. I'm going to share my screen. Just let me know if you guys can see it. So we will share. Make sure we can see the slides. Can you see those? Can you guys see what I'm sharing? Hopefully.
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. Wonderful. Well, welcome everyone. Thank you for being here with me. As he mentioned, I'm with the AI App Store, and we created a platform called Red Rex. And today we're going to talk about where we're going in terms of getting started in the AI space and intelligent automation. So we started an organization focused on humanized AI solutions. When we talk about artificial intelligence and machine learning, a lot of people wonder what that means for them as individuals in their current roles and their jobs. So myself and two co-founders are on our second AI company that we have built around how you focus on the role of humans versus AI and ML in terms of where it takes us in the world. So we'll discuss that. We'll talk about what AI really is. I want to get some definitions just to make sure we're all on the same page about what we're talking about when we're talking about artificial intelligence and machine learning. We'll discuss some of the problems I think it can help us solve every day in the work that we're doing around testing. And then as you want to get started, what are some of those approaches to start getting invested in this space as it's becoming more and more prevalent in the world? And then what skills are actually needed? So I think what's important here that we look at is as we move beyond just intelligent automation into machine learning and AI being leveraged and utilized in our everyday lives, what does that do for us and what are those skills that we'll need to be able to leverage? So what is AI? So AI, as you define it, is intelligence that's demonstrated by machines, in contrast to the natural intelligence that's displayed by humans. So a lot of times you'll hear people leverage the term AI and ML, and what we're really talking about is AI. When we're speaking about AI, what they're really saying is anything that's demonstrating artificial intelligence that isn't from humans, and we're leveraging it in some capacity. We'll talk about different types of AI and the ones that are more broadly used today, and then when we think these other types of AI are coming. When we talk about artificial intelligence, the one that's used today that we have very prevalent in our world is different than what we call AI superintelligence and AI general intelligence. So we'll explain those terms just so you guys have them as well. Then we talk about machine learning. So when we think of machine learning, what that really is just a field of computer science that uses statistics and techniques to give computer systems the ability to, as we call it, quote, learn or be trained with data without explicitly being programmed. So a lot of you may be in the space of traditional automation. And when you're doing automation, when we think about how we build, it's a one-for-one relationship. You're coding something, and that code then does something. What you code is what it then does. When you think about machine learning, we give it statistical techniques and algorithms, you'll hear that interchangeably, algorithms that are able to train machines to recognize patterns. So the power in machine learning and AI is it's not a one-to-one. You have the capability to train where it is able to recognize those patterns across different scenarios to be able to give you what the projected output would be. So instead of just saying, I'm going to program this, we're able to say, I'm going to feed in these data sets or this information through these algorithms, and then I'm going to be able to see pattern analysis that comes out that isn't exactly what we trained it, but it can sometimes have additional functionality and capability besides that one-to-one relationship. So if we think of it in a picture, because I think visuals help us a lot, if we think of this in terms of a picture, what we see is AI is the larger portion of what we have. So artificial intelligence is the all-encompassing field of that intelligence not displayed by humans. And then our algorithms, or the different types of machine learning and patterns and ways we're learning and training, are the smaller subset inside of our AI bucket that we have. Now, when you drill in, besides AI, we have machine learning, and then inside that we have deep learning. So you'll hear these terms used often in this space. And again, just want to make sure we understand how they all fit together in the sense that AI is the more broader, bigger category. Machine learning is those algorithms. And then we move into our deep learning patterns, which are embedded inside that machine learning. Now, here's where it gets interesting, and this is where we start to see the differentials of what's actually being used today versus what the potential and the capability is. So if you think of ANI, or artificial narrow intelligence, this is what we see most prevalent today. This is what's being utilized. So if any of you have smart devices in your home, like Siri or Cortana, or any of those, that's an example of artificial narrow intelligence. Things like that, those assistants that we're using. These are things that are dedicated to assisting us on specific tasks. So when we're asking it for information, a lot of us have smartphones. Those are using narrow intelligence when we're utilizing those devices. Siri, Google, Alexa, lots of those using narrow artificial intelligence. Now, what we see typically today in movies or in some of the things that we're seeing on television, where it's not just a specific task that we're talking about, where it's doing more than that. So really what you're moving into when we start to talk about artificial general intelligence is taking knowledge from one area or domain and transferring it to another domain. So I'll give you an example of narrow, and then I'll transfer it to how that would become general. So an example of narrow intelligence, if you looked at it, was if anyone has seen Deep Blue. So Deep Blue can play and learn to play a single game that it's trained to do. When we move to general, what would need to happen is Deep Blue would need to transfer the knowledge by just being given game-based rules, the ability to play a completely different game. So transferring that functional knowledge from one domain to another and being able to achieve that. That's just one example. Now, DARPA and the DARPA challenge, what it would mean for that is the ability to transfer the knowledge of how to self-drive into different types of vehicles than what it's been trained on before. So functionally shifting the knowledge from a narrow skill set or function to a generalized skill set and function, and being able to successfully independently transfer those skills. And this is where we start to talk about AI being able to do more of the things that we see as traditional human characteristics that we as people are able to do and perform. When we talk about this general AI, when you ask scientists, researchers, and other folks, AGI as an intelligence in transferring those learnings from one environment to another, using common sense, being able to work collaboratively with other machines and human stakeholders and really achieve or attain what we call consciousness. They're saying, when scientists were surveyed just recently, that around 50% of scientists believe that this would happen before 2060. So this AGI becoming more prevalent in our world will happen sometime before 2060, just to give you a time frame. Now, again, remember, narrow AI is being used today in many of the things and devices that we leverage. But we have this AGI that's coming that's much more powerful that we're seeing in the next, call it 30 to 40 years in forms. It's already here. We're trying to utilize it, but it's not as prevalent as what we see in our narrow AI. Then when we move beyond that, you'll start to hear this term, which is artificial superintelligence. So that's moving even beyond that generalized intelligence and that consciousness to the next level. So these are kind of the stages that you'll see AI emerge. And when we talk about tasks like testing or functions like checking and validating, narrow AI has the capability to do those checking and validation techniques right now in tandem with other techniques that we use today. It can't do it completely by itself yet. It needs the aid of humans to be able to help. When we'll start to see that shift is as we move from just narrow into more broad AGI that'll be coming. And you see some of the characteristics below this as well that you can talk about, where narrow is more reactive. It's giving us pattern data after we've seen something, limited memory. And then as we move into that AGI, you're seeing theory of the mind, and then super intelligence becoming self-aware, where the AI is actually self-aware. So why are we talking about this more than we have in the past? We actually have had AI around for a long time. That narrow AI has been researched and studied for many, many years. So if we look back, this actually emerged in the 1980s. So we're talking now, when I just mentioned that generalized AI being very prevalent, they're saying by 2060, which is just a little less than 40 years from now, where we're using it broadly. That was 40 years ago that we started talking about narrow AI in the 1980s and 90s. But what was happening back then was it was limited to large-scale universities. We weren't having it as prevalent, and it wasn't being used in everyday products that all of us had access to. So we weren't talking about it as much. So what's changed in the last 40 years, and then we'll see this another major leap coming here, but what's really changed is the access to compute. We now have access to more compute. So we have the capability, we've all seen this, our devices and computers and ability to process data and information has gotten onto smaller and smaller devices with less expensive compute, less expensive chips. We're now able to manufacture the technology that we need in much broader sense. More people have access to it, and it's a lot less expensive. Because it's a lot less expensive, you now, instead of just large-scale universities and major corporations, have AI and algorithms and machine learning being leveraged by even startups. So you have a lot smaller companies now that have access to this compute. They can now build algorithms successfully that are able to train and learn on pattern data sets, which means we're getting different approaches to better ways to do this. We've got more open source capabilities that have been developed in this space, and we have access to more neural networks. So that just means we have more data, more information. We're able to use it on more data sets, and it gets smarter over time. So we heard this probably before as a phrase that software is eating the world. When you think today about what you utilize every day, the devices that you're having access to, what you're doing every day in terms of technology, many of us have more than one device that we're carrying around and utilizing in our day-to-day lives. So many of you may have a tablet, you may have a computer, you may have a laptop, you may have a smartwatch, we may have other IoT and connected devices in our homes. We're all using these devices every day, and those devices run on software. But what's starting to happen is that all those devices have embedded algorithms that we're actually utilizing as well. And so what they're saying and predicting is that software may eat the world, but AI will come back and eat software as we mature into this space. And the reason I tell you this is because a lot of people say AI is not ready, I'm not looking at it yet, it doesn't provide the value I need. But what I would tell all of you is that if you haven't seen it, there's a movie called Coded Bias. And Coded Bias came out in the latest set of film festivals. And a lot of this happened during the pandemic. So many of us didn't get out to these film festivals to see some of the new films that were being developed and put out. So I would say if you go out and search Coded Bias, it is available. I had seen it just last week. They had it free for download now. But what it talks about is the concept and idea that imagine these AI algorithms are being utilized, as I mentioned, to do small tasks today. We know that they're using these types of algorithms and machine learning to predict who should get hired. So when companies are looking at applications and resumes, they're using AI to predict and pattern which individuals would fit best in their environments. If those algorithms aren't accurate or have, as we know, all do, conscious or unconscious bias, built in how those algorithms are utilized and leveraged in companies, it can result in things that where certain individuals aren't getting hired for opportunities or jobs. It is the same algorithms a lot of banks and financial institutions are starting to utilize to determine your ability to receive loans or credit and having the ability to get that credit at a reasonable interest rate. It's also being utilized to determine who should get approved for home loans and the access to home loan lines of credit, many other things in our lives. So the key here is, in this movie, Coded Bias, it talks about something called the Algorithm Justice League, which would be ways to regulate these algorithms I just mentioned to ensure that there's some standard that they must meet in terms of their level of bias that's built in to how the algorithms are making decisions. This is where all of us come in. When you talk about AI and ML, there's a huge component of needing to test and validate how these algorithms are working in our world. So we need people that deeply understand these algorithms, how they operate, and then how to verify or check their validity for the types of bias that is built in, depending on who trained these algorithms. I do also believe that it solves some problems that we have. Now, this was a survey that was done, and when we look at technologies that are going to be impactful, that they think are game changers, the two that come to the top, which is actually a very good thing because they go hand in hand, is AI machine learning along with data analytics. So the things that you're going to see very prevalent in organizations and companies, when you start to leverage AI, data science and data analytics and predictive analytics goes hand in hand. It's going to be able to have the opportunity to predict patterns and what the expected result would be. Those things go together, and you'll see teams adding not only experts in ML and AI, but also in analyzing the data that it produces. When you have access to all of this ML and this data to crunch large patterns of data sets, you need to be able to analyze that data to make sure that you are getting what you need in terms of predictive metrics and reactive metrics that you're utilizing. Where we see AI being helpful today is a couple of different areas from the perspective of what we would do in the space of testing. So the basic classification types I break AI validation and verification into is text. So being able to take, just very similar to any of us who've ever utilized a compare tool to be able to compare one set of text to another set, has the capability to go over mass amounts of data and do text compare. So comparing for actual text to say, does this match what I expected? The other thing it can compare is images. This is one we've traditionally had a hard time with traditional automation, is around image compare and image verification and validation. So what we can do now with AI when we're checking or verifying is, say you have a website or a mobile app that has an image, and that image may be a rotating image where not all the time is it the exact same picture, but you want to validate the picture is there and that the picture has certain characteristics. I'll give you an example. You may have a website that has an image of a character. Let's call it one of our favorite theme parks, has an image that may rotate. That image, when you pull it up, may be Minnie Mouse. It could end up changing to Goofy or to Mickey. But what you can validate is that that image is there, that it has certain characteristics, it's of a certain size, it's a certain width on the screen, and that it has certain other characteristics that you would embed in to how you're training that AI to look at that page or that mobile app and validate that it's there. It is able to do that. Traditionally, that would have been hard for us to do with coding because we don't know exactly what to expect. The other thing that AI can do is not only that the image is there, even if it's a different image than exactly what we expected and it's a different picture, is detect that it may not be in the center of the screen. The image may pop around. So instead of being in the center, it may be in the bottom left or the top right. It moves around. so you can have that more dynamic checking. And then you take that to things like video. Now, instead of just being able to say that the video plays, you can check things like, do I have janky frames? Is there any frame dropping? Is there, you know, when you're looking at a video game, for example, if there's supposed to be a solid object, does the foot go through the object, or is the object solid and the person's foot in the game doesn't penetrate or go through that? So checking for things like that. And then lastly, the space that's going to be the most prevalent as we see it coming up now with a lot of the smart devices we have is audio verification, where we're actually checking that we have the capability to have the audio match what we intended as the expected result when the question is asked, that the outcome matches what we thought. So these are just 4 different ways I look at inputs in terms of the AI. Now for us in software testing or looking at software as well, is we have a fundamental problem. Very few of us have the capability to get through all of our tasks that we need to get through in the amount of time that we have allocated. Technology over the years has gotten more and more complex, which means we have less and less time to be able to check for all the complexity that's been built in. Features have gotten more complex. We run on more devices, more operating systems. We have a lot more built into these that we now need to verify and check. Besides running on different form factors, so now instead of working widescreen, traditional screens, tablets, smartphones, we now have watches and other IoT devices that we need to plug that software into, that we need to validate as well. So what this really helps us with is making sure that we're utilizing the smartest strategy to solve the problem in front of us. So what I tell people as you're looking at, do I start implementing machine learning and AI into my testing, is first look at what problem you're trying to solve and where your bottlenecks are to know which type of intelligent automation or AI needs to be leveraged. That's where you're going to be able to say, does this really help me right now? And will this increase my coverage and my capability to understand if the software and the technology is working correctly? So some of the things it can help with, where I have actually today seen AI assist, is scale. So the ability to crank through mass volumes and amounts of data that we as humans can't get to. We just can't process that large volume in the same way that machines can. They've done a lot of studies on this. You'll hear different articles and information around the idea that the AI more accurately predicts diagnosis than some doctors are able to do. Now, why that is, when you think about a doctor even, they are able to see so many patients a day. Let's just call it 4 or 5 patients a day. You think about how many days in their life they're seeing patients, and you extrapolate that out, that's the number of situations they've seen in the real world. Now, when you think about AI, we can feed it the information that is the equivalent of hundreds of doctors worth of data, have it process, analyze that large volume of data, and then come up with patterns across those large data sets, which is why it allows that scale. So the idea here being not that the AI is right now, more able than the humans to be able to get the nuances, but what it can do is go across larger patterns of information and data, get to a proposed or set of proposed outcomes more quickly. So it can say it's probably X, Y, or Z as the diagnosis. And then when we narrow that down to 3 options, a doctor is now able to say with their humanized intelligence, their ability to reason and use contextualized intelligence and relevance to that data, what the outcome probably is. So you start to see where us as humans can leverage AI to help us scale our capability to cover a vaster amount of information in a shorter amount of time. So it gives us a lot of that insight, very similar to right now, what we're looking at with how much quicker we were able to get to different optionalities for vaccine related to the current pandemic. A lot of that was due to some of the sophisticated technology around machine learning algorithms and AI going across the data sets we had, around the patterning and behavior of the virus in different places, all of the information we were storing globally, and then coming to different optionalities of what were the top 2 or 3 options that scientists could then take through to trials and then get out into vaccines that would then be put across the population. So those are the types of things that you'll start to see with AI, being able to scale the ability to make decisions quicker, which leads to speed, which leads to some of these other things. It also can do a lot of production alerting. It can monitor 24/7. Unlike us as humans, AI doesn't have to sleep. It keeps cranking through data. So while we're sleeping and needing to get our rest as human beings, AI can keep cranking and learning. So it has the capability to learn 24/7 and that continual patterning to learn off of decisions and information that it's seeing. The other thing it can help us with is predictive around product decision making. So the idea here being, which way should we go? Is this better or this better? So kind of that A/B trialing and getting us to better decision making based off of data from consumers and pulling that data readily and quickly. So now if we know what problems it could solve, remember I said if we're going to do this, we need to know what we're trying to solve for. And then what are the approaches to leveraging it? So AI augmented development, we can use it in testing and AI. There's things it can do, but one of the big things right now is maximizing our speed out to market and then detecting and isolating weak points. When we start to leverage AI, what it's able to do in a lot of cases, depending on which type you're utilizing and which technologies you're using, is it's able to build us app graphs. And an app graph basically says the AI runs through and graphs all the places that are interdependent in that website or mobile app. When we build those app graphs, what we're able to see is weak points potentially in that app or that website. So you can see that one field, for example, is the hub of where all the data and information flows through. That helps us as the testers or the humans to understand, I really need to validate and check this piece because everything is flowing through or around this component. So think about that. It gives us very quickly, anytime there's a change made, it can detect that change and tell us a risk-based analysis basically to help us leverage of where the weak points could be in that new design or that development that we need to validate and check. It also can do a lot of what I call the heavy lifting around the nitty-gritty tasks of checking basic things for us, and then we just validate what it checked so that we're able to scale our time as humans. So this is one example of the application of AI in a real-world scenario. So the AI on the right, as I mentioned, is making decisions. It's going through and it's grabbing different inputs on the screen. What you'll notice about this, or may not notice, is this mobile app is actually built on a backend that's a gaming system. Traditionally, you wouldn't be able to use traditional automation on this because of the variability. You see in the background even, it's moving and rotating. Very hard for traditional automation to pick up on that, let alone the rotation of the photos, the pictures, the different things you're going to see, because it's not standardized. But AI is able to run through and check and validate this, even though those things are changing. So how do we get started? So if you're going to start with intelligent automation and moving into this AI space and building a strategy around it, what I would tell you is, again, start with the challenge or the issue you're facing. This is not meant to replace completely what you're doing today. What it's meant to do is to augment humans. It's meant to augment automation that you're using, traditional automation, and then you can leverage it as another tool in that toolkit for you in your testing. But it's really based on the challenge and then fitting the AI solution to the challenge you're trying to solve. Then you need to understand your options. There's different solutions, tons of them emerging all the time that we can leverage. But what's really important is that you understand what they're solving and if there's any additional build out you need to do to help them solve that problem. So when you look at the technologies that exist today, it might not be one technology that does all of the pieces you want. You may need to build in 2 or 3 different solutions for your AI component instead of just one. So it may require either that or some build out. The other things you have to look at is build versus buy. Do you want to build it from the ground up with some open source optionality that's out there from some of the big tech companies? Or do you want to use one of the prepackaged solutions that are out there and augment that? Very similar to when we look at, to use open source for your automation, or are you going to go and purchase a tool that then does that for you? Once you know those things, you're able to start building that strategy around your intelligent automation, your AI, and then you're going to have to iterate and try things. It's not going to be perfect, but you want to get started early. Unlike traditional automation, as I mentioned, where it's coding, so once you build in an automation suite, you now have the ability to utilize that automation suite. How AI works is, I mentioned that it's that training or learning. Very similar to how we learn as humans. We start out as, when we're little, not having as much information because we haven't learned as much. When you're a baby and you're young, you don't have as much data and information as you do as you go into your teen and your adult years. Very similar with AI. You have to take it from basically baby AI and not as mature to adulthood, and it takes time to train and learn. So the sooner you get started, the better it is in your journey in the AI space. Oh, there we go. And that was our last slide. So I will stop sharing now. Hopefully that gave you guys some insights into how to start thinking about AI and intelligent automation as you build it in. For those folks out there that are saying, but I need to learn a little bit more and dive deeper, we obviously only have 30 minutes today. But one of the things that you can do that I recommend highly is getting yourself, right now especially, there's a lot of courses on the capability to start using ML and AI and what is it and how do you get started with understanding the deeper different techniques of moving into that space. So one of those is a course through Coursera, if you guys have heard of them. They offer many different courses in the tech space, but I would recommend Coursera. And then one of the things that they have is a course by Andrew Ng. He offers an intro to AI that I would recommend to give you the base level of knowledge. What I would also tell you is some of the skills that we're going to see shift that we're going to need to focus on those. So as we see more AI in our world and the build out, several articles that came out in the last year, and this has been accelerated through the pandemic, the idea of using AI and intelligent automation has accelerated in our world. Just due to us not being able to have the capability to be with each other in person. Various things have accelerated this. We saw it coming, but the pandemic really accelerated it. But I'll just give you some of the skill sets that they're saying are giving you the best job prospects now as we move into 2021 and 2022. The number one skill was some basic knowledge of AI, so understanding how it operates and works and how to train it. Problem solving and critical thinking was number 2. Data analytics was number 3. So as I mentioned, when you see AI, you'll see a lot around data and how do we leverage and utilize data. The other piece of that is problem solving and critical thinking. We need people who can look at this information and data and determine the validity of it. Emotional intelligence, so the ability to put contextualized relevance and intelligence into the thinking that we're doing. And then the last piece was digital and social networking. So the ability to digitally and socially network. So as you can see, a couple of these skills are hard skills, or what I would call tech skills. And then a few of these skills are soft skills. The other articles I've seen have emphasized problem solving, critical thinking, emotional intelligence, and the ability to be adaptable and flexible. So as our world continues to change, as technology continues to iterate, what we'll be using will change fast. They say today that students who start on a 4-year degree, by the time they're 2 years in and then they graduate, what they have leveraged during those 4 years has already been replaced with new technologies now. So what it is the continual learning and the ability to be a continual learner, where you can learn how to adapt and be flexible to the new technologies and strategies coming out, is something that companies are really looking for. When we look across, again, using AI, looking across the jobs that are being posted, what things companies are looking for, it's really that capability to be flexible and adaptable to the new skills out in the marketplace. So I'll leave you with the two things I would research if I were you, would be those courses with Andrew Ng. He has great courses out there on Coursera for Intro to AI and ML. And the other one I would leave you with is Coded Bias. That movie has some really good insights in helping you think through how that narrow AI is being leveraged. And then as that moves into general AI, the impact that we as human beings have in responsibility, I would argue more than ever, the tech that's being built impacts humans more deeply than what we've seen in the past. So what is our responsibility of ethics in technology and as developers of technology in what we're putting out into the world, and the validity and accuracy of these algorithms that are impacting human lives? So I will stop sharing and turn it over to our hosts.
Thank you, Jennifer. It was definitely a very interesting presentation. Make us think about few concerns, actually, a few things that we'll definitely encounter in the future, in the near future. And I agree as well when we say the pandemic actually did accelerate automation and AI with in different systems. Actually, we see it in now embedded in homes, etc. So it's coming a future which we can't actually refuse. Yeah. So thank you again, Jennifer. So I think now we'll have some 10 to 15 minutes actually for a few questions, and there are quite some. So I'll add our speaker to the stage.
Hi
Hello
again,
Olivier. Hi, Matthias.
Hi again.
All right, so let's take some questions. So the first one is about Sofiane. So she made an analogy around Einstein disapproving the use of his scientific achievement for military purposes, and she's asking whether there is a possibility of preventing the application of AI to certain items that with strong ethical issues. So, who would like to jump in first?
Well, okay, I will start first, and then you will build on me, Matthias and Jen, if you like. Well, basically, there's this ethical problem everywhere. Actually, the first time that the man built a knife, it was for good. It was for cutting the meat or using it as a tool. But basically, the knife can also be used to kill somebody. So I think that the whole issue here is not about technology. Whatever technology we put in, and it's more and more sophisticated, and in weaponry as well, basically, because from the chivalry time, we just evolved dramatically in terms of weaponry and sophistication. But basically, that's not about technology. That's about how we use it. And this was exactly my intention when I gave the talk a couple of minutes ago, which is we must think on how we use that technology and make sure that we don't misuse it, and make sure that we're not too enthusiastic in relying to technology and just watch it. And I absolutely liked what Jen was just saying about it's augmenting our capacity, but still the human being is there. And this is exactly what I advocate. I have absolutely nothing against AI. On the contrary, I think it's a wonderful tool, but we need to be monitoring this, and we need to be sure that it's used in a proper way. That's about it.
And I think what's going to happen too, to build on what Oliver said, is, we as human beings can't just wipe our hands of technology and not understand it. We have to become informed and become conscious about what we're building and how we're building it and the responsibility. And that's where I think testers really come in, where we challenge the theories around how it's being built and what's being built and the ways in which we do it. I actually think that just like my prediction, I hope I should say, is that just like doctors have ethical standards, right? So if you become a medical doctor, there's an oath you have to take around your responsibility. If you come upon a car crash of, you can't just say, not my problem, I'm going to let it go. You have a responsibility as a doctor and a human being to act a certain way in that situation. I hope that we start talking more seriously, and I've seen it already, but global and ethical standards around technologists and what our responsibility is when we know we're building something that is ethically compromised or isn't appropriate for general use, and speaking up with that. So I think that's where testers, as we test theories and insights and challenge, we need to continue to do that and not blindly trust that what's built is what we will then should use.
Maybe briefly from my side, yeah, it
is on your side, Matthias?
It is an instrument, yeah, and it's a matter of use. It's up to us. Yeah. Also, the GPS is coming from the military, and more today, everyone using it. Yeah, and also the AI will most probably used for some reasons which we don't want to use it for. But it's up to us. Yeah, up to us engineers. And I guess none of us wants to build something which will do something bad at the end. Yeah, so we have to use it. We have to learn about it. Yeah, I guess we're still not at the end. So AI is still improving, and it will. Maybe most probably look different in 5 years. Maybe in 1 month it will look different, yeah, because it's very, very, very fast changing in the use cases and so on. Yeah, so we are working on the cutting edge. So it's up to us, yeah, in my opinion.
Great. Right. So we can take another one. One interesting question about CAPTCHA. So, is there a way for us to bypass CAPTCHA in automation? So that was a question that actually the purpose of having CAPTCHA in automation is so that you have to prove that you're not a robot. So I'll let you, Matthias, answer this one.
Yes, that's, for example, something about human being. Yeah, so as a developer, I tell you, yes, definitely, you should not do that. That's not something we want to go for. And I guess if you're going with using AI, yeah, it's will become much more easier. Yeah, and I guess in some years we will have use some different algorithms for capture. The just selecting a picture or something. This is not enough anymore. So yeah, there are definitely ways, but we should not do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Olivier, you would like to add something, or Jennifer?
No, not really. I think the answer is perfect. Well, basically, at the time, we can of course improve capture like adversarial techniques and these kind of things to fake a little bit the AI. But you know, it's a race. It's a technology race, and it's yeah, it will be defeated one way or the other. So yes, there are definitely ways to bypass capture. But do we want that? Yeah, only human beings want that.
But maybe just one adding, because if it's related to test automation, yeah, and you want to test your code, but you cannot because of the capture, you can flag that one. Yeah, in your test environment, you can disable the captures and so on. If it's related to that one, yeah, and you need some help, yeah, so that's a recommendation. Don't try to hack the capture.
Right. On test environment, we do have configs that can remove and add. Yeah, definitely, that would be one way forward to test. Yeah. Jennifer, you would like to add something?
No, I'm good. I'm in agreement.
Okay, great. So quite some question about Selenium and the new framework. So yeah, one question: is it possible to integrate Selenium to any framework? I'm asking specifically for TypeScript, JavaScript-based framework. Yeah.
Ashish, that's your chance to contribute to the open source world. Up to now, it's only Java and Selenium and Appium. I googled it 1 minute ago. So none one published some TypeScript or JavaScript implementation of it. But yeah, you could do it, yeah, but up to or not.
Yeah, that's a way of growing the open source community as well. Yeah, so one question from my side: does integrating Selenium in the framework add to the execution time? Does it take more, or does it happen like in a separate thread concurrently, or it happens serially one after the other?
That's actually a good question, and I have to say we invented or we brought Selenium to our company more or less in an innovation day. It's where we focus on new stuff, and we tried it out, and we did some POCs, as I mentioned in the talk. But I have not the kind of enterprise experience now. If it really, I don't know, decrease. If you ask me as a technical guy, I would say yes, definitely it will slow it down, because especially if the Selenium server is far away and the latency brings just delay with it. Yeah, but you should put it closer together so that the network issues are kind of replaced. I have not saw any huge delays, I have to say, but I executed, I guess, I don't know, 50 test cases or something like this, so not much. But this is something I have to gain experience with. Maybe the others can tell something with other tools, or even with Selenium probably. But it was not let's put it in that way. The advantage I got out of it was much more and better than the disadvantages of some delays, or that the execution takes now, I don't know, 30 seconds longer.
And does it work with complex? Right now in my framework, I'm using quite some complex XPath, like ancestors, like siblings, and so on. So in that way, if I plug in Selenium into my framework, there are quite some references in terms of in the DOM tree. So I'm not very sure whether it will actually be able to heal some XPath. Is there a way like just to bypass those limitations?
The limitations, it's not. I mean, XPath is not a limitation. And also, if you write complex XPath, yeah, this is always mostly related to that your software which you're testing for is not developed in the right way. Yeah, so you probably should talk with the developers. Please provide some good locators. Yeah, it's no sense to go to the whole DOM to grab an input field. That's not what it should be. Or probably Selenium can provide you with a better locator. No, just kidding. Yeah, if you use the XPath wrong. Anyway, XPath is not the first choice for locator. You should use the ID. You should use CSS locator. Then at the end, the XPath is just in the matter of speed. But Selenium supports the XPath, so if it can't find the XPath, it will try to use another locator based on their machine learning, based on their information they have. I mean, it has. But I don't know what this information is, if I'm honest. Yeah, I have didn't know SQL queries of the database up to now. Maybe I should.
All right, thanks. So, one question about AI machine learning integrate empathy and high ethical values. Right. So, Jennifer.
Yeah, so what I would say, kind of what we were talking about, is what you see today. There's different types of AI and machine learning, as I mentioned. So what I would say for us today is we're at the point where we need human beings to be able to utilize empathy and ethical values in their integration and working with the AI, and saying, is this the right thing to do? We can do this, but is this correct? So a lot of what happens with machine learning is training, right, on data sets. And those data sets are based on past patterns. So if you train a machine off of a pattern, but you want a new outcome in the future, you have to give it that new outcome. It won't learn that. It's learning based on a pattern, right? So let's say in the past, I'll just give you an example because this is a real one from Google and they learned this. In the past, Google traditionally had hired very similar people in their organization, right? So a lot of the individuals they were hiring looked the same. So if we now implement AI to help us with hiring of who would be successful, if I've only hired a certain group of people and then I train the AI, it's automatically going to hire those same group of people. So I have to use my insight and intuition as a human being to say, maybe that was the pattern before, but today we want a different outcome. So I have to train it around new outcomes that I'm hoping to achieve. So that's where we as humans have to use those. That's why I say a lot of the patterning right now says, as humans, as we leverage more technology, we have to really get good at things like contextualized intelligence and relevance, problem solving, empathy, you know, what is the ethical nature of the decision-making process here? I mean, you saw some of this even during the pandemic in certain countries where there weren't enough ventilators. There wasn't enough things to save everyone. So now if the AI has a pattern, the AI would just automatically spit out, save these 3 people, and these ones, because of whatever, aren't the ones that get the ventilators, those types of things. But I think it comes into play of we as humans have more knowledge around the situation that is generalized and isn't just this particular situation. We have more intelligence we can bring to the table that it's not able to learn yet. Not to say that it won't. A lot of people say that, like I said, that by 2060, we'll be pretty well on our way of AGI and then super intelligence eventually, but we're not there yet, is what I would say. And we have to be careful.
Well, I would add to that. I don't believe. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I go first. Sorry.
Go for it.
I would add to that. Basically, I don't believe that a computer can, in any case, learn to be empathic, because empathic is something that is typical human. And I will just give you an example. Just define the word love. What does it mean to you, love? And everyone is thinking about love, but you can love your grandma, you can love animals, you can love food, you can love your neighbor, you can love your girlfriend, you can love your wife. And these are all different types of love. How can a computer or an AI, even given so many patterns that we have, be able to distinguish what love means? And this is all about empathy. This is all about ethical values. This is something that belongs to humans. So I don't believe, I'm always aghast when I see and hear people that say, well, in a couple of years or in a couple of decades, computers and artificial intelligence will be able to have these kind of things. I don't believe that. Neither do I believe that art is part of computing. Yes, of course, they can mimic, they can reproduce, they can use à la manière de, they can do whatever they want. But basically speaking, it's just a copy. It's just based on existing data. They don't create, they just mix and match. And there's no process of how to say that, feelings. There's no feeling in there. And this is all the essence of art. Whether you understand art or not, whether you like some piece of art or not, this is bringing emotion to you. And machines have no emotion. When I hear Sophia just saying exactly on the same tune, I will destroy the world, or, I'm a good AI, and if you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you. I'm sorry, I'm a bit afraid.
It's very bad that we are time limited, but I have a completely different opinion on that. I totally believe that machines will have some empathy. We will call it differently because we will not understand it, but they will understand us. You can also watch a movie called Her. Of course, it's a movie, but still, it will give good impressions. And who tells me that I love this teddy bear? Oh, it's cute, because people tell me it's a pattern. And we, at some point, and especially the movie Her, you will see it. They will explain it a little bit. And also love. This is something. It comes to a pattern. You will always love kind of the same people because they are close to you based on what you're doing, how you're thinking, and then you feel kind of closer to it. And at the end, especially at these times, for example, you don't know if I'm a person. You just see a video. It could also be a movie, and some artificial intelligence is speaking with a kind of bad English. So I guess it will come to the point, and we will not be imagined, not in 1 month, not in 1 year, but probably in 10 years or even closer. I don't know. So, and also art. What is art? It's so difficult to explain. Tell me what is art. I have no connection to art. If a picture draw by a computer or by a human, I don't know. Yeah,
So that's
someone.
exactly the point. That's because your version of art and empathy is different than mine. I don't even understand myself sometimes, so how could a machine?
That's a bug then.
Empathy, empathy.
Great, that was some great perspective here. Right. So that's bring us to the end. Actually, we do have some more questions on YouTube channel. So if you have some time, I would ask you, I would urge you to actually to go on the channel and just reply in text to our audience there. So concerning our audience, actually, that there is a great news. We are giving giveaways for our events, and those will be posting on Twitter, on other social media, actually, and tag our official account, Geekle.us. We will be selecting 5 lucky winners from the audience, and we'll give them 2 free tickets to the next QS Summit. So that's a good chance. And I would like to thank our speakers, Olivier, Jennifer, and Matthias, for their wonderful presentation and quite some giveaways that they presented to the audience. Quite some ideas to think on, to ponder over, and everyone, I do believe, sincerely do believe, that benefited from this block of talk. So thank you again, and we'll have the next block in around 10 minutes. So we'll have a 10 minutes break. All right. So catch you up later. Take care and stay safe.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. And we are ready to continue our next block with 3 speeches. And my name is, let me introduce myself. My name is Pavel Strunkin. I'm going to be your host for next 3 talks. And I work as a QA. I do an open source project about visual testing called Visual Regression Tracker. So feel free to find it in GitHub. And I already see that Louise Rasmussen is connected, and she's gonna be our first speaker today. So Louise, I'm adding you to the stream for you to say hi to the audience.
Hello.
Hey, I can hear you. How are you?
That's good. And you can see me as well?
Yes, I can see you as well. And also I can see that you already sharing the screen. So just let me know when you are ready to start and we begin our session.
I am ready when you are.
Okay, so the stage is yours. Good luck.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. And thank you for joining today. I have really been looking forward to seeing you guys today, and I hope you're all happy and safe where you are. As you can see, I'm working from home. I've done that, as all of you has been as well for the last year or so. And even though that's fine, I'm still very much looking forward to joining the office again and seeing all my colleagues face to face. Some of the things I'm going to be talking about today is mob testing as a tool and how we use that. I'm hoping that I might inspire you to new ways of working. And I'm also going to give you some insights into how we work with quality assurance at eBay. I'm not going to give you a guidance into everything, but just scratch the surface of this particular topic. My colleague Jette is actually speaking tomorrow, and she will be talking about some of the other topics about how we look at quality at eBay in Denmark. So join in on her if you're interested in hearing more. First, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Louise Rasmussen. I'm head of quality at eBay in Denmark. I have been with eBay for almost 9 years now. Started as a tester on a Scrum team, and then moved a little bit around, trying out different things, and now I'm managing the QA team and some developers as well. I've been working with test and quality assurance for 14 years, maybe a little bit more. I've also been married for 14 years, and I have 2 sons. I think it's very safe to say that we are what you would call a soccer family. I used to play football. I don't anymore, but both of my sons and my husband plays a lot of football, and my husband is also coaching my youngest. So we spend quite a lot of time on the football fields, and we really enjoy that, even when it's raining or when it's snowing, like it all of a sudden did yesterday here in Denmark. So yeah, we spend quite a lot of time on that. So just to give you a little bit of a background, what is eBay in Denmark? It's not an eBay site like many of you guys know. It's actually part of eBay Classifieds Group. So that's a bunch of local marketplaces with familiar local names. In Denmark, we have 3 platforms. That's a little bit different from some of the other ECG countries or eBay Classifieds countries. We have a motors vertical called Bilbasen. That's where people can buy and sell their cars. That's normally used cars. Then we have a horizontal marketplace called DBA. You can buy and sell anything on DBA. And then we have a car dealer administration tool called Bilinfo. And Bilinfo is the tool that car dealers use to put their cars for sale on Bilbasen and DBA. And they can also use it to make offers to potential car buyers. So that was just to give you a little bit of an insight. The QA team in Denmark have responsibility for all 3 platforms. So we have a bit of a variety in our day-to-day work. So how do we actually work? We work quite in a bit of a different way than many, because we work in what we call autonomous squads, and we work with OKRs. We have focused on 3 different areas, one being mastery, that's actually being good at what you do. Another one is autonomy. The squads, or the teams, we call them squads, they decide on their own objectives and key results to fit into our overall company strategic mission. And then we have the purpose. That means that all team members know why they are doing what they're doing. We believe that these 3 things, mastery, autonomy, and purpose, actually keeps our employees motivated. And motivated employees, they stay longer and they have bigger impact on the company. So that's some of the things. I could tell you so much more about how we work. I'm not going to. It's just to set the stage that we are in a very agile environment. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about how the squads work. They work with something called dual track. So dual track agile is doing discovery and delivery at the same time. The squads work with hypotheses and they test them out via the users before they actually start building stuff. We call it dual track, as I said, because we do discovery and delivery at the same time. And in the discovery phase, the team can build tests that can be A/B split tests, it can be questionnaires or fake door tests, to figure out if the users want to use what we are thinking about building. We build a little bit of a test, then we measure on it, and then we learn from it. And sometimes we learn that the users don't want to use it or they don't want to buy it. Then we either iterate on it and try to see if we can make something a little bit different to make them want to pitch in, or we decide not to build it. Sometimes we figure out the users definitely want this, and then we start the delivery and start building the feature properly. So that's just to set the stage about how the teams are working and how we are working in our daily lives. So where does QA actually fit into this way of working? Well, actually, we've gone through quite a journey to figure that out ourselves. We are working as enablers. We call it us enablers because we are supporting multiple squads, and we are supporting them to reach their OKRs. So enablers are what we call people with different areas of expertise that the squads can ask for help and support when they need it. Our architects and our platform engineers are also enablers, so not really part of the team every day, but plays a really important role in multiple squads. The way that we are set up right now is that the QAs have either 2 or 3 different squads that they support. I would say 3 is probably stretching it a little bit too much. 2 is a good number, depending on what the teams are working on. But because of we support these different squads, they also have a lot of context switching, the QAs. So they don't always have time to do everything on their own. And actually, we don't want them to. We have kind of a rule of thumb in the QA team saying we don't test alone. We always have to make sure that we are not the bottlenecks. So we always try to get some of the team members to sit with us and do the testing. The QAs have moved from a manual tester in a Scrum team like I did into actually being a QA coach in multiple teams. So that requires a lot of planning and it requires freeing up your time. They have coaching and they're also participating in the test execution, but they are also doing the risk management with the teams, figuring out where should I spend my time right now. And then of course they have ad hoc tasks and everything else. So there's a lot on their plates and there's a lot of things going on. And in order for us not to be bottlenecks and not to be a single point of contact in terms to in terms of testing, we were looking at these mob sessions and actually found them quite helpful. So when we're doing things in a mob, it's actually, we started with mob programming. And mob programming is a software development approach where the whole team works together on the same time, at the same space, and on the same computer. So they are working as a one unit. You could probably say it's similar to pair programming, but it's just with a bunch of people. The big thing about mob sessions is that you have only one driver, and the driver is the one on the keyboard. When the driver is in the driver's seat, he takes off his or her thinking hat and only do what the navigators tell him or her to do. So the navigator's thoughts go through the driver. And then you set a timer, and then you switch, and then it's someone else's turn to become the driver. We started doing mob programming and found out this is actually quite a good exercise. We gain a lot from it. So we thought in the QA team, we could do mob testing sessions as well. And we could definitely benefit from not being able to sit with the team all the time and actually sit together and have some really good conversations with them and some good collaboration. A funny thing is that we are also doing mob designing now. That's really interesting. And we are only seeing the first couple of sessions on this. But I see so much potential in this way of working. So just to set the basic rules when doing stuff in a mob, one thing is that the drivers don't navigate. It's actually quite important if you want to get the optimal out of it. And the navigator's ideas can only be programmed going through the driver's hand, like I said before. One other thing is very important is that the navigators must pay attention to the driver's skill level. So if you are in a mob programming session and you have manual testers or product owners that doesn't know how to code, when they are driving, it's very important that the navigators give them a really good experience so they want to try it out again. We must treat everyone with kindness, consideration, and respect. It's not that we don't do that in our daily lives anyway. It's just always nice to have it written down. And it's totally fine for someone to leave or join the mob sessions for whatever reason. Stakeholders are more than welcome to join in, but they are not required to drive or navigate if they don't feel comfortable doing so. And then switch every X amount of minutes. I put in 7 minutes. That's what we have been. That's what we've been doing. We tried out 10. Maybe that's a little bit too much. 5 is a little bit too little, and we decided that 7 minutes is actually working quite fine. So we started doing these mob programming sessions and quite quickly found out it's actually a really good way of collaborating. So when doing mob testing, then it's not completely the same, but it's the same set of rules. You write down the list of drivers who's interested in sitting with the keyboard, then you set the timer, and then you switch when the timer rings. But one thing that's really good about these mob sessions is that, especially when doing mob testing sessions, is that you don't have to have a lot of things planned beforehand. When you invite people to a test session, you would have planned some test cases and you would have tried to figure out who's doing what, who's focusing on what. You even do that with exploratory testing because you have areas of stuff that you think is important to test. When you start doing mob testing, you make the plan together. So you actually start by writing a test plan together. That's a part of the mob session. So the driver is not sitting by the keyboard. Maybe he or she is, depends on if we're working from home or not. But he could also be standing at a whiteboard writing down test cases. The navigators come with all kinds of input to what do we need to test, how do we do it. And the thing is about doing this in a mob as well is that you have so many different perspectives and ways of seeing things. So inviting user experience designers and product owners, customer supporters is also a very good idea. One thing that's very important is actually to switch at least once when you're doing the test plan, because the driver could have some really good ideas and input as well that you need to put up in the test plan. Yes, and then also start up a document for findings and decide, do we want to switch writing in this, or is that just the one person doing that? If you are at the office and sitting together, you could do it with post-it notes or on a board. And if you're sitting at home, you could use a shared document. And then you start testing exactly the same way as you would start a mob programming session. You start to test. So you just basically sit down and you, as a driver, take the input from the navigators. I have just taken an example with me here. This is a team sitting together doing, I think they actually found a bug because they're looking at code right now. But as you can see, they started doing a test plan with focus on cross-browser testing. And then they had some main areas they wanted to test out. And they decided to just mark it on the board if it was passed or failed. So you could take that board into TeamSpace afterwards and have the discussions about what to fix and what not to fix. As you can see in the test plan, there are different fonts. So there has been at least 2 people writing on this board, writing the test plan. And sometimes you can also stop while doing the test execution because the navigators think of more things to test. That's exactly like exploratory testing. Sometimes you come up with a really good idea and then you explore that. So that's exactly the same way. There's no rules, there's no boundaries for where things can take you when you're doing this. So this is just a couple of pictures from the colleagues around the world, or not around the world, but around in the office, working in these mob sessions. Some spend full days and book a meeting room downtown just to make a team day out of it and have something social around it. But we also have a couple of mob sessions set up at the office so people can just sit there for 1 hour, 2 hours, depending on what they decide to do and what they're up for. And then they can sit together and do things. As you can see, sometimes it's a very big crowd and sometimes it's a smaller crowd. As long as it's more than 2, it's not pair, then it's a mob thing. Yeah. So we see so many benefits from working in this way. And I've been out talking a little bit about this to some other companies in the area where we have the office, and they're saying, isn't this a waste of time? You have so many people sitting on the same task and they could be working on 5 different things instead. I would always say no. One thing is that when working on one thing, let's take the example of a developer having a task that takes him or her 2 hours to build. Then he has to get a review from someone, and that person might not have time right now because that person is doing something else. You would normally start doing something else in the meantime, waiting for the review. Then that person who has the review has actually freed up some time to look at the review, might have some comments, then go back to you. You have to look at it again and decide what do you want to do with those comments, either fix it or have a discussion about why not to. When that then is done, then you send it maybe to a QA or a tester saying, how do we test this feature? The QA doesn't have time right now. Wait a couple of hours, maybe a day. Then the QA sits down, finds a couple of bugs, goes back, then you go back. Maybe you have a discussion what to be fixed and what not. So I think in calendar time, it's definitely, it's not worse or any big obstacles. I mean, when you sit in a mob for a couple of hours, you would have found the bug if you had the tester sitting next to you, and you would have gotten the review because you had a bunch of other people sitting next to you. So it might actually be faster in calendar time. Another thing is that we learn so much from each other when we do it like this. It's really good for our junior developers to sit next to a senior developer. They learn a lot, but also sometimes our young talents can come in with a different mindset than someone in the position who has been working in this area for a long time hasn't thought about. Another good thing that we see is that not one person sits with all the knowledge. That's actually really important for us. And in the mob testing sessions, I think it's a really nice thing that everybody sees the final solution before it hits the users. If you invite customer support, product managers, maybe marketing, everybody would know what's actually going out to our users, and they can regulate their jobs to answer questions or whatever comes along. An important thing is that for us right now, testing is not only a job for the QA engineers. Quality is something everybody is responsible for, and it's everybody's job. I see this as team building because the team is actually functioning as one team, sitting together, working on one thing, not sitting in one team space and then working on 5 different things, but working on something together. That gives you so much more ownership, and best of all, you have so much fun. It's you sit with your colleagues and you can still have fun, and you can have a lot of chats and discussions while you are doing this. So you see different perspectives and behaviors, like I said before, when you're doing these things in mob testing sessions, and you get faster error findings as well. Also, when you are in the mob sessions, you can have the discussions straight up. Okay, we found this bug. Do we actually want to fix this, or is this something we can live with? If we want to fix it, how should we then do it, and how should it look for the users? So there's a lot of good things that comes out of these mob sessions. And as you can see, I've been talking and sharing pictures about people sitting together physically, which is really nice. But it's actually also possible to mob from home. One thing is that you just share your screen. Then maybe you don't switch every 7 minutes, but you actually take a little bit longer because of the hassle of sharing screen. But another good thing that we see is that it really keeps the team in touch. So it's a good thing. It's something people can look forward to. It might be a little bit smaller sessions, but it's still more than one. Oh, sorry, there's a spelling error. But it's still more than 2. We have actually, throughout the entire pandemic and working from home, have mob sessions on writing end-to-end tests with every team every month. We have 7 teams or squads. So for the QAs, that's participating in several mob sessions every week, talking about end-to-end tests. And what they usually do is that sometimes they talk about new features they built, do they want to test them? And sometimes they're looking at flaky tests and figure out how can we make them more stable. So that's also a really good way to keep the teams involved in the end-to-end tests, and that it's not something owned by the QAs, but actually the entire team. And it's something that's necessary for us to deliver great quality and release often. Yeah, so what would be next? Well, even though we are doing a lot of good things right now, I would personally like to get even more teams involved. Some teams are really good at this, and they are also good at sitting from home doing mob sessions. I think the teams that are really good at mob sessions from home are the teams that really took ownership of it and did it while they were sitting physically together. Some could get a little bit better. Some could even try it out. I'm not sure everybody is actually mob programming on a regular basis. So I think it would be nice to have more teams involved. And I also think it would be nice to do it a little bit more frequently. It's a good way to keep in touch with your colleagues, but it's definitely also a really good idea to keep the focus on the quality of our platforms and keep talking about how are we doing, what are the stages of the platform right now. And then I think at some point when we get back to the office and when it's safe for us to start using the same keyboard again, of course, still with sanitizers, but actually sitting at the same desk. Oh, it's probably a long way from now. But one thing would be really nice is that a full flow mob. Build a complete feature. Just try it out. Start with the mob designing session and design a cool feature, and then start programming it. Then do the testing and then do the bug fixing all in one, so you have something the entire team has helped build from one end to the other. I think that would bring so much ownership, and I think it would show some really good ways of working. Yeah, so that was basically what I wanted to share with you guys today. I hope you found some inspiration to try this out. At least I gave you a little bit of an introduction to maybe a new way of working for you guys. Also gave you a little bit of introduction to how we are working with quality assurance in eBay in Denmark. As I said in the beginning, my colleague Jette is speaking much more about that tomorrow. And then I gave you some insights into how we do these mob sessions. And if you want to hear more about it or how to get started, do not hesitate to reach out. I have been consulting for some nearby companies in Denmark as well after I've had a presentation like this. And everybody just seems to think it's such a fun way of working. Yeah, so that was my last slide. If you have any questions, we can take them at the end, but I don't know if there's time right now.
Yeah, thank you very much for the speech, Louise. We do have several questions, and also some time to them. So let's get started with the first one.
Yes.
And the question is, who will be the driver, navigator? What is the QA's role in the mob test?
Yeah. So the driver and the drivers actually is that's up to the team who is feeling safe to do that. We usually have a board when we write down names of participants who is willing to drive. The navigators is everybody else giving input. I think the QA's most important role in the mob testing, and I'm sorry if I left that out, is that when the QAs are participating in these sessions and talking about test and quality, it actually gives them much more insight to our mindset and how we think and how we work, and it inspires the rest of the team to do some of the testing that we would normally do themselves. So I think the QA's most important role in the mob testing sessions is actually being navigators and not drivers, because they come with input. But it's also quite fun for a QA to become the driver, being forced to sip it and just take input from everybody else. We learn from that as well.
Awesome. Thank you very much. The next question is there any difference between bug bash and mob testing?
I don't know what a bug bash is, so
I guess it's the process when all the company developers, testers sitting together and trying to use the application and maybe trying to find the bugs in it.
So we've done that as well, and it's the only thing different is that it's not. For example, if a bug batch is what I think it is, you would sit on your own computer, and then you would probably have some kind of competition on who can find most bugs, and some also have some point system where you see this is the ones that finds the most, or the ones that finds the ones with highest severity gets points and then wins a prize or something. We are not really focusing on finding bugs in a mob testing session. We are doing that to give kind of a good stomach feeling about the product and to get everybody to see what the final solution is. We would like the other things as well. We have talked about having some of those as well. But I think the main thing is that a bug bash is you sitting on your own trying to find as many bugs as possible, and a mob testing session is probably what you call an acceptance testing, but everybody together seeing the same result.
Okay, thank you very much for your talk and for your answers. Also, join us a bit later to our Q&A session. And now we are starting with our next speaker. So for now, we are saying goodbye to Luis.
Yes, see you.
Okay, and our next speaker is the Robert Goldsmith with the talk about the user acceptance testing, about the importance of user acceptance testing as well as the user story acceptance test. So, Robin, you are on the stage. Say hi to everyone.
Hello, can you see my screen?
Yep, I can see your screen and your screen is shared. So no more time to waste. The stage is yours. Good luck.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. My name is Robin Goldsmith. Frequently asked questions. I'm coming to you from Needham, Massachusetts, which is near Boston, which is in the northeast corner of the US, and that's about as much as I'm going to share. I want you to realize that if you would like to learn more about these topics, I am doing a workshop on Thursday, although there's a possibility that that's being rescheduled until next week, on writing right agile user story acceptance tests. You can sign up for that as you please. What I hope to do in the next 29 minutes is to describe the difference between user story acceptance tests and user acceptance testing. Two terms that sound almost identical, but in fact are considerably different, and give you a quick introduction to writing more effective right user story acceptance tests. As we said, that's the topic of the workshop on Thursday if you really want to get into it. And also talk a little bit more about the appropriate use and creation of needed user acceptance tests, UAT. I'm sure most of you are familiar with Mike Cohn's very familiar format for documenting user stories. As a particular type of user, I want or am able to do something so that I get some benefit or solve some reason. And actually, user stories are a bit more. They're often known as a CCC. The first C stands for card, as in index card, where the front of the card is where the as I want so that is written. Then on the back of the card is a confirmation. That's the user story acceptance criteria and or acceptance tests. We'll talk a little bit more about that. And then people often say that user stories are not requirements, but rather are placeholders or reminders for a conversation. So the card on the front has the user story, on the back has the user story acceptance criteria, and then the development team carries out conversations with whomever they feel are important for helping them understand more about what that user story is about so that they can develop working code, which when it is subjected to the user story acceptance tests and passes, gives us confirmation that the I want of the user story has been delivered. So user story acceptance criteria really are how to tell whether the story has been implemented adequately. And acceptance criteria translate directly into executable tests, which many people express in the format of given, when, then. Now notice that there's nothing magical about given, when, then. This is simply the same format that tests have been expressed in forever, except that tests ordinarily talk about inputs and or conditions and expected results. Okay. And a condition is not exactly an input, but it's a form of input. It sets the stage for something. And for whatever reasons, people seem to be more comfortable with given, when, then. And let me emphasize that in the industry, there is indeed a meaningful distinction between user story acceptance criteria and user story acceptance tests, but that distinction is often not made, and that technically user story acceptance tests are executable instances that demonstrate that the user story acceptance criteria have been met. So, first bit of guidance. The biggest problem that I see with people trying to define and write user story acceptance tests is that their user stories are not very good. And the acceptance tests can be no better than the user story, and that's something that tends to get glossed over. Now, there are some other issues with user story acceptance tests. Okay, there's a lot said in some ways, and in other ways, not very much said at all. Some people say that user story acceptance tests by themselves should be sufficient for both defining and confirming that the product has been delivered. Okay? That's an issue, and I think it's a mistake to believe that the tests alone are sufficient. A lot of people say that the purpose of user story acceptance tests is to add detail to the story's requirements. Other people say that the purpose of user story acceptance tests is to define non-functional requirements related to the user story. Now, I, kind of on a side note, will discourage you from using the term non-functional requirements because I think it is misleading. They're really quality factors or attributes, or what a lot of people call ilities, because many of these end in ility, like usability and maintainability and security. Oh, darn, security is an ility, so is performance. Those are ilities. I prefer to use the term ility because it doesn't have any additional meanings. Okay, now there's a pretty good chance that in your world, you're either viewing user story acceptance tests as a way to add detail to the user story's requirements, or as a way to define non-functional requirements related to the user story. Okay. We get to talk a lot more about that in the workshop. Let me just caution you that both of these are traps. So the adequacy of the user story acceptance criteria is very often a big issue. And too often, the user story acceptance criteria are just kind of vague and general. I've seen a lot of people say, see if it's correct. That really doesn't help us at all. It tends to lead to overlooking other important criteria, especially ones that are not readily apparent from the user story because they haven't been addressed in the user story. Now, especially Agile really suffers from trying to scale. So when Agile focuses on a user story in a sprint, it's looking at a very small piece of functionality. And Agile tends to do real well with that small piece of functionality, but it tends to run into trouble when that small piece of functionality needs to be coupled with other pieces of functionality, and then also with the quality factors. And another issue is that the tests that people tend to create, the user story acceptance tests, tend to be very poor. Very often they tend to be missing risk conditions, missing various scenarios. And that happens for a variety of reasons. First of all, because of lack of awareness. Secondly, because the people writing the user story acceptance tests are often not really familiar with proven test design techniques. And so the tests that they create tend to be often superficial, very often redundant, very often not value adding, lack sensitivity. And all of this tends to be related to an inadequate risk analysis and meaningful prioritization based upon risk. So let me give you an important piece of advice, that the main purpose of your user story acceptance tests is to describe how to demonstrate objectively that the user story I want has been satisfied. Now, concrete examples can help clarify, but are not sufficient or thorough enough to constitute the full story of what the requirements are. And when the user stories are not adequate, the user story acceptance tests are not adequate to make up for that. Now, let's shift gears to user acceptance testing. Some of you may be familiar with the V model. Once again, there's an awful lot of misunderstandings related to this. The fundamental value of the V model is that it was the first development model that gave visibility to testing. And the V model is very simple. It says that there is an orderly sequence in which systems get developed. That we start by identifying business or user requirements. We develop a high-level design to respond to that. Okay, we drive the high-level design down to lower level, and then the lower level design is what is really coded. And you often hear people talk about coding from requirements. No, developers code from low-level design. And then unit testing, often referred to as code-based testing, is testing the code. It's based on the code. And when unit tests are put together, they form integration tests, okay, along with integrating other integrations. And the primary purpose of integration testing is testing low-level design, primarily interfaces. Now, recognize that agile user story acceptance tests fall in the unit test to integration test space. Okay. They are testing very, very small integrations, typically not integrations between units, but rather integrations within units. The largest integration is the system test, end-to-end in a production-like environment. System test is testing the high-level design, major features, functions, and capabilities. System testing, integration testing, and unit testing are what I call technical or development tests. They are the responsibility of the technical or development organization, the project team on an agile project. And when the development team considers that piece of functionality to be working, then it goes to users for user acceptance testing. And the purpose of user acceptance testing is to demonstrate that the business or user requirements have been met. That is, that what the development process thought they ought to be doing is in fact what they should have been doing. That's a big difference. So user story acceptance tests are dealing with little pieces of functionality. User acceptance testing is dealing with much bigger pieces of functionality, typically an end-to-end test to demonstrate that the system will work in actual usage, which is different from the typical system test, because a user acceptance test should be demonstrating that real users including their real knowledge, their real expectations, their real experiences, okay, in realistic usage situations, that they in fact can use the system to do what they need it to do. Now, a lot of people think that user acceptance testing is testing usability. Usability is one aspect that may or typically is tested in user acceptance testing, but frankly, it's not the primary thing. That should have been tested previously. Now, I will readily acknowledge that most user acceptance testing has a bad reputation, and many organizations do whatever they can to shortcut it or avoid it. Okay? And that's because they really misunderstand how to do user acceptance testing appropriately. And instead, what they end up doing is a lot of poor testing, a lot of effort that tends to find very few issues and tends to miss a lot of other issues. And one of the reasons that user acceptance testing tends to be disliked is because it's ordinarily dumped upon the users who already have full-time jobs, and now they've got this extra work that they're expected to do, and it's not work that they're accustomed to doing. They don't really know what to do, and not surprisingly, they don't do a very good job of it. And then user acceptance testing often turns kind of vicious, adversarial, and the project team often blames the users for being poor user acceptance testers. And it's probably not a secret, although it tends not to be recognized very well, that the technical people tend to really look down upon the users and express their disdain for users in many ways. So one of the things that happens is that a lot of user acceptance tests are created by the technical people just before time for the users to run them. Okay? And I have certainly heard technical people refer sometimes to the user's face as dumb users, and there's a joke in the development community that dumb user is a redundant term. Okay, I think the ones being dumb are frankly on the technical side. Now, another thing that commonly happens is that nobody defines what to test. They simply hand the code over to the users and say, go try it out, go play with it. Well, what do people play with? They play with toys. Okay? The systems that the users are acceptance testing are not toys. Their jobs depend upon them. And then the icing on the cake, the cherry on the sundae, is when after the technical people have set up the users to fail, then they implore them and don't do anything stupid. So what's the user's reaction? Well, what should I do? I don't have any idea. And you shouldn't be surprised if the users lack confidence, and when they lack confidence in what they're doing, then they tend not to cooperate. So lack of cooperation is a direct outcome of lack of confidence, which is a direct outcome of how user acceptance testing often tends to be presented to the users. In the testing literature, there is relatively little written or said about user acceptance testing, and frankly, that's kind of a benefit. That's kind of a blessing, because what is written and is said by the supposed gurus tends almost always to be wrong. So I've heard lots of people say things like user acceptance testing is simply a rubber stamp, that we, the smart testers, we, the professionals, we've done all the important testing. Now, users, you just go poke at it and bless it. And So a lot of supposed gurus say stupid things like user acceptance testing, therefore, should only be valid or positive proof of concept tests. Simply demonstrate normal functionality. Don't get all hung up on all the stuff that we smart testers do about identifying invalid or negative tests. Some people say, look, just rerun a subset of the system test. Okay. And well, when users run those tests, they're going to get the same results as the development or QA people did. And I've heard people say, well, all you need is one test for each functional requirement or use case scenario. Well, at a minimum, you need two tests, a valid and an invalid, okay, and typically many more than one invalid scenarios. And I've seen a lot of supposed testing authorities try to turn users into mini-me's, mini professional testers. I don't know anybody, especially real users, who have any desire to emulate the professional testers. Nobody wants to be a professional tester, let alone a mini-me version of it. Now, in spite of all of these issues, many organizations kind of ignore them and rely to a considerable extent, sometimes entirely, on user acceptance testing to catch defects. And it's not going to happen because the user acceptance testing is so poor. Agile tends to have eliminated user acceptance testing from its methodology. And in its place, it tends to rely on a demonstration of the system by the project team. So let me suggest that when the project team is defining the supposed user acceptance tests, that it's very unlikely that those tests are going to reveal anything, because you've really got the fox guarding the chicken coop. Developers and QA do not think and act like real users. If you've ever been to a demonstration, you know that it is intended to do the things that people know work and avoid those things that are troublesome or may not work. So demos are really misleading. Now, this is what I call the proactive testing life cycle. Life cycle is a set of major phases or steps that have been found to lead to success in some endeavor, and that it's pretty well established that if you follow the life cycle, you will be more likely to have success. Now, I don't have time to go into the detail here, but the solid yellow boxes are the life cycle phases. The boxes with the thick red borders are the primary deliverables of those phases. The boxes in green are the various testing activities. They need to be managed, and in order to manage them, they need to be measured. And I've laid out the testing activities relative to where they ought to be performed in the overall development process when we in fact are proactive. Typical testing is reactive, ordinarily dynamic, executing the code, unit tests, integration tests, and so forth. Okay. Now, agile tests are forms of reactive dynamic tests executing the code, and they're dealing, as we said, with very small pieces at the tail end of the process, after all the bugs have been put into the code. When we get proactive, we do things differently. Among other things, we also use static techniques. We have ways to review requirements and design and feasibility analyses much more thoroughly than most people are aware can be done or do them. We plan and design technical or development tests up front for execution at the end. And when we plan and design technical tests before the code is written, that tends to be one of our more powerful of our 15 plus ways of catching problems with design. And it tends to create tests to execute against the developed code, which are much more thorough. Now, Technical or development testing is testing or demonstrating that the developed code conforms to the design. I know many of you say, oh no, we test against requirements. The fact is what you're testing against is almost always design, high-level design. Business requirements on the left, okay, this is what provides value when they are satisfied by the developed system. And true user acceptance testing is dealing with stuff on the left. Okay. So when we get proactive, we have requirements-based tests, which are necessary but not sufficient because they can demonstrate that the requirements have been met, and also identify requirements which are not sufficiently testable, but they miss requirements that have been missed or requirements that are wrong. Okay. Now, we use a very powerful approach called proactive user acceptance criteria. We have 5 categories to systematically define them. And they, coupled with the requirements-based tests, with the requirements are inputs to the design of the system, the design of the technical or development tests, and the design of the executable proactive user acceptance tests. So we plan and design proactive user acceptance testing up front for execution at the end. Typical user acceptance testing is just another technical or development test, and if it's planned at all, it's right before it's accepted. Okay? And all of this is an iterative process. So we want to plan up front for execution at the end, including both requirements-based tests and proactive user acceptance criteria. Now, key thing about proactive user acceptance criteria is that they are defined by the business or the user. And the role of a testing professional or business analysis professional is to know to do this, to know how to do this, and to facilitate, to help the users, but not to define for them. Okay. What proactive user acceptance criteria are what the user or business must see before they rely on the system. As I said, we have 5 categories. They find wrong and overlooked requirements as well as ones that are not sufficiently testable, and they guide the design of the executable tests. And when doing this, it builds confidence and cooperation because we are truly empowering the business and the user. Okay? Show us, tell us what you will do from your perspective to determine whether what the development team did is right. All we ask is that you tell us what you're going to look for, how you're going to tell things are okay, so that we can anticipate these things and prevent the problems rather than relying on the user acceptance testing to detect them. So hopefully you've seen the difference between user story acceptance tests, very small pieces of functionality, and true user acceptance testing, testing much larger pieces of functionality that go beyond the typical topic of a sprint. Had a handful of keys for writing more effective, right user story acceptance tests. We have many more of those in the workshop on Thursday, and a couple of ideas about proactive user acceptance tests as well. And I recognize that that's probably something that's really unfamiliar with you. The point is, you need both. Proactive user story acceptance tests for addressing little pieces within the sprint, and user acceptance testing, proactive user acceptance testing to catch problems outside of the sprint. Now, this is a diagram of the courses in consulting that I do. Okay, I do have courses on writing right agile user story and acceptance tests, including the workshop on Thursday. I also have a full-day seminar on proactive user acceptance testing, If you want to find more about that, visit us, attend the workshop on Thursday. And this is, some lies about me, and you can contact me at robin@gopromanagement.com. So I thank you. Hand it over. Questions. We'll have a question period in a half an hour or so. Anything that we need to address right this second?
Thank you very much, Robin, for your speech. And right now, I don't see the next speaker, so we have some time for questions, okay?
Excellent.
Okay, so I can see right now the questions in the chat, but I prepared some. I'll take advantage of me having the micro, so I'll ask the questions from me.
Good.
I have a question. So who is the best to write user acceptance testing and user story acceptance testing and execute them?
Okay, so let's break that into two pieces. So who is best to write now are we saying user acceptance tests or user story acceptance tests? The good news is that the answer is the same. Okay. They should be from the minds of the business, the users. Both of these are ways of demonstrating that the user is getting something that they want and is delivering them value. Neither user story acceptance tests or user acceptance tests are things that typical business users are accustomed to writing. And so they tend to need assistance. They tend to need guidance. And that's where a testing professional or a business analyst, with appropriate knowledge and training, can be helpful. The problem is that most testers don't know any more about writing user story acceptance tests than users do. Okay? They know about testing techniques, but they tend not to put them in the context of the business, the user stories, and the business requirements. So in order for this to work, there needs to be greater awareness. And the problem is that the testing and business analysis industries don't know about this stuff. Okay, so you need, the good news is I present training and consulting and assistance on each of these areas. I'll be glad, and I've certainly got things written about them, and more things are being written. Okay, so I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, thanks. Also, we have another question for you. So from Anders. So what you are saying with proactive user acceptance testing is going back to the waterfall?
Not at all. Not at all. What it is saying is that there are questions to be asked outside of the sprint itself. In other words, when you're doing things like backlog planning and sprint planning, okay, that's the point at which you need to step in and say, oh, not only what are the backlog items or the product PBIs, however you call them, okay, but how are we going to tell that when we do these pieces and try to put them together, that we in fact have built the right things and built them right? So yes, you need to be looking at a bigger picture, but that doesn't mean that you go look at it for 6 months and generate tons and tons of paper that don't have any use. What they're saying is shift your mental state. Okay. Sprints deal with tiny pieces of functionality, and that's good until those pieces have to work with other pieces. And that's where Agile, and this is no secret, Agile tends to run into trouble scaling. That's why we have SAFe and all these other efforts to scale. Problem is that the scaling leaves out the content. because the people who are doing the scaling are hung up on the scaling and they don't understand how to define real user acceptance tests.
Okay. Thank you very much for your talk and for your answers. We'll meet each other a bit later on the Q&A session. And so far, I'm going to say bye to you and see you later. And it's time for the next speaker. See you.
Thank you.
See you later, Robin.
Thank you all.
Okay, so we are starting. Our next speaker is the Christine Catherine Fisher, and she'll talk about how BDD works in her team. So we'll see the records of that talk.
I'm Catherine Fisher, and I am here today to talk to you about conquering BDD and working through process change with your team. If we can go ahead and add the slides to the presentation. So conquering BDD, how one team is making it work, and we're going to talk through this today. First of all, like I said, my name is Christine Catherine Fisher. Best way to find me is on LinkedIn, and I have my QR code up there right now. If you want to scan that, you may do so. If not, you can search for me, Christine Catherine Fisher, and I would love to connect with you. If anybody has any questions after the conference is over, feel free to reach out. If you just want to build your community, that's great. So I would love to connect with you. Please find me. Before we get started today, I'm going to give you just a little bit of background about myself and from how I went from a high school teacher to a test manager, so a little bit different path than some people. I started my career as a high school teacher. I taught history, grades 9 through 12, American history, world history, government, all of the core subjects in the US. And I did that for several years. While I was teaching, I was also the head cheerleading coach, which I know, super impressive as I may move to a software career. And after a few years, I decided I didn't want to teach anymore. I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to do, but I found a job in software training. And I wish I could say that that was a calculated move and I was really thinking about my career, but it just happened to work out that that job worked at the end of the school year. And I took that. And I spent several years then in professional services. So that move spawned the second career that I have been in for over 15 years now. But the beginning of that was spent in professional services. So training, managing the training team, consulting, project management, a lot of travel during that time. And after my daughter was born, I decided I didn't want to travel as much anymore. And so I switched over to the development side and I started working as a business analyst. And that was actually a really great fit for my skill set. It was an easy transition from a lot of what I had done in professional services. I liked working with the requirements. I liked working with our product owners and with our customers to understand what they needed and to translate those to our developers to get the software out the door. So I've been talking for a few minutes now and I haven't mentioned QA. And I was actually never a tester in any form. As a BA, I worked very closely with testers. Obviously, I knew what made a good tester. I could write tests. I could test if I needed to. I also recognized that I wasn't a great tester. I got so into the weeds with requirements and really trying to understand all of that, that when a great tester has that mind to just go in and say, you know, what can we break? What are all of the angles we can go at this? And that's not always how I think about it. So I knew what a good tester was, but I never held that job myself. And about 3 years ago, I had the opportunity to move to a new position, managing a team of both BAs and QAs. And I thought that that would be a great challenge, a great opportunity for my career. And I took that position. And I don't know, when I went, I thought, well, the BAs are kind of that's where my heart is, that's where my passion is, and we'll figure out what these QAs do also. But really the opposite, because the BA part has run so smoothly and that hasn't challenged me as much. It's getting to understand the QA process and how to make that better and really bring quality to the whole team. And that's really what I've been focused on for most of the time since I have been there. So that's a little bit about my background. Today, we've got 3 things that we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about how my team has been working through a significant process change, and this has gone on for 2 years now, and I'll mention that several times, but this is not an overnight change. I'm going to talk about why BDD is right for us. And then I'm going to share some of our tips, successes, and failures as we've gone through this process change. So let's start with my intro to behavior-driven development, and that is also known as automate the test. So let me just play this slide for you. And this next slide is everything that you're not supposed to do in a PowerPoint when you're doing a presentation, right? Lots of things flying at you right there, but that's kind of what my first intro to BDD was. And there was a lunch and learn at my previous job, and an engineer gave that lunch and learn, and he explained the idea of BDD. And you can see I've got lots of exclamation points in here. And it was living documentation, it was automation, it was reports. They were going to be easy to read. The entire team can participate. It was automation. And also, did I mention that we can automate those tests? And it was a great presentation, but I'd never heard of it. I was very intrigued by it. And at the end, he challenged us to go back and try BDD on our team. And so my QA at the time had attended that with me, and we went back and I said, do you want to maybe try this? We, don't know a lot about it, but we could give it a try. And she agreed. I told our boss, we're going to, we want to give this a shot. He said, great. He sent me an article and let us go. And once she and I got started, we really had no idea what to do. The idea that these test scenarios would be the requirements didn't quite make sense, especially at the time I was working in a regulated industry. We needed to have requirements, but we couldn't figure out not everything that we put into the test scenarios. We needed some more information and requirements, but it sounded like we shouldn't have requirements. If I wasn't writing requirements, was I writing the test scenarios? If I was writing the test scenarios, what was she doing? Because she was not automating. We were supposed to pass those off to our engineers for automation. So she wasn't doing that yet. And we were really confused about the process. We tried to understand how to write feature files, how to write those test scenarios. And we did that, but we didn't get very far, and we couldn't understand how that fit into our process. So we started, that fizzled fairly quickly, and then I had a new opportunity, so I was leaving anyway. But before I left, I ran into the engineer who had given that lunch and learn, and we were chatting, and I just said, we tried BDD and we didn't get very far. Can you tell me how you involved the BA and the QA on your team? Because we just weren't really sure where those roles fit. And he said, oh, we didn't use the BA and the QA. We just did it ourselves. The engineers did it. And I said, oh, okay. Had I have known more about BDD at the time, that would have really been a red flag. There was something that, kind of struck me with that. But like I said, I was out the door and on to a new opportunity. But I didn't realize they weren't really doing BDD. They were automating using a BDD style, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that necessarily, but it just didn't mesh with what we were trying to do either. And BDD goes a lot further than that. So that was my first experience. And a lot that came from BDD was automation, living documentation and automation. I went to my current company, and a new manager with a new team, had no plans to go in and try and change anything. I wasn't hired necessarily to do that, to go in and fix a problem. But I still had BDD kind of in the back of my head. And a few months after I had been there, I attended a conference, and I bought this book, the BDD Books Discovery. And this is an excellent book. It's a short read. If you're interested in BDD, I highly recommend it. And I've got a few quotes from the book that I want to share with you. But I read this on the flight home, so flying home from San Diego to Kansas City, read it in one sitting, and it was one of those light bulb moments. And I realized, okay, that team had not really been doing BDD, and here are so many things that we missed the first time. So first of all, before I get into that, let me share a few of these quotes from the book. So first of all, the purpose of software development is to deliver solutions to business problems. Of course it is. That's what we do. We are problem solvers. We deliver solutions, but sometimes we forget that. I think if you go in and you talk to your team today, what is the purpose of your job? People get so bogged down in delivering the features and fixing any bugs that have popped up. What are the enhancements? Just the day-to-day grind that everybody does. We kind of forget that we are delivering solutions, and that sometimes we need to stop and we need to think at the higher level, what truly is the solution, not just the fix to the software. BDD helps maintain a connection between the requirements in the software. This one was a big deal for me. Requirements for us are still very much needed. We don't automate all of our scenarios. And if we don't automate everything, we don't write a scenario for it. So there were some details there along the way that we still needed to record, and they weren't being captured in feature files. And we need requirements. At least on my team, we still need those requirements. And BDD is a good connection between the requirements, between the software. We have the feature files in the middle, but we're not getting rid of one or the other. We're doing things a little bit differently. Our requirements maybe aren't as detailed as they used to be. Our feature files are more accessible to everyone on the team. They're written in plain English so they can be read easily, but there is a connection there between all of that. BDD does not replace classic testing and testing skills. I really liked this. I firmly believe in manual testers. There's so much that a person can catch, and that, you know, we need those human skills. And so we're not trying to replace classic testing. We're not trying to replace testing skills with BDD or with automation, but we are allowing our manual testers to work in a better way, to work in a different way, so that they can concentrate on those edge cases and we can automate the things that are more repetitive. And then improved test automation is one of the significant outcomes of following the BDD approach, but it is a downstream outcome. And this, again, this is really important, that if you are going in simply to automate, you are probably not going to be following BDD. There's a lot before you get to the automation. And like I said, the team that originally gave us the lunch and learn about BDD, they weren't doing anything wrong. They just weren't really following the full methodology. They were taking feature files and automating those, and that's fine, but that really wasn't BDD. And this book helped me figure out where some things had been missing. So again, highly recommend if you ever need a resource for BDD. All right, so I got back, and there is nothing worse than a new manager with a new team coming home from a conference excited about an idea. And you can see that they were so excited. So we recreated this picture with my team. They are probably more enthusiastic in this picture than they really were when I came back from the conference. They humored me a little bit, probably placated me, and then I assumed that they would go right back to what they were used to doing. They didn't really have a lot of interest in BDD at the beginning. So we're going to switch now. That was kind of the background. Let me tell you about our journey toward BDD and what we did so that we were able to really make this a part of the work on our team. So even after reading this book and getting excited, there was another false start. So after I read that, I decided we needed, before we even got to testing, we needed to start with our BAs. We needed to look at the work they were doing. We needed to have 3 amigos meetings. If you're not familiar with 3 amigos, that is a developer, a QA, a BA, or product owner, someone from the business in the room, understanding what is needed, understanding the workflows, and trying to figure out what the correct solution should be. Back to that first quote from the book that I shared with you. And so we needed those, and I thought I'll start with the BAs in this group. I gave them a reading assignment. So I took several different passages from that book. It didn't take them very long, probably about an hour to read. They read it in the office. And then I asked them to work together. I wanted them to have some buy-in. So I wanted them to meet after they had all read that section, and I wanted them to come up with a plan and present that to me. And they did. And they decided that they would do 3 amigos meetings as needed. They also decided that they wanted to try those on their own. They didn't really want me watching those at first. And I allowed that because it was new for all of us. I appreciated their effort, but I let them set the pace. And then things just slowed down real quickly again. And so I have now, there's an idea that I am excited about that I see a lot of value in, but I've had 2 false starts, and I really was stuck on what to do and how we could continue moving forward with this. About this time, my manager, it was toward the end of the year, and my manager said we had some extra training money and asked any of the managers in our department if there was training that we needed for our team. And I quickly raised my hand and said, I would love to, I think I can get together a BDD workshop if I can have some of that money. And that was really the turning point for us. So we had a BDD workshop. It was a 2-day workshop. It was hands-on. We had an outside company come in. We had 2 different trainers, one that appealed to the technical side and one that appealed to the people side. So we could talk about automation for a little bit, and just when like the BAs and the product owners were starting to gloss over, then we started talking about the people side and the meeting facilitation piece again, and how all of that came together. And so it was really great on both ends. And when it was over, the team was excited, which was awesome, because this is the first time I had seen some excitement from someone other than myself. I want to go back up to the fact that we had an outside company come in to do this. And I understand that that is a luxury and that there's not always training money available for that. If there is something that you are doing, a process change, if it's BDD, if it's anything else, and you're having some trouble connecting with your team, even if you don't have money to bring in an outside trainer, see if there's someone in your local community, maybe somebody at another company, that if you bought them lunch, they would come spend an hour just talking to your team about the benefits. Maybe you can do some kind of lunch and learn for them, and do a little trade-off there. But I just really think that having somebody from the outside, hearing it from someone other than me, really helped the team understand the value. And so I highly recommend that part. So like I said, when it was over, they were excited, and that excitement stayed. And this workshop happened the last couple of days before the holidays. It was at the very end of the year. And the second day of the workshop, after that, I didn't see some of my team for 2 weeks. Some of them were off that entire time. And so people went away, we had holidays, and they came back and they were still excited. And during that break, I had been thinking about what I could do to keep that momentum, hoping they would keep it after the holidays as well. And so I kind of worked over the break to come up with some ideas of how we could keep moving forward. And so some of these things that we did, some were really successful, some weren't at all, and that's okay. But we just needed a plan that once we captured that momentum, we could keep it going. So some of the things that we did, first of all, we had test strategy meetings. And these are one of probably the most important things we started doing. And these are still in place 2 years later and are a very valuable piece for our Scrum teams. So originally we started the test strategy meetings. It was right after grooming on our teams, and it was the BA and the manual and automation QA. And we would go through the stories that had been groomed, and we would then try and decide what should be automated. And this was a shift because automation was still fairly new to the team when I had joined, and there had been kind of the idea that you just automate everything. And so trying to make thoughtful decisions, we had some very long conversations about what should and should not be automated. This has since evolved. One of the people on my team attended a conference, and he came back with an idea. He made a checklist. So it's basically a return on investment checklist for automation. And it looks at different factors like, how repeatable is this scenario? What's the impact on the application if this, if we would have a bug in this scenario? There are several different things that they walk through, and they score those. They put that score, we use Jira, they put that score on the Jira ticket, and that helps them decide what they should and shouldn't automate. But they've really got that fine-tuned. They talk more in this meeting now about different edge cases, different testing scenarios, not just what should and should not be automated. So this is really became a valuable part to the team, and this continues to evolve. We also started, and this was just the first quarter right after the workshop, weekly scenario meetings. So I asked everybody that first quarter to practice writing feature files. We had learned that in our workshop. And manual, automation, BA, everybody who reported to me, I asked them to start writing feature files. And once a week, we would meet. I called these poetry readings, and somebody would be brave enough to throw a couple of their scenarios up on the projector, and we would just walk through them. And it wasn't necessarily to critique them. We had a lot of questions. Should it be like this? I did mine like this. Which way is right? What did they teach us in the workshop? So we walked through those. And it was really helpful. The team, that took a lot on their part to do that. I appreciated their bravery for putting that stuff up, but it was really helpful. And those meetings it was never one against everybody else or anything like that. It was just trying to learn a new process. And we only did those, like I said, for about a quarter, and then we felt much more confident with what we are doing. We have since altered our style even further, but just getting through that for one quarter was really helpful as we started to write those. We started to create a tag library. We understood after the workshop the importance of tags and started to come up with trying to figure out what our tags would be, and we were tracking those. This one was something that didn't really work at all. We overthought this. We came up with entirely too many tags, but that's okay. It got the team thinking. It wasn't anything that we invested a lot of time in, but even though it didn't work, it was something we still were thinking about the process and what we needed to do. We did create a Slack channel just for BDD, and we had that Slack channel active for probably 6 months as people were asking questions and things like that. And then as we got more comfortable, those questions started to come up in our team meetings or maybe even just on the Scrum teams. And so we retired that channel, but that was helpful to get us started. We moved our tests to GitLab, and that was kind of a division-wide move. Our developers were moving code to GitLab at the time, and we knew that we wanted to save our automation code in GitLab as well. And so we started moving those tests to GitLab so they were stored in a central repository. And then we also started working on a short-term engagement with a consulting firm. And so again, this was a luxury that we had, but we had a little bit extra money. And so the first 2 quarters of the year, we worked on getting further with BDD ourselves. This last 2 of that year, we were able to have a couple of consultants come in and really, especially with our automation engineers, help them understand, build the right framework, understand how to automate the test. I am not technical, so while I can lead the team through process change, I couldn't answer those questions for them. So we needed some outside help, and that was really what helped us. And so those first 2 quarters, as the team was working on all of the things that I described above, then I was working to get this engagement lined up, set our goals for that, figure out what we needed. I'm going to share with you next just some feedback from the team. And I collected this maybe about 9 months after we started. And I haven't gone back to ask them for updated feedback because it's now so ingrained in what we do. But even 9 months out, it was still very different. And I think that this is important to share, again, not just with BDD, but with any kind of process change. There are ups and downs, and it's going to be hard for your team. And so I wanted to see how they felt, because I could look at it and feel that things were going well, but I wasn't the one really doing the work. So no more stress about what test cases have been written, where they are stored, who is putting together a spreadsheet to track them, and how they are being divided up for testing. We have 4 different Scrum teams in our department. Prior to this, every Scrum team handled their testing their own way. And so we still don't make every team do things exactly the same, but we did bring some standardization to all of the teams with BDD just as part of this process change. And I think that that was helpful. We try and keep people on the same Scrum team, but every once in a while we do have to move teams around as priorities shift for projects. And so if people change teams, they know that they're still basically following the same process and not trying to learn a new process for each one. So that was helpful. Will this work with our applications? So this was something, we have some old legacy applications, old code. We could understand the benefit of using BDD with new development, but there were some questions and they were legitimate. Will this work with our applications? Turns out it does. That hasn't been an issue. But going back and trying to just understand what we did need to automate and, to cover the regression for the applications, that was a little bit daunting at first, but it has worked just fine. It takes the messiness of use cases and test cases and streamlines the process into easy to read feature files. So we still write user stories. We still have acceptance criteria. We still have those things. Like I said, we also still have requirements, but the feature files, it streamlines those tests. It makes them easy to read for anybody on the team. It makes it easy. We have a checkoff on all of our tests. We just do a peer review. to make sure, and not on the code, on just the, the written steps, is this testing the right thing, to make sure that there was no misinterpretation. So having the feature files makes it very easy for our BA or for developers to go in and read the feature file and understand, yeah, that, we've managed to test the right thing, or we're off a little bit. And so it just puts everything, those feature files are very easy to read. Like I said earlier, they are written in plain English. We started strong in first quarter, but died down some in second. And this was absolutely true. The one thing about this, and again, about any kind of process change, is that this was an extra to the work that they were doing. Nothing changed as far as deadlines, as far as their commitments. And even though we were trying this, we were not fully using BDD at this point. So they were still writing scenarios, they were still practicing this and getting used to a new way of work, but they were also having to rely on what they knew and what they had previously done to get things out the door. And first quarter, we started strong, but second quarter, things just got busy. But we had to find that momentum again and keep pushing to get it going. You keep saying this isn't just for automation, but sometimes it feels like it. That was absolutely true. Automation is not the goal, but that's where we needed the most support and the most help. And so that's really what that outside engagement concentrated on when we had people in, when we had consultants in for about 6 months. And so that did get a lot of attention. And I think that was hard for the team sometimes. It's been difficult for me. I'm trying to stay ahead on automation scenarios, plan what I'll do for my manual portion, and test tickets. So this absolutely speaks to that extra work that I was speaking about. It was a lot to manage, and the team did a good job, but I also had to recognize like how much we could push, because it was stressful for them. When you learn something new, when you learn a new process, it is just hard. So finding that right balance of pushing so that they kept making progress, but also allowing them to get their work done without causing too much stress was difficult at times. It has been challenging for me to know what is actually being accomplished, how much progress has been made, and how effective everyone's efforts have been, since I'm not on a team most directly involved with BDD. So when we started, like I said, we have 4 Scrum teams in our department. We chose one. We really wanted to figure it out with one team, and they were in a good spot. They were doing some new work, and we thought that would be a good place to start. So we had some teams, and the woman who wrote this, she was actually on the team that started using BDD the last. And so it was hard for everybody to feel like we were actually making progress or this was something new, because not everybody had the same amount of exposure, especially at the beginning. Example mapping is hard, but I like the fact BDD is more use case based. This allows us to solve real world problems by thinking through the workflows. So we use what we call example mapping instead of 3 Amigos meetings, but it's very similar, and trying to just understand with the right people in the room what the workflows are, what we need to be aware of from the development side, any dependencies that maybe the product owner or the business analyst aren't aware of, any technical dependencies. We have our tester to help us think about some things with testing, and we put all of that together to get our questions answered. So that was a new skill that the team had to learn as well. So that's kind of what the team thought as we were going. Then we had continued work. So we had to continue to get all teams and all members engaged. And I would say that we are there now, but it's still probably just until the last quarter of 2020 do I really feel we had that full engagement. And that's okay. It takes a while to build this process, but that was constant work of, we're going to do it this way. We're going to try this. We need to have these meetings on your team. Continued work of discussing the requirements earlier and more often, getting the right people in the room. That really was so important and continues to be important. Last year when we switched to working from home, very abruptly, like most people did at the beginning of the pandemic, some of our example mapping meetings fell off the calendars, and we realized we started using a new tool so we could hold those virtually. But a couple of the teams really started to suffer without those. They needed those to help have those conversations, and they felt better with those. So just always remembering to have the right people in the room, talk about the business cases early and often, and that leads to the best understanding. And then finally, the one that I think we've accomplished now, BDD becomes the work, not an and to the work. We were able to have this become just our natural process. And I think that we are there now. Finally, after 2 years, we still have work to do. We still have lots of progress to make, but this is something that all of the Scrum teams have accepted and are able to do. And it's no longer an extra, oh, I've got testing and I have BDD work to do. This is just the process that we use for our work. And that was a really great feeling, but it took a long time to get there. So if you're in the middle of a process change, whether it is BDD or anything else, be patient. You are going to have setbacks. You are going to have issues, but it will happen. So just keep pushing. Know when you need to, when you need to balance a little bit more, but you will get there. So in conclusion today, again, my LinkedIn QR code, I would love to connect with any of you. And that is a little bit of my journey from high school teacher, from cheerleading coach, through professional services and development, and then finally into a QA manager. And if you remember from that first slide, I had QA with question marks, and that has turned into an exclamation mark for me. This is something, the process piece, having quality become important to the entire team, which is something I believe BDD really allows, because you have those discussions early and you have them often. This has really become a passion of mine, and I am so happy that I've had the opportunity to share that with you today. So again, feel free to reach out if you have any questions, and I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Christine, for your talk. And before we get started with our Q&A session, I would like to say thank you for being active in YouTube and Pine. We really appreciate this, and it's important for us to hear feedback from you. We are having giveaway for our events among those who will post in Twitter or other social media and tag our official account, geekle.us. Write that you like the most at the event. After the event is closed, 5 lucky winners would get 2 tickets on our events. Share the feedback and get your prizes. And we are welcome all of our speakers to the Q&A session. Okay, I'm adding. Hi, Robin. Hi, Louise. Hi, Christine.
Hi.
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay, it's good to see you again. And as we are starting our Q&A session, the first question will go to Christine. We have the question in chat, and I encourage everyone in chat drop their question. We will start one by one, or maybe the question will be answered by everyone here. So the first question is, what is the feature file? Is it some documentation or specific feature? Who was writing them?
Sure. The feature files are the test scenarios. And in our case, our manual testers write those and pass those off to be automated. So those are the scenarios that will be automated in BDD. Other people can write them. A BA could write them. I don't like to have my automation testers write them, just so there's kind of a check there. I don't want them writing and automating the same thing. But that's what works when in those test strategy meetings, we decide what will be automated, what scenarios they need to write, then they do exploratory testing for the others, and they pass those off to be automated.
Okay, thank you very much. So far, we don't have other questions, and maybe we can start from the questions from the other talks. So the next question goes to Luis, and I would like to ask any how-tos on how to start mob testing in my company, for example.
Yeah, so when we started it, we actually, we had a facilitator facilitating the session, and I would definitely recommend you having that for the first couple of sessions. I also facilitate those sessions for other teams. So start by figuring out what are the rules, what kind of tasks do we want to work on? Is it a mob programming session or is it a mob testing session? What do we want to gain out of it, and how many do we want to involve? I think for the first couple of times, try to make the mob sessions no bigger than maybe 6 or 7 people. As you get better, you will definitely know how to navigate into that. But if there's a lot of navigators and it's a driver who hasn't tried it before, a lot of input can be very confusing. So try it out slowly and have someone facilitating the time and making sure that the navigators pay attention to the driver's skill level and make sure that you stay on track. So I think, yeah, find someone who's done it before and ask someone if they can help facilitate it.
Okay, thank you. The next question will be more general, so I would like to hear from you, from every one of you, the answers, and I would ask you to share the experience of the issue that was slapped to production due to the lack of testing, or maybe lack of user acceptance testing. Who would like to start first? Okay, maybe Robin, you would like to start because you were the last one not speaking yet.
Okay. Well, once again, as I tried to emphasize in my presentation, it's not just an issue of whether you do something that you call user acceptance testing, it's whether you're doing something useful as user acceptance testing. And in my experience, most user acceptance testing is not done effectively because the people doing it don't know to do it, and the people guiding it don't know how to do it appropriately either. So I think you're asking the wrong question.
Okay, any other opinions on that? Well,
can you repeat the question again, just to?
Yeah, so the question is basically to share your experience on the bug that slapped to production due to the lack of testing. It's maybe the story. Tell us the story.
Well, we release to production many times throughout the day. So for us, it's not unusual that bugs hit production and the users find them. For us, it's more important to find the most important ones and make sure that the users don't suffer a bad experience from those bugs. But I think we learn from everything. So I can't really come up with a really good example of something to remember, because we learn from all our mistakes and we don't see them as someone you can point a finger and say that was because we didn't test properly. It can be due to a lot of different circumstances.
I agree with Louise. Trying to learn from that, you miss things all the time, but making sure that the things that you miss hopefully don't have a huge impact. Quickly being able to correct those, and just knowing for the next time, we're constantly updating our release checklist and, the things that we need to be aware of and documentation. So if we have somebody new on the team, it's just not tribal knowledge, in somebody's head, like, oh, we need to test this. So just constantly evolving to make sure we do better.
Okay, so we have another question in chat. So here it is. Question for Christine. Do you have automation code reviews? Does any checks if expected results validate the test and feature file written by business analysis? If yes, who was performing the review?
So we do have automation code review, and they do, with the automation engineers on the team, they do code review for each other. And we have tests before those scenarios are automated. We have BAs read the feature files and do what we call a +1, basically just agreeing this is the correct test scenario. And then once that's automated, we're looking at the results and making sure that it's testing the right thing and making sure that the tests pass. Our goal is to make sure that we are always providing tests that pass to our teams, and we put those reports out, and not manipulating the tests so that they pass. But if there's something wrong, we are immediately investigating, is it actually something in the code or is it something in the test? Because we don't want to give them tests that are, well, this one always fails, so you can just ignore it. We want to make sure that we're providing quality that they can trust. And if there's an issue, we get to the root of it. So yes, we do automation review, and we also have the BAs review the scenarios.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe someone else would like to talk about the BDD. Do you have any experience, Luis, Robin, with BDD?
I think a little bit, not to the same extent that Christine has been talking about, but we actually started a couple of years ago using the Gherkin syntax when we're doing our automated test, and we tried it out on unit test level as well to see if it would make sense. It doesn't in all scenarios, definitely not. We do it on our end-to-end test. We make sure that those are aligned with the business, and those are the most critical things. But I don't think that we are nearly as systematically working with business-driven development as you guys are.
And my experience is similar in many ways to what Christine described, that the fact is BDD does not automate. You don't automate BDD. You're automating automation, and the BDD is at best a comment. And I think that the BDD world has really done a disservice by overselling itself in that way. It's not saying it's not valuable to, specify by example and so forth, but I think the overemphasis on automation is really hurting it.
I agree,
Okay.
Robin.
Thanks. So far, no questions in chat, and I would like you to maybe share some ideas for the new testers, because this stream is mainly for junior QAs. I would like you to share, maybe to inspire new QAs on how to do their work better. Maybe some advices. Who would like to start first?
I can start. I think knowing that your job goes beyond testing a ticket, understanding the product, understanding the application, understanding your end users, and knowing that there's a lot more. Do you work with production support? Do you talk to the developers? Do you talk to the BAs? It goes beyond testing that ticket. And when you can go beyond that, then you're going to understand what you're working on better, and you're going to advance in your career.
Yeah, thanks, Christine. Luis, Robin, would you like to share something?
Yeah, I think so. As I also touched a little bit upon, we have been going through a transformation. What is QA? Because quality assurance is not just testing, it's so much more. But we've actually also talked about redefining what does QA stand for, and we think it's quality ambassadors, and that's not just testing things, that's actually being ambassador for the good quality and talking to the teams about it. So understanding that your primary goal is not to sit down and test a lot. It can be as well, but it's also making sure that people understand why you're doing what you're doing and what the purpose is of that task.
And I will second what both ladies have said, and just go back to the fact that none of our organizations are in business to produce executable code. We're all in business to do something useful to people, which in turn ends up being useful to our organization. And I think that historically, the information technology, software development, fill in the buzzword, has lost sight of that for many years. And unfortunately, I think Agile has contributed to losing sight in spite of all of the lip service paid to customers and users and value. I think that the real place for beginners to understand is understand the business. And the business is not to produce working software. The business is to do something useful. And working software is secondary or tertiary with regard to helping the business accomplish its purposes. And most of what tends to happen distracts from that. And I think it's, once again, doing a disservice to everybody.
Cool. Thanks for your answers. And we have another question from the chat. So what would you say is the best approach to test software that follows microservice architecture? Any ideas on those?
Well, we have a microservice architecture, and well, we do a lot of different things. One being the mob sessions that I just talked about. I think doing a risk assessment on if you have a lot of microservices, you need to make sure what services are the most important ones and the most risky ones. So doing your risk assessments and making sure that the ones with the highest priority and the highest impact on the business is the ones that we are putting our focus on, and then accepting that flaws and errors can pass in some of the other areas is that's basically what we do. We have a very risk-driven approach, and we always try to look for the most important bugs to find ourselves. And I don't think that matters if it's a microservice architecture or something else. When you have a lot of microservices, you need to make sure which one is more important than the other one.
Okay, so the next question would be from Jeffrey. On startup environments, sometimes there is no immediate business analysis that could be hired. Could QAs create the business side of the user story?
Sure. You know, the distinctions between business analysis and QA and testing have always been a little bit vague, and I think they're becoming vaguer. I know of a lot of testing people, or rather business analysis people who have testing responsibilities. I had a client a couple of years ago, which I found unusual because they, in fact, had QA, but no business analysts, and their QA people were responsible for acting as business analysts. The issue isn't, once again, what the title on the door is. It's how well you're doing it. And I fear that people get distracted by all kinds of extraneous stuff, not the least of which are buzzwords like microservices. A microservice has absolutely nothing to do with whether you're accomplishing anything useful. It's simply a way to accomplish it. And they might say, well, we're using hammers and drill presses. Okay, that's good. Does a hammer or a drill press or a microservice have anything at all to do with business value? Not that I know of. It's what you do with them.
I agree. I think that their titles overlap and responsibilities overlap, not just between BA and QA, but throw in a product owner, sometimes a project manager or scrum master. People take on all of those roles depending on the organization that they're in. It's just about knowing how to ask the right questions, following up with the right people, knowing what your team is trying to accomplish. And I think those things will get you far, no matter what role you're working in or what your title is.
Okay, thanks. And the next question goes to Luis. Could we say that the mob testing is the new way to work? Is the mob testing is the way to work an evolution? Oh, sorry, new way to work is an evolution of war rooms. Oh, I misspelled this.
Yeah, you probably could. I mean, yes, war rooms. The way that I see them is something that's created or set up when you have an urgent issue that you need to fix, and you put people together and say, stay in there until that's done. That's not how we use the mob programming or mob testing sessions. That's more something that's a part of the daily work that we have. I guess you could fix the thing that you would go into a war room to fix in a mob programming way. I would definitely recommend to try that. But I wouldn't say that you could only use these mob sessions when you go into war rooms. So I hope that makes sense.
Okay, thanks. Another question to Robin from the chat. So you are not done with BDD and some more. What would you recommend instead?
So I think that BDD has value. I think that a lot of that value is not realized. And part of that is because of the way that it tends to be promoted. And I think what Christine said is that there's an overemphasis on the automation side and that in fact BDD, the big value of BDD is as a comment that guides what you're doing, not that it turns automatically into what you're doing. I'm glad, Christine, that you find feature files to be human interpretable. I don't. I'm sorry, but I mean, certainly the identifying tests, identifying examples is helpful, but I think that it tends to come at the expense of what those examples should be demonstrating. And it tends to, take on a life of its own. And, the examples are examples. They are not the full story. And I think too often people think, well, I'm using BDD, therefore everything's wonderful. And, examples easily overlook other examples. And the BDD world doesn't tell you that, perhaps because it doesn't recognize it. Okay, and I suspect that that's similar to an experiences that Christine was encountering.
Okay, thank you. The next question comes from the Pine chat, and as well, feel free to leave your questions there. So the question is, can a QA be a Scrum Master? Should those two roles be performed by the same person? So it's like two questions in one.
I think it comes down to what your budget is on your team and who you have. I mean, sometimes it's not what's necessarily desirable, but it's just you don't have enough money to fund all of the roles that you might need. We've had QA and BA act as Scrum Masters, and then we've had some increases and we were able to hire dedicated Scrum Masters. So to me, that overlap happens probably in every industry. Just, you got to get the work done. I don't know that it's necessarily good or bad. It's just balancing the work and dealing with the resources that you have.
Anyone else on thoughts on this question? Can QA be a Scrum Master?
I think that I'll take what Christine said and turn it around, that there's a reason why there are separate roles. And when you expect somebody to carry out more than one of those roles, then you're probably diminishing the effectiveness of both of those roles. And that it's not advisable to have people doubling up in any direction. You're trying to maintain a certain degree of independence and separate responsibilities. And the more that QA is focusing on mastering a Scrum, the less they're doing in the QA world, and vice versa.
Yeah, and we don't have Scrum, so we don't have Scrum Masters. So I can't say anything about that.
Okay, so the next question is there any difference between quality assurance engineer and software tester? Should we raise more quality assurance engineer instead of software tester?
Yes. I recognize fully that in many organizations, the term QA means testing. And that's a misunderstanding. Quality assurance is there to focus on your processes, to give you confidence that the processes, in fact, are able to and actually are producing products with suitable quality. Testing is looking at those products, and if you're looking at the product, you're not going to be looking at the process. In fact, frankly, the process tends to be the more important, but the testing tends to be the easier for people to understand. And so organizations tend to be overemphasizing testing and underemphasizing QA. And once again, a lot of that is because they don't understand the difference. And the conventional wisdom, the conventional literature and courses tends not to be good at articulating those differences.
I agree. I think testing can be a part of something that a QA does, but I don't think necessarily the QA part of the role description is something that a software tester would do.
I agree as well.
Cool, guys. So we are running out of time, and I would like to say thank you for all of you for your speeches, as well for Q&A sessions, and see you later then.
Literally.
Thank you for having us.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
See you all Eastern European time.
Okay, and at the end, I'm excited to tell that right now we are opening the registration for our next QA Summit, which will take place on from 17th till 18th of August. And all of you will have a chance to get a ticket for it with the lowest early bird price, only $49. Just follow the link in chat to get it right now. I'm sure it will be another amazing event by Geekle, so don't miss your chance to get the best price. And it was it from my side. Thank you for having me, and see you later, guys. Bye. I'll pass the stage to the next moderator.
Hello, everyone. We are happy to welcome all the attendees who has joined us for this block. I hope you are ready. So we are going to start now with Pekka Marjamaki. If I pronounce your name incorrectly, sorry, Pekka. So Pekka has a versatile history of software testing spanning from test engineer, test manager, all the way to test coach. Over 10 plus years, he has worked in multiple domains, including cybersecurity, logistics, governmental institutions, and healthcare. He's an avid promoter of software testing, blogger, a conference speaker, and a trainer. When cut, Pekka bleeds testing. And Jenny Grunman has 20 years of experience in software business. He has worked in various positions, for example, as a developer, Scrum Master, Project Manager, and Test Engineer. Domains Janie has worked with include telecom, governmental institutions, finance, and on-demand streaming media. So he has experience in various web, mobile, front-end systems, back-end systems, integrations, and ERPs. Currently, Jenny is working as a testing coach and a project manager in Finland with Solita. As a project manager, Jenny currently leads cloud adoption and infrastructure projects. So let us welcome them to talk about this exciting presentation. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. So it's Pekka and Jani, and we're doing this talk as a duo because both of us have collaborated with this quite a lot. And it's 5:30 p.m. in Finland, and Jani can say a few words about the company we both work in.
Yeah, Solita is a medium-sized company. We have about little over 1,000 employees in Finland, Sweden, Estonia, and Germany, if I remember correctly. And we do software consulting, mainly in various areas like custom software development and integrations and data science stuff, and also these cloud-based solutions, infrastructure, cloud infrastructure, and stuff like that.
Because Solita has so many different projects, me and Jani are able to have such broad spectrum of domains that we have done test coaching in. So our today's presentation is quick and dirty test management.
Yes.
The key takeaways from this presentation is that it's a lightweight approach to test management. The simple structure allows for good enough testing process. Modeling, chartering, and reporting can be also done quickly, and hurry is no excuse for sloppiness. And my name is Pekka Marjamäki. I'm a testing coach and a developer. Like mentioned before, I do coaching, training, and conference speaking, etc. And my kind of focus on testing in our company is people and processes instead of like hard technology.
Yes, and I'm Jani Grönman, and I'm also a testing coach and project manager with Solita. And as Pekka, I do training and coaching and conference speaking. I really much enjoy speaking to people and sharing experiences. I also am really interested in Agile and being an early Agile adopter, and Agile project management is something I'm really interested in. And I think overall I'm interested in business and kind of organization development side of things when I'm doing my roles as a coach or manager. So, what kind of problems are we facing? They can be like we need to assemble a team of testers that do testing alongside their other work. How to manage them and how to kind of avoid the situation where you have to herd cats, so to speak. Or the whole system needs to be tested, but we don't have a testing process. Are we doomed? Everything is falling apart. How on earth can we do structured testing quickly and efficiently?
So the answer to these problems, introducing quick and dirty, but good enough test management. So basically, this is session-based test management using Microsoft Teams. And we're going to use Microsoft Teams in this, this example or exercise. And if you want to use something, some other tool, these skills or processes are totally applicable to other tools also.
Yeah, you can use Jira or whatever you want. All right, so what's session-based test management? It's a time-boxed method that allows managing testing in measurable pieces. So you don't just go about testing like forever and forever, but time-box your testing. And when testing is divided into kind of standard-sized chunks, the process and coverage of your testing effort is easier to measure and also track. And when you have these sessions time-boxed, you can also then be better able to fit your sessions into your own schedules as predefined time slots. And also, if you are a test manager, then you know how many sessions can be fitted into your own overall testing schedule, and also evaluate the coverage achieved in the end. And that way, it helps you to plan your testing. So how about planning in the session-based test management? Our approach is to use charters for each sessions. A charter is a description of a testing session. A well-designed charter allows for less detailed test design and relies more on the skills of the testers to know what to test. Testing can, and in our experience, should be done in pairs, or maybe use some kind of MobTesting. This allows the other testers to execute the tests, and while the other one takes notes and comes up with new test ideas, and this kind of brainstorming and thinking out loud, and in generally thinking with more than one brain and more using more than one pair of eyes is more kind of fruitful in testing.
So regarding the charters, each of these sessions has one charter, and the charter is constructed of these 4 elements. The charter has a mission, it has a time box, it has setup, instructions, and then notes. I'm going to describe these in more detail. So the mission, it is basically a statement of a goal for that testing session. It can be broad, for example, test this web form from, for example, super user perspective, or it can be really detailed, like test steps, how to run through some process, for example, a business process, or anything in between. The idea is to know broadly what are the end results and the goals that we're trying to achieve. And the charter is time boxed. The testing session should be uninterrupted so that testers can focus more on the testing. So this means basically that no answering emails or phones, just focusing on the testing, only on the testing. The optimal session is 60 to 90 minutes. Any longer than that, over 2 hours, for example, might cause the testing to become a bit poor. You don't necessarily notice all things, or do some kind of sloppy testing. And this time box includes all the activities in the testing session. Now, the setup in the testing session, everything that needs to be done before the testing can begin. This basically means like getting access to environments, getting user accounts, creating the data, reading, for example, requirements files, maybe feature files or something like that. And when you have the setup described in the session, it is easier to arrange time, for example, from another tester or a developer or an ops person, so that they can help you arrange the testing so that it can be done as efficiently as possible. And then the fourth part of the charter is notes. Basically, this means short description or bullet points that can help you pull through the testing. So keywords, heuristics, some data sets, scripts, files, whatever that might be needed during the testing. And obviously, if the mission or the goals are really complex in the charter, then you might want to describe it a bit more in the notes section.
Yes, and these can be from test strategy also, or stuff like that, but it's out of this scope. But yes, notes are good to guide you. All right. So how to implement this so-called quick and dirty test management with MS Teams? We have divided this to 4 steps, and these steps to success. So the goal are: first, model the system; 2, create charters; 3, do some testing, of course, and also 4, manage testing activities. And we will start with the modeling part. So again, this is MS Teams example. You can use whatever tool you like. These are not, I think, exclusive features, but features that you need with MS Teams are tasks by planner. And this is used to create the charters and to add test cases and test ideas. We will talk about those later. And also to monitor the progress. Wiki is needed to create those the space to for the notes, for example, and give specific testing steps and that kind of in free form information, and also files if you need to upload some Excels or pictures or architecture diagrams or or stuff like that. So, modeling. To be most effective in session-based testing and using those charters, the system should be modeled in some way. You need to have some kind of map of the system to understand it good enough for you to make effective testing. And you need to kind of piece that system in small enough pieces that can be used as a basis for the sessions you are testing the system in. And when you have those pieces, you can then group them together in categories, for example, and that's how you can manage larger sets of sessions and also track the coverage, for example, of your testing. So, there are various ways of modeling. We do a lot of these kind of modeling workshops with teams, with our developer teams when they are doing testing stuff, or with our clients, for example, if they participate in acceptance testing, for example. And these can be really various. You can have plain feature lists as a way of modeling the system. You can have mind maps on lists of non-functional and functional requirements, for example. And then you can have these kind of free-form test ideas, and test ideas categorized by the team. So this last method is what we tend to use the most. And this is based on test ideas and categories. And what is a test idea? It's a kind of a headline of a test case, or an idea what could be tested, what could be useful to be tested in this system. And it can be brainstormed with the team really freely, just free thinking, throw everything you can think of on Post-its. And when you have done this, then you can have a second step or second round, and then gather those test ideas into groups or categories. So here's an example about cameras, and no one uses them, or there's some problems with cameras and stuff like that. So they are camera-related problems. And after that, you can use those as a basis for your MS Teams planner view. And the categories, we have used them as columns, names of the columns. You can there see on the left top side, there's a camera-related problems column. And under that, there are stickers for every test idea. And these test ideas become those test sessions. And this is how you create your kind of test plan in this quick and dirty manner. Of course, you might need a couple of iterations that what those sessions would be like, and maybe plug some of them out and stuff like that. But in general, it's the idea here. So this way you can see the categories and the coverage also.
So let's talk about those charters then. In the previously we moved or created like charters from those test ideas, and at this moment they're just like short descriptions or topics for the sessions. So now we need to add some details to these sessions. And in MS Teams, there's this default form that can be used for these sessions. The description should be the the name of the mission. And sometimes you need to assign those testing sessions to a tester. Then you add notes. If you have a complex mission description, you can then broaden it in this note section. Then you have the checklist, which basically is a short description of different steps that you need to take during the testing session. Then if you have Excel files or pictures or whatever, you can add them as attachments for easy access. They're basically they're stored in the files folder, but they can be accessed quite easily from these session forms. And like mentioned before, you can then write more detailed stuff, detailed descriptions to the notes. And obviously then you do the testing. We're not going to tell you how to do the testing in this session, which would be really cool. That's the stuff that we do on our daily work, teach people how to do testing. But the idea is that you do the testing.
Yeah, and this presentation is about managing testing, so that's why we don't talk about the actual testing here so much. So the fourth point is to manage the testing activities. And in this quick and dirty test management, we rely on transparent and fast communication with least effort from the testers. So the goal is to let them concentrate most of their effort to testing. The management activities are roughly the following. First, supporting the testers, reporting testing status, and also monitoring the progress with MS Teams. And also, test manager could also create new charters if necessary, and also do general organization, book meetings and stuff like that.
So what is supporting the testers? It's the test manager's job to make testing as easy and as effortless as possible. So basically, test manager arranges or does time management, arranges the sessions, help them fit the sessions into the testers' schedules. Usually this is done with user acceptance testing when people have other work alongside the testing. So it is the test manager who helps them fit the testing sessions into their schedule. And the test manager facilitates the testing sessions, and coaches the testers with whatever is needed. So helps, for example, describe the session charter a bit more if it's unclear, for example, or if the tester doesn't have a pair, the test manager can then act as a pair for that tester and throw testing ideas and report so that the testing is as effortless as possible.
Then about reporting the testing. Testers should make notes of their findings during the test sessions, of course. It should be as easy as possible, and we teach this kind of method that you can do kind of shorthand symbols and use that in recording the notes. You added them to the chart as comment fields, for example, and then after the sessions, the findings are discussed with the team sooner than later after the sessions. And after that sessions, what team decides is a bug, for example, or a change request, then they add those to the issue tracking system. So we advise not to use issue tracking systems while you are testing, because they usually distract your mental processes in testing.
Yeah, so here's an example report. What we want from the testers is that they tag the session sheet with, for example, a bug label. They may mark the charter as completed and mark the testing steps as completed. And then if there are, for example, screenshots or stuff like that, they add those to the testing, the charter sheet. And at the bottom of the screen, as comments, you report the findings. For example, if you have found a bug, you have a short description of the bug there. And then this is how it shows on the main screen on the planner. It's easy for the test manager to read that, okay, this session found bugs, and but it has tested every step that it had. And how to monitor the progress in MS Teams? It's quite simple to use the charts tab in the planner. It shows these charts about, for example, how many tasks are left to be tested, what kind of stuff is late, what's the coverage of a particular area, for example, user interface tests, and etc. And obviously, if the test manager finds that there are needs to create new charters, then the test manager does those in the next, so that they can be tested, for example, in the next testing cycle.
Yes, and so we have the winning formula. Just 4 steps for a good enough test management. So, as a conclusion, quick and dirty test management it's better than nothing. It's rather quick and quite easy. It's good enough to get the job done. So that's our key takeaway. So good luck. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Pekka and Jani, for the informative session. So I have 2 questions that I want you to quickly answer if possible. So this is one from Alan. So does this rely on the necessary prereqs, test environments, code deployed, already available and being confirmed? Otherwise, the 60 to 90 minutes won't be very well spent.
Yeah, exactly. These can be counted as a setup time in a session, but if you need to set up a whole environment, for example, then these have to be, of course, done before your sessions can even start.
And obviously, you can actually have a testing session where you set up the environment. That can be the mission of the testing session.
Yeah, it's like you when in Scrum you might have a Scrum 0 where you set up the development environment. You can use this analogy to testing sessions as well. Yeah.
Yes.
How do you communicate and reinforce the why we should do BDD, UAT, or mob techniques without repeating things from books? Great question.
The why.
Yeah. Well, it's good to know a lot of techniques. It's like you have a lot of tools in your toolbox, and as you say, it's the why what's most important. And I think that to answer that and communicate that why is to have a good test strategy in your project or product. So in testing strategy, you should, so to speak, paint a picture of the landscape your project is in and what's important, what your customer values the most, for example, what your audience values the most, and what's kind of important things. So it's kind of not necessarily a list of tools you will use in your testing, but a list of approaches and the important things you use in testing.
Other scenarios where in session-based testing is not recommended. I haven't seen any of those. Basically, it's about time boxing and having a mission in doing something. So I'd say it's applicable to almost anything.
Yeah, if we are talking about exploratory testing, then it's I think it can be applied, nearly every case. Yeah.
Yes.
Great questions. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Pekka and Yanni, for your a great session. Thank you all, and we'll continue now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So welcome, Joshua. So now we are going to talk to Joshua. Joshua has been a tester for roughly 14 years. So he has worked in agents and product companies. He loves testing and has an insatiable curiosity for researching anything related to testing. So at the moment, he's most interested in experimenting with software test oracles, a few machine learning tools, properties-based testing, fuzz testing, and model-based testing. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. And it's a pleasure to be here with everybody. And just give me a second to get my presentation up. Okay. I think it's sharing. Okay. Sorry. Present. Okay, so today I would like to discuss becoming a toolsmith and the lessons learned from my long and involved and experienced experiences throughout my career, and all of the learnings that I've had the pleasure of going through. And these are my LinkedIn profile and my Twitter handle, in case anyone wants to check me out. So as Larissa kindly introduced me, I'm currently working as a principal QA engineer at SecureWorks, and I've been a tester for approximately 15 years. And I enjoy testing. I love doing it, and I love learning more about rapid software testing methodologies. I'm also a part-time writer, and I like to consider myself as just simply a tester, and I'm proud of it. So I'd like to do a little story time, and just a fair warning, this is a pretty long and verbose slide deck. It's going to end up in one of my GitHub repos. So the journey for everyone, it starts somewhere. My journey started at the Hertz Corporation, which was a car rental company with approximately 3,000 locations worldwide. I was a part of that team for 2006 to 2016, roughly 10 years. And at Hertz, the QA role was originally seen as more of an entry-level role to train business analysts. And I was in charge of a team that helped test a very large monolithic system with multiple channels for creating car rental reservations and various types of point of sale systems, web reservations, mobile devices, kiosks. And this is actually a high-level diagram of the actual Hertz car rental application from that same time period I was working there. As you can see, it's pretty complicated, and there's a lot of interconnected machines, some of them centralized to this one point in the middle there. So it gets pretty hairy at times, especially when we need to do releases. As a founding member of a 3-person QA team, we were dealing with a lot of aging complex systems and an IBM DB2 backend that was difficult to update and upgrade, and various old and complex mainframes running COBOL. So we focused on the areas as e-commerce QA that were most accessible to the 3 of us. And all of those involved the Hertz websites, the mobile applications. All the test process in the beginning were performed by hand. So we kept all of those in simple Word docs that just grew over time, and eventually we transferred them all to Excel sheets to try and make it a little easier to manage. And those grew to about 80,000 rows long, hundreds of different types of test accounts. We dealt with dozens of projects a month, and the application kept growing and growing. E-commerce management soon realized that the value of the tester role was truly something that couldn't be underestimated. We had to research different types of tools. So we ended up buying, at that time, HP Quick Test Professional. I'm sure that a lot of you have heard of it and probably have touched it at some point, especially if you've been working in this industry as long as I have. So it was something we were asked to build up. We were told that this is a tool that is valuable to the Hearst Corporation because it should help automate certain difficult things that we are dealing with in terms of possibly automating some old COBOL systems, and also automating all sorts of other things. And they dealt with a lot of plugins to get that off the ground. So in the beginning, it was very difficult for 3 guys to create automation while simultaneously participating in the actual existing regression test process. So e-commerce management decided to grow the team more. And over 4 years, the QA team grew to about 40 people. So by 2013, we had created a bunch of automation, approximately, if I can remember off the top of my head, almost 10,000 lines of Quick Test Professional code specifically for IE. And we also used Selenium WebDriver to cover the gaps. We needed to handle different types of browsers, and Quick Test Professional proved to be not too simple to get that off the ground. The high-risk areas remained in the hands of very skilled and capable test leads. And we decided that it was just too risky to automate certain things like the legacy systems, the kiosks, the point-of-sale devices, etc. We needed to get people in there that could understand the product. Which leads to the first turning point of my journey. By around 2015, Hertz e-commerce leaders and managers decided that the complexities of this aging monolith were just too much. They needed to figure out a way to scale out, to basically break apart the monolith. So they decided to re-architect according to microservices and up-and-coming architectures at the time. So one of the books they gave us was the Phoenix Project. And one of the most important quotes that stuck out in my mind were, any improvements made outside of the bottleneck, made anywhere besides the bottleneck, are an illusion. This quote was basically one of my first turning points. I started to see clearly the bottlenecks, the limitations, the poor judgment of the leadership and the people who built the legacy systems, the aging technology stacks, the unnecessary bureaucracy, DB2 machines whole databases located in Oklahoma City, which was a known tornado hot zone. So a few people at the Hertz Corporation took the time to transfer knowledge about those old systems as well. And on top of that, we dealt with draconic red tape for just simple firewall changes. With that mindset, I started identifying bottlenecks throughout the Hertz tech stacks. I took a step back, and I also saw similar issues with the QA toolsets and also the regression testing processes in general. It became difficult to justify the automation runtime, which was at the time 5 hours. 5 hours of running those specific browser tests, just the browser tests. We couldn't even get the other types of tests that dealt with what we attempted to do with the COBOL tests, but we just couldn't break that egg. So we focused on just the browser tests, and those took 5+ hours to run. So we also needed to adapt that automation to work with the existing Bluemix pipelines, CI/CD pipelines, which were basically an IBM version of basically AWS. So in 2015, we decided to take a hard look at these licenses. Do we really need them? And it became obvious to us that it was just becoming a little too expensive to maintain. A license pack cost about $120,000 a year. For just one, it cost $12,000. So by 2016, unfortunately, we reached the critical breaking point. None of the milestones for the re-architecture were met. The legacy systems were too complex to break up. Hertz business leadership said we're just too slow, a huge cost center, and they claimed that Hertz is not a technology company. So unfortunately, since none of those milestones were met at all, we were let go as a team. But instead of taking those lemons and just sitting there with a bunch of lemons, I decided to personally make lemonade. So during that month, I decided to teach myself and get my knowledge up. And instead of teaching my replacements, I decided to focus on filling the gaps in my knowledge and avoiding the same pitfalls with this aging QA tech stack, the QA processes that just didn't move fast enough. And I decided to think about criteria that would be important for me to take forward with my career, with my future, in my future jobs, basically. Think about criteria that I could use to decide what tools I need, what tools I could get off the ground if it were just me doing it. So I needed tools that had better accessibility to help me move quickly. I needed tools that had great community support, not just good, actually. I needed tools that are easily scalable and free from limitations of expensive licenses. I needed tools that are portable across different platforms. I needed tools that have reliable external libraries or plugins. So during my remaining time at Hertz, I decided to teach myself Robot Framework and experimenting with Docker. And after almost 4 weeks after they laid us off, I decided to take a look. And I met up with a QA director for the company Intersection, which was dealing with a lot of smart city projects, MTA projects, and if you've ever heard of it, the Hudson Yards project. So I accepted an offer to work with them. And for 3 years, for the first time, I was in my first experience working in a consulting agency. And in that agency, I learned how to rapidly test prototypes, rapidly build tools to adapt to those projects, and also use my knowledge of strategy making, test strategy making, trying to sharpen it and get better at it, and also try to build documentation that is not only helpful, but also impactful. I try to hone all of my skills as a whole, which led to my second turning point. During my 3 years in the ICS team, I wanted to set myself on a learning path to become a more adaptable and flexible lone tester and strategist. So I became a little obsessed with self-learning and researching. I experimented with many types of test approaches. I kept an open mind, and I searched for thought leaders. I got better at rallying people around the strategies and approaches I created, and I also tried to be a better mentor, a better teacher, a better researcher, and also tech lead as well. But I always kept my tester hat in my other hand. So I worked at creating POCs that I could easily map back to a clear testing goal. And I quickly learned how to thrive in a chaotic environment and adapt my approach to frequent context switching. So eventually my search for software testing thought leaders brought me to the work of James Marcus Bach, who I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. And I started studying and teaching myself rapid software testing methodology very seriously. And this is truly what triggered my second turning point. I would often read through his articles on specifically a context-driven approach to automation and testing, and also the session-based test management article he wrote. I started reading Lessons Learned in Software Testing, Context-Driven Approach, which has become my favorite book for self-study. It's a huge read. I just take it in little bites and with a cup of coffee, and then I just try to digest every day a little bit of knowledge. And I constantly reminded myself to let risk be my compass. This is one of the key concepts that I think is most important from Omega Tester, testing with a team of one. And I also try to study rapid software testing methodology concurrently with my tools research, because I wanted to explore ways to blend both into my plans and strategies. So this brings me to some advice that I'd like to give you for your journey. You may wonder, well, what is the gist or process for starting the Automation Toolsmith journey from square one? If I start today, what should I try doing? Well, one of my best advice for your journey is start with an assessment of your goals. What are they? And it would help to base them on the risks of your project. You might have a list of repetitive challenges or high priority testing goals at your environment, your project, or you just might be curious about automation technologies and you need a focused way of doing that. Map out each of those challenges and tasks into your own outlines. Outline them all out, write them out, and be descriptive about the steps and procedures that feed each piece of that outline. For example, your outline could look like this. Start with a high-level goal. What is the first repetitive task? Give it a risk level. Is it high or low? Start to list out those steps. Go to the next, go to the second repetitive task. Maybe the risk level is low. Maybe the risk level is low, and go through these step 1 and 2, etc. of that second task, and then etc. Going forward with a second outline, etc., etc., etc. Create your strategy from your outlines and think about how you alone would be able to handle it. So one way to approach the QA Toolsmith self-teaching is to dive into adaptable and flexible, mature and accessible testing tools. So I selected my tools to make me experiment quickly, to do it continuously. Consider that your natural language can be turned into automation. So consider tools that can do that. Start with learning what you need to get done and within your environment. Turn those needs into goals, automate towards them, focus solely on the essence of those tasks. Focus on your outline. So I suggest keyword-driven testing. Robot Framework is a well-maintained, adaptable, and accessible keyword-driven testing and automation framework. So from that outline from the previous slide, I've taken that and I've used the natural language syntax of Robot Framework. And I have here an example of that previous outline. I started with documentation telling me the high-level goal of the tasks. And of course, the tasks are broken down, the first repetitive task and the second repetitive task, and those steps that feed into both. And also, I am tagging them with a risk level. So feed your curiosity, experiment in a focused way. One of the ways I approach it in my mind is the Deming circle, the Shewhart cycle. It goes by many names, the PDCA circle or cycle. I based my approach on this, and it's based on the scientific method, and this is how I view it personally. Start with a hypothesis, experiment with it, evaluate what you've experimented on, plan, and then execute the plan, check it, etc. Perform the research, establish focused objectives, act, identify what worked, what didn't, execute, etc., check, etc. So after your first success, move on to your next challenge. After your second success, experiment some more. Iterate and improve. Figure out what works and what doesn't. Go through multiple cycles of this. And sometimes you'll fail, but don't be discouraged. Research frequently, and remember that no approach is perfect. You will never find a silver bullet to any problem you find. Just make sure that you take a step back and try to figure out, well, what else is out there that could be used to also approach this problem? Somewhere out there, someone is thinking up a better way of solving a particular problem with an open source library. Maybe they've created a better approach or a tool or a framework even. Be open-minded and try them out. Experiment on your own and build up an approach of your own that is based on those experiments. So I'd like to quickly share some experiments and side projects of my own. And don't be discouraged from these links will also be in a slides that I'll share on my GitHub repo. I have Medium articles. I have work that I've been doing on the side with Scala libraries for Robot Framework, and I've done work with conversational AI test assistants, and also integrating them with Robot Framework. I've also done a bunch of workshops, and please let me know if you have any questions about them. And I also have a couple of YouTube videos as well. And of course, my book is a work in progress, and it's going to eventually come out very soon. So I'm all done, and I hope this presentation was helpful to you. Okay. Any questions? I left room for questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Joshua. Your session was great, was really, really good. So from the public as of now, we don't have any questions.
Okay.
Okay, but actually, I do have one question. So what is the testing tool you prefer to use?
I prefer to use, basically, it depends on the problem. If it's a problem that's just something that I can solve just by diving in and just taking a notepad and just going through whatever I observe. And I personally like session-based testing a lot. So I'm a big fan of rapid software testing. So that's my go-to first. So I dive in and I try to learn whatever it is I'm trying to test. And based off of that, I go forward with trying to break it and experiment with whatever I'm doing. But if there's checking that needs to be done, I would, and it's repetitive, I would use Robot Framework and try to tie that into a regression suite of some sort. But most of the time, in SecureWorks where I work, a lot of the work requires experimentation and also research. So, and trying to break what's in our test environment. So that requires a lot of diving and experimentation. Hope that helped.
No, that was great. Thank you very much, Joshua. And so it was really, really insightful to have you here. You have been a busy bee, so for the last year. So thank you very much and we'll talk back on the questions and answers. Okay.
No problem. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome, Louis. So let us just introduce our next speaker. Louis is as a QA automation lead, Louis loves to share and teach others the craft of testing within cancer research. Also, he's volunteered at Code Club UK, teaching program basics to 9-11-year-olds. In QA, he specialized in API and contract testing, especially enjoys pair programming and training developers to be better testers. In his spare time, he contributes to open source projects such as Pact.js, speak at test meetups, and develop apps for his business ideas in React Native. So thank you very much to be with us, Lewis.
Thanks for having me. Can you hear me okay? Great. Shall I kick off? Cool. So today I'm going to be talking to you about making tests a first-class citizen. And what I mean by that is bringing tests and developers closer together and bringing QA teams closer in terms of how they develop the code and who understands the code. So hopefully you will take some of my tips away with you from today, and you'll have an idea of how to implement this within your organization or within your team. So a little bit about myself. So as Larissa kindly mentioned, I'm QA automation lead currently at Cancer Research. I've worked previously at a couple of startups and at ASOS. I'm also a course author for Test Automation University, which is a fantastic free tool to learn all your basics. And Udemy, which has a course on there of how to implement contract testing using Pact. So if you're interested in those things, go check them out. And then obviously after the talk, if you've got any questions or want to reach out to me, then feel free to reach out on any of these channels. So just to start off with a quote from Robert C. Martin, who wrote the Clean Code book. It is not enough for code to work. And that's very much the kind of ethos of my talk, is that bringing tests as a first-class citizen is proving this point, is your code can be clean, it can work, and it can be out in production. But if there's no tests around it and your tests aren't providing you a quality goal, then it's not enough. So hopefully the steps that I will present will adhere to this philosophy. So how did I come up with this talk, and how did I discover that this was a problem? So we sent out a survey within the organization, within Cancer Research, and we asked the developers and testers within their teams what kind of problems they had. And by problems, what I mean is gaps in skills or communication or process, things that were blocking them from achieving the ideal goal of having developers and testers work together coherently. And so as you can see here from some of the things that we found out, was that unit tests were mostly not being reviewed by QA. We were doing 3 amigos, but not on all occasions. And features can be tested in production, but not necessarily as easily as we'd like. But things like components are fully testable was very high on the radar. So we are doing some things right, but we weren't necessarily achieving that goal that we wanted, which was one team of engineers rather than having that separation of QA and developer. So in the State of Software Development report, I looked at this report to align it with the findings that I had from the survey to see if we were matching up with the kind of industry standards, and very much so the things correlated. When we're talking about writing tests and also dedicating time to creating test harnesses or creating frameworks around our code, the completed task thing that really hits home with me is that we were racing to get features out. We wanted to achieve output, and by achieving output, we weren't necessarily looking at it from a quality perspective, and also we weren't looking at it from a perspective, can we test all these features that we're developing, or are we just churning out features? The other thing that quickly moved past the working software, what does that actually mean? I'm not really sure. And then going down the list, things like test coverage, number of bugs. Do we actually monitor the quality of our developers' performance by their test coverage and number of bugs? I should surely hope not, and that's definitely not a question that we ask on our survey. So these are my 5 steps to success in achieving what I'm calling tests as first-class citizen. There may be more steps that you need to implement in order to do it within your company. And these are just simplification of what we went through as a development team. But hopefully these will identify some key areas that hopefully you can bring to your team. So if we start off with location, and what I mean by location is putting the code and test together. When I joined the company, the tests lived in a different repository to the code, and also they were being executed in different places. So our continuous integration pipeline, we had one Jenkins instance for the code and one Jenkins for the tests. And so you can clearly see that in the modern testing, we want fast feedback, and also we want to visualize all that feedback in the same place. So if we look at it from a global perspective, what the devs were doing was far away from what the QAs were doing. And also there was no alignment with things like code quality and design and styling as well. So these kind of things made the location very difficult and made it very hard for the teams to collaborate. And so what you get when the two things are in separate locations is you get this, where the feature gets developed and then the tests start to run and they say, no, this doesn't work as we expect. And then you have to go back and you have to start all over again. So a couple of ideas of how you can bring the test together. And these are just a couple of ways of how we do it. But obviously there's many more ways of how you can engineer where your code lives. So the one on the far left is putting the source and the test in separate folders, but under the same project. And that's what we do because we use the tool Cypress, which creates your separate folder within your repository. So all of our tests live in there from a UI perspective, and then all our source code lives in source folder. Also, we have some component tests in our React framework, which live next to the test, next to the code, sorry. So here you can see clearly, okay, this aligns to this test. And then we have some snapshot tests as well for our visual regression, and these live in the test folder. And so we can look inside there to see what it's testing from a snapshot perspective. So another area where the location was completely separate is that we had a large framework written in Java, where all our tests were hosted, and each team inherited this package. And that originated from our original implementation of one of our applications was built in Java. And so then the tests were built in Java. But moving away from that, we're now writing most of our applications with a PHP backend and a JavaScript React frontend. And so the tests haven't migrated across. And so that was causing, again, a lot of friction in developers weren't able to help or didn't feel confident helping out with writing the tests because the language was completely different to what they were familiar with. And also that also causes problems with QAs learning a new language in order to understand the unit test. So yeah, from both perspectives, we were living in separate places. So step 2, which was fundamental to us taking this direction and making sure that we were all on the same page. And so when you come to an organization, talk about my experience when I was a student. I worked in Sainsbury's supermarket, and I got a little book which had all the acronyms of what people talked about inside the company. And so all those acronyms are obviously very specific to the supermarket, but when you go to a new tech company, it's the same. Like when you're talking about different testing types, when you're talking about different methodologies, people always have slightly different interpretations of them. And we can all look at the ISTQB qualification potentially for the definition, but not everyone has that qualification. Not everyone says that this is a good qualification. So terminology is always all over the place. So to give a trivial example of this, when you come to the Google search page, what do you think of when you see the symbol in order to initiate the search? You see a magnifying glass. And so if you ask Sherlock Holmes, who I assume doesn't use Google because he probably thinks it's tracking him in some way, he thinks of a search symbol as a magnifying glass. And so it's easy to understand how definitions get misinterpreted. So bringing this back to a testing perspective, what we're talking about is different definitions of different types of testing between QA and dev. And so one example is we had end-to-end tests, and QA were talking about that from a horizontal end-to-end, a horizontal perspective. So what I mean by that is testing the application from the UI to the integration points right through to the finance systems which rely on that data. Whereas the devs were talking about it from a vertical perspective. And so that is just the UI component, which then talks to a database which is owned by that team. It's not a database down the line which is fully integrated. Then when we talk about integration, QA, we're talking about that from a systems perspective. So we had an integration environment where the code got deployed to, which integrated with all the other microservices. And so that's system testing. Whereas dev, we're talking about it from a component level integration where you have the single points of integration. Then final example was performance. People bat around the word performance. I think it's not widely understood within the industry, but what QA were talking about was volume testing, where they were passing through large volumes of data and seeing how long it took to process that data. Whereas devs were doing something called what I call stopwatch, which is hitting API endpoints over a designated period of time. And if it goes beyond that period for that specific number of queries, then they would raise an issue, or they would look at to see what the bottlenecks were. And so I would say that was stopwatch testing. So when someone uses the word performance, we had to dig in to what they were actually talking about. So what we did was we had discussions amongst the teams of what they thought the different definitions were, and see if we can come up with kind of consensus of saying, okay, if we have end-to-end testing, then this means vertical, or if we have end-to-end testing, this means horizontal. But we agreed to disagree and thought that it would just be too confusing for new people coming to the team, or also people who are so ingrained with those old definitions. So we came up with new definitions. So for example, end-to-end testing, we now call acceptance testing. So step number 3, I'm talking about style here, and style, what I mean is making it human readable. So we hear a lot about using BDD or things like Cucumber framework, but what does that actually mean when it comes down to the development level? It's all well and good saying, okay, we want this to be readable by the business, and we're going to share these test cases or these automation scripts with the business users, but how does that relate to the people actually doing the testing and doing the coding themselves? And so moving away from this gherkin syntax, which we were using in Java, where we were implementing it in a way that isn't necessarily how BDD is meant to be written. We had a lot of implementation details within the steps. And so even though it was human readable, it's not the business driven syntax. And so moving away from this, for example, we had things like data driven sheets inside the text. So it would say, please get this data from this sheet. And that's not, we don't need to know about how the data is driven. We need to know about what data is being driven. And so, yeah, things like that were causing issues in understandability and maintainability. So one proposition that I had, which we didn't necessarily end up using, but I think is a good way to look at it. We're using JavaScript for a lot of our testing now because we're doing Node.js as well as React. And so creating objects in JavaScript, you can then just chain them and make the functions that you want to use chain to the given when then syntax. So I think it's quite a nice transition to go from your traditional gherkin syntax to a more code camel case syntax, but still using those keywords. The other thing to mention that we did, and this was a huge game changer for us in terms of getting buy-in from the developers and writing the tests. I think a lot of the friction that we had was that, okay, the two different teams wanted to have responsibility for the test that they were writing or the code that they were writing. And so then it made it difficult because people wanted to keep the code to themselves and keep it in their own remit. And so Cypress bridged that gap because it is so user-friendly, and also it's so easy to use alongside your coding that it makes it very easy to transition for developers to use this tool. So we just used the core Cypress syntax. And so one of the philosophies of Cypress is keep it simple, which is just don't duplicate things or extract things, just make your code accessible. So what I mean by that is using the syntax of the code and having those accessibility attributes, or adding a sci attribute, which you can then just grab, which makes it very readable for the user. And the other option, again, which is bridging that gap, is extracting those functions, which you don't necessarily need to provide to the user of where it is on the page or how it's being used on the page. You can just extract that out. So, for example, if we're using single sign-on to access an application behind a Google single sign-on, then we can just put that behind a function. And so you don't need to show that to the user every time that they're using the single sign-on Google feature. So I'd love to see in the chat, or hit me up on the social channels or in the Geekle Slack, is what other ideas do you have of getting that BDD syntax into your tests and bridging that gap between what the business want to see and making it maintainable and easy to understand for developers. So yeah, if anyone has any other ideas or any examples of what they've used in the past, I'd love to see that. So step 4 is design, and what I mean by that is taken from one of a UX quote that I saw was, "It will never be implemented as beautifully as you imagined," and that was very much the case with the page object model. And I know there's other talks at this conference talking about that. Is that it's a great idea to make things reusable and to make sure that you're using those solid principles. But at the end of the day, sometimes it doesn't necessarily make sense to do that, and it can get out of hand. So I want to see, so if you go to this URL, and I'm going to switch screen in a minute to show you something else, but go to that URL and answer the questions in there. So what design patterns are you using for your test automation framework? And also, who is writing those, who is reviewing your unit tests? That's what I want to find out about. So you can either go to that URL if you have already done so, or please go to menti.com and then use the code that's in the top. So I gave this survey out to a meetup already, so the data is going to be amalgamated today. So a very popular framework still, it seems, is using the page objects, and one good example of that is obviously within our React framework, we're using components, and so our components are our pages, and we can test them using the Cypress unit testing capability to test that component in isolation, and so we can use page objects for that very nicely. The other thing that Cypress endorses is app actions, and app actions is the ability to jump to any part of your application using those native methods. So as I mentioned before about Google sign-on, for example, in the code you may have a flag to skip the sign-on, Google sign-on, or turn it off, or you may have a quick way to authenticate with Google sign-on using the API rather than through the UI. And so then you can use app actions to jump to that stage in your tests and start your test from that point. And that gives you a great ability to make sure that your tests are in isolation, and also that your tests are easy to run independently, and they have the same state straight from the start. And so I think that's one of the things that I like about app actions, is that you're testing those things in isolation rather than having all those setup steps. So yeah, it's obviously page objects is stealing the show, but there's other people using hybrid and app actions too, which is great to see. So the next question was around who code reviews and the unit tests I'm talking about. So is it just the devs? And it seems that's very, very common. And what I mentioned at the start of the talk was about being an engineer, and that's where I see the development of tools like Cypress coming along and making it that these tests are a first-class citizen in terms of those perspectives, and then they need to be reviewed by QAs as well. So it should be a team effort, in my opinion. And also, if you style it in a BDD syntax or a human-readable syntax, then there's no reason why the team can't get involved in that effort. Cool. Thanks, everyone, for contributing. So I'll jump back to the slides now. So the big step, and the step that's going to take longer than just the time you have to change all the previous steps, is mindset. And that mindset is changing from development to be testing. And what I mean by that is that you can't, in the modern testing world, where we're looking at continuous deployment, where we're looking at testing in production, we can't do development without tests, and we can't be confident in our releases without tests. If you look at a microservice architecture, that's why I endorse contract testing so highly, is that how do you know when you're deploying your microservice that it's not impacting another service? And what I mean by doing that as a from a unit testing perspective is testing those contracts before you even merge it into your code. It's no good waiting until you get to the integration environment where then you have to roll back or you have to make hot fixes. That's not the philosophy we're looking for. What we're looking for is the second you merge that code in, it's ready to go. So again, coming back to the survey that we rolled out, is what was stopping people writing tests, and also what was stopping people having the confidence to write tests. And so one of the big things was the lack of experience with the tech and the tools that we were using, time, and what I said earlier about we're churning out features all the time. We don't have time to stop and think about testing. Lack of resources and support. We had a big skill gap when I joined, about people not fully understanding how to write tests, and also the scale and variety of tests that we needed to implement. The other thing was environment. We all have had problems with our integration environment. We've had problems with our infrastructure, which stops us testing different parts of the system. And the other big problem that we had was reliance on external dependencies. So again, coming back to that contract testing conversation, is that relying on your integration tests, which are a different system, which may be at a different stage of the development lifecycle, is not sustainable in your test effort. And again, relating that back to the State of Development report, I think it was from 2019, is does what we were seeing align again with what the industry was seeing? And it very much does. So time to use, not needing it yet, is a classic example of how things get developed. Is you work in Agile, you deliver a MVP, a most valuable product, and you then find out that, okay, we've implemented it and now it's in production and people are using it. Oh shit, we haven't got tests. Sorry for swearing. I'm not sure how to use it. It's very much a problem. Is you're not necessarily using the tool in the right way or how it's meant to be used, and that then limits your testing effort. And that's something that I've seen over and over again. So how did we change that mindset? And so what we're talking about changing it from is devs thinking about features, writing unit tests if they can, or writing 100% unit tests and then thinking that's enough. And then devs would merge it and that would then be testable. QA's mindset was on that end-to-end horizontal that I was talking about, having lots of flaky tests, having lots of tests which test the same thing across a large journey, large user journey. Then they were focused on the exploratory testing of things that were on a branch before they got merged in, and then the sign-off. So having that pressure of, okay, I've got to test everything before this goes to production just to make sure that nothing's broken, rather than having that confidence earlier. So once we rolled this out to say, look, okay, devs are going to be responsible for the tests at the acceptance level, what the question we got frequently back was, when do we stop testing? And there's not an answer to that, as we all know. It completely depends on the context and also the risk, and also what your test coverage is. So it's not a case of just saying, okay, when do we stop testing? You don't have an infinite amount of time to test. You're never going to be able to test everything, and you're never going to find all the bugs. So why do you ever want to stop testing? The question is, what's the risk? And so how do we flip that mindset? Was now that QA are focusing on writing unit tests, and what I mean by unit tests is those analyzing what the happy path tests were that the devs had written in Cypress. I'm just talking about it from a UI perspective because we haven't transitioned to the backend code yet. And then QA would focus on integration testing of those components talking to another team or microservice, and then code reviewing what was actually agreed upon in the 3 Amigos session. So the huge value that QAs can provide is having that conversation at the 3 Amigos to say, okay, what do we need to test? How testable is it? How are we going to test this in production? And then going for that goal. And then the code review offers that guidance of, okay, this was our goal. How did we achieve it? Then the dev's focus was now on writing those acceptance tests using Cypress, shifting right, so thinking about the production and how they can monitor it. And monitoring and alerting is such a key fundamental in the modern testing principles. And shifting right also to feedback what we were learning about how our customers are using it. And then focusing on that CI effort. So bringing what was 2 separate processes of development and testing, bringing that into one CI tool. So they're my 5 steps to success. So hopefully you've all been through this yourselves or have an idea of what I was talking about, and hopefully can then take the lessons that I've learned, take that back to your teams and implement it together. So thank you very much. I know there's going to be a Q&A in a couple of minutes. So yeah, feel free to drop me any questions later on if you think of anything later. But yeah, thank you very much for tuning in.
Thank you very much. It was really great. It was really, really nice, very impressive. So let me just get everyone here. Hello, everyone. How are you doing, guys?
Hello.
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 So yes. So let us start with some questions that came here that we could so check it out. So for example, here, what big data testing technique should you include in your strategy? So Yanni, Pekka, if you want to take a read on this.
Well, that depends on your goals you have in your big data project. So you need to define your goals and what's the purpose of that program or project you are doing, and work from there. And that's the first step, I would say.
Yes, every time you start testing like big data and data heavy stuff, you need to start thinking about the data integrity and those kind of testing techniques.
Okay, and Joshua looks like you want to say something as well.
Yeah, I agree with both gentlemen, and I believe in also thinking about scalability and correctness and consistency is just a good starting point. But yeah, it depends on your goals. It's never a clear-cut answer. You just need to just dive in and figure out what the risks are.
I think it was Robin a few hours ago that said that you need to think of all the utilities, like quality features, so the performance, scalability, stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay, and this is one for Pekka and Yanni as well. Actually, is Johnny or Yanni? How should I pronounce it?
Yanni.
Yanni, okay.
Yeah, but
So,
both are good. Yeah.
okay, so how to manage the customer journey?
Well, I think this one is for Yanni since he's a bit more business oriented. So I'm gonna throw you under the bus.
All right. Well, I was thinking in what context are we talking about customer journey here? Is it like in product development or in testing somehow?
In testing, actually, for the session model. So how can we do the session model based focus on the customer journey as well?
Excellent question. Well, we like to start with having workshops with the customer and our development team to figure out what kind of test ideas we can think of, for example, and from there group them together and find out the important kind of features and important aspects of the product that we should test. And I guess you can, if you have a customer there present, they can think about how their customers also use their product and how this will tie into that kind of brainstormed ideas we came up with. So that could be one. Please fill in others.
In our work, basically you need to define who the customer is, because we have, for example, government as a customer or a single end user as a customer. So it differs quite a lot.
Yeah,
what
that's
kind of customer we're talking about.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's not always easy to say who the actual customer is. Is it the one who pays your bills, or is it the end user of their product? As we do contract development in our company a lot. So we basically help other companies to develop product for their users, and that's a good kind of mindset also to think about when testing.
Okay, great. So from manual to automation, is it a necessary step? So we need to go to automation. What do you guys think?
Pekka and Yanni can go first.
Yeah, well, to me, when you say manual testing, I don't think that's such a funny word. I think when you do testing, it is called testing, and then when you do checking, it's called checking. So if you do what you call test automation, you automate steps. So I don't think it's a necessary step as such to move from a manual to automation, because when it comes to testing, you have automated steps. For example, data creation, or if you're talking about CI, you put up an environment which could be part of your testing. So I don't think there is a need to go from manual to automation.
Yeah, exactly my point also. Yeah.
Yeah, if I can give my 5 cents, I think that some manual testing will always be necessary, no matter what, because you can just not remove the human from the the faction, and the human behavior is really weird, so we always will be there. So
Mhm.
exploratory testing is always necessary, no matter what.
Especially in the age of AI, and it's just you can't do without deep testing. It's just you can't do without. It's testing things in physical spaces. You know, the list goes on, and as you get closer to life critical software, and how could you cover that gap with just an automation process that's just checking things, and it just doesn't get deep enough?
Yeah, and last November in Houston testing conference, there was a talk about the state of AI in testing currently, and Kevin Piles and Jennifer were talking about that, and the point was that we are in step one, so we might have somewhat fuzzy logic in our test locators in test automation, but that's it. It's not really an AI yet, but it's kind of it. We can now be more sure that when the login button changes place in the form that the tests won't break so easily as 5 years ago, but that's about it. So it's a long way.
Yeah, I think to pick up on a point from earlier was manual testing has a really bad rep, and so we need to stop calling it manual, because we just should be using the right tool for the right job, and we don't call devs who just do front end like UI or whatever. Like, they have a lot of skills that are on top of that as well. So assigning it to a skill is not something that we should be doing. And so, yeah, I think we should either be trying to redefine what those testers are actually doing, or yeah, just get rid of it completely.
Totally agree.
Okay, great. So for automation, again, if my system is not stable yet, in that case, what automation tool you suggest to do some quick automation which will help my manual test? So Joshua, or
yeah, I can take the first hit at that. An unstable system is yeah, you just walk in and just things are just kind of slapped together in a dev environment, and that's kind of like, and then there's dev, and you go to whatever next environment there is, sometimes prod, you know. Yeah, if your system isn't stable yet, I recommend something accessible, something you could just pick it up quick, and as close as you can get to natural language. I recommend that. I mean, I'm a bit of a robot framework fan, but there's other ways of pulling that type of approach in, and it's really about what you're comfortable with. And I mean, I've seen people pull together an automation tool with a bash script, and I was impressed. And I said, I'm used to this, so this is what I'm using, and I just feed it parameters, and it just gets my job done. It was end to end. It was little integration tests. I was impressed. So it's like what you're comfortable with, and as long as it's something you can maintain, and if it's just you, that's just all there is.
I actually made an integration test shoot with Bash.
Yeah.
Some years ago. It was interesting. It's not my tool of choice. I'm not good with it, but it works.
I think to add to that as well is that it's fine to throw away tests. And so I think when you start exploring an application that is not necessarily stable, it's still you're learning, and you're learning about, okay, maybe this tool isn't right for what we're doing, and you're also learning about the application while you're doing it. And so, yeah, it's fine to take a tool that you're not necessarily going to take forwards. And so, for example, things like your record and playback tools, which will give you that quickly, but you wouldn't necessarily build that in for your future development, because you want to have control over what it generates and not just some random XPath. So yeah, it's fine to throw away tests, and whatever tool is easiest to do that, then choose that one.
Yeah, and test automation can really help you in that situation where your system is not stable yet, so you can kind of run the system in different states with some automation and then develop more and then get on with it and throw them away and do something else. Yeah.
There's also this aspect that not every tester is fluent with all the tools. So communication skills are important. For example, you can ask a developer to write you a script, like a short script for a specific thing. So you don't have to know all the tools. You can ask for favors if you're good at communicating with people.
Okay, great. So another question, how does your team accommodate for time needed for QA engineers to learn in newly adopted services programs for testing? And I thought your presentation about, Louis, the problems that people face towards automation was really interesting. And actually, I did some of this research inside my company as well, and it was exactly the same results. So I think this is something very well spread. So how do you work with these guys?
Yeah, so I think you have to get buy-in from the top down, and it is about redefining what you want to achieve and making sure that's built into your project plan or your agile cycles. Is that again, like using the analogy of, you wouldn't ask a developer to use a new framework without giving them time to learn it and dedicate time towards that. So why would you do the same with testing? And also, it's in everyone's interest for what you deliver to be like a strong product. So that's such a key part of it. So I think for me, it's about top down, getting the buy-in from your product managers and making sure that you're dedicating time to it.
And also, me and Pekka, we like heuristics. So you can have these kind of lists of things that you could consider when testing, and those can help when you have a mental block that you can't think about how to test this new thing. And also other good qualities of a good tester help here. So having courage and being interested in things in general, I think helps here also.
Agree. Yeah. Having that decision mechanism to say, is this behaving as it should be? And of course, communication is key. And time is wasted just people grinding away and just wondering, is this okay? Is this acceptable? And then there's no one to talk about it, and no one is responsive to it. That needs to be it needs to be a two-way street.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
So this is a question for Louis, actually. I believe it was when you suggest the switch from QA to dev. So how can QAs make code reviews be passed to deployment if we need to learn the whole tech language, which could take time?
Yeah, so that's a really good question, and it takes time, right? It is going to slow things down to start with, and also you don't have to understand the tech or the language if you pair during the code review process. So getting the developer to talk through what they've done, and then it's also just a good exercise for the developer to talk through what they've done as well, because we've all been there where you thought you were doing something, but then you got lost in the code or you got lost in the test, and then you realize, oh, actually, I didn't implement what I wanted to. And so just talking through that with someone is a really good exercise. But yeah, so you don't necessarily need to know the tech or the language if you get someone to walk through it with you, and then you can build up that knowledge as you go along, and hopefully that will ease that transition.
Yeah, I think it's a change in mindset. So the QA is not, so actually the quality is not only QA responsibility, but everyone's responsibility. So I think this is the most important, to change the mindset, and the QA will support the whole team.
Regarding that, the QA or the tester helping with the review, at our company we have developed a thing called Rebel Review. It's basically a list of heuristics that the tester can ask the developer about what they have written, the code that they have written. So the list includes stuff like, what about logging? Have you thought about logging? What about error handling? Stuff like that. What about performance? Can you think about things that might affect performance at this point? So it's I don't know how long the list is.
It's about nine different categories, which each have stuff like exception handling, logging, stuff like that. So basically the same things that are part of a good code review in general, but kind of little bit in the testing context.
Yes, and what we do, we have it as a PDF and we print it as an A3 paper and then put it as a poster on the dev team's wall, so that you can always check from the list that have you actually thought of everything before you commit the code.
Unfortunately, I didn't attend the last talk, but I don't grasp the full context. But on my side, and what I work on, I find that static analysis tools and finding different types and kind of like treating it as almost like a multi-stage filter, and just getting the kind of like the dump of whatever they could find and kind of parsing through it in a time box manner and just asking people, you know, line by line, depending on the severity of what you're seeing, saying, hey, does any of this jump out at you, sir or madam? So like it's just a conversation starter. Like come to the table with a conversation. With a static analysis tool, I could actually come to people and say, this doesn't look right to me, these things. Not even these like this white space alert here, but this little thing here that says this is a security problem. So like that kind of conversation starter.
Yeah, communication is key in this is also.
This is one question for Joshua that talk very much about a robot framework. So don't you find the UI cumbersome? So someone who's a little bit.
I'm a little confused. There's actually no UI to robot framework. There's it's just it's like tabular syntax. I personally work with it from a text pad or a notepad, kind of like a notepad editor, basically. Text editor.
Yeah, there is this kind of IDE that you can use to develop those tests, but it's not a tool of my choice either. I like to use some text.
Oh, right. Yeah. Ride is I know the
right. Yeah, that's
that. And he actually made some improvements to it. But to the person's question, like you could just use a text editor. I prefer it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I recommend you do that. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so would test automation help in a project that doesn't already have a QA process implemented?
Anybody want to jump in?
Well, I'd be tempted to say no, that because it sounds a bit like testing for testing's sake, or doing the automation just because we must do that.
Well, obviously, if you start doing test automation, you are already implementing some kind of process. and implementing test automation brings more information about the product, which makes, for example, planning the QA process a bit easier. So it most certainly helps in some degree.
Yeah, the automated checks can definitely give you the pane of glass, the passes and fails per check, and from a high level, and give you a sense of the smoke test perspective. But of course, the other day I actually ran into a problem where I ran all the checks, and then when I did an installation slightly differently with like 32-bit dependencies instead of 64, I saw some weird things happen, or I installed something without actually doing a restart, and I did a restart. You find some things that if you don't have it in your automation already, you might as well just do it by like experimentation, explore a bit, and it could find things quicker, sometimes devastating things. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think again, it's where the definition is kind of misunderstood. Is that again, test automation means a lot of things like your data generation. So yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean, okay, this is the framework that we're going to use for this product going forwards. It's that learning exercise, and yeah, as you mentioned, a tool to aid you in exploring the system rather than defining it.
Exactly.
Okay, so here is a little question about actually the career. So for tester with next level skills, can we beat the salary for a developer? So this is a little bit of career and in terms of automation, etc., etc. So I think that really depends a lot on the region that you are, but guys, go ahead.
Yeah, I've seen people with kind of good software architect like skills that can really also code really well, and those kind of guys doing the QA and test automation jobs, they're really worth their money, and they're can be also paid as well as the developer counterparts and those kind of things. So yeah, but of course it depends on your area and the kind of market you're in, I think.
Totally agree.
I think that nowadays you can find a tester with a very good set of skills such as automation, DevOps, and integration, etc. Is really a hard skill to find. So it's really hard to find, and I'm hiring here in Brazil for those skills, and I know what I'm talking about because you just can find very easily, and they are as valuable as senior developers. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what you mentioned about the coaching role is key. Is that what people want to do? From my experience, is hire 5 devs and then hire 1 QA and say, "This is what we do." And if you don't have a good QA coach who, as you say, is worth their weight in gold, then you're not going to be successful. So unless you have devs which are really test-minded and follow the kind of QA processes that we like to see, having a full-stack tester is a real gem.
Stay the course. Definitely.
Okay, so is this a good idea to write some automation script to recheck the fixed issue instead of test those manually again?
Well, what you guys think? Well, if you can kind of develop regression tests for checking that bug doesn't leak into production or in the other releases, I think that could be a good idea.
Yeah, and Angie Jones came into ASOS when I worked there, and she had a really great framework for deciding what to automate. And you go through and you identify what the priority is, how often it's used by the user, how much it's going to change in the future, and things like that. And then, yeah, that's where you decide. So you would have to do it on a case-by-case basis. But yeah, I mean, the final part of this question, I think there's a fundamental issue with your development process that automation test is not going to fix. So yeah, I think you probably need to shift left and probably rebuild your process a bit.
Yeah,
I haven't seen. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jan.
Yeah, I was just commenting that I think we have used the same sheet in our work also with Pekka that you saw talked about, that Angie's test automation fitness score kind of. Yeah, it's a good tool.
Yeah, I remember that in the old days, people used to say that for every bug, we need to write some automation code to ensure that this bug won't be back again. But I do think that we need to consider the ROI, the return over the investment for this automation. So this is important as well. And as you mentioned, Luis, if you find plus 60 issues, maybe the issue is not with being automated or not, but with other things.
And don't forget, automation has a maintenance cost. Those 60 plus issues you fix, those fixes, that quick automation that you made could break at any point, and you have 60 more of those that you've automated, and then they break, and then over time it just adds up.
There's if you have over 60 issues in one module, it might be that you actually have lots more, so you might need to do exploratory testing even more to actually find the bugs that you haven't found yet.
Yeah, this is just perfect, spot on. So if you want to start automation now, what do I need to learn first?
You need to learn how to do exploratory testing so that you actually know what kind of stuff you need to automate. So exploratory testing actually might give you ideas on what steps to take and what steps to then automate.
Also, I would say that it would be good to learn some coding skills also. I know there's people that say that you can start, for example, doing robot framework scripts without knowledge of coding, but I think that's
you're missing out on a lot. Yeah. It could be a nice gateway into learning more coding knowledge, and I think that embracing both is going to help a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think also learning the system and learning what the developers are doing from their testing effort, because the duplication of effort is so often so evident that you're writing all these scripts, but what value are they adding?
Guys, it was really great to have this discussion with you. I think it was really worthwhile. Just one last question, but I know that you have said, Joshua, about some books, but if each one of you want to leave a book to suggest for starters, I think that would be interesting for us to finish with that.
I'm going to start with the lessons learned in software testing.
There you go. That's same here. You have one. If you can do one on an island, I recommend exactly the same book.
Yeah, good. It's a good book. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, guys. It was really awesome to have you here to do this discussion. And I hope everyone is enjoying the conference so far. And I just would like to remind you that we have an incredible opportunity to get the best practical knowledge and hands-on skill by registering to our workshops. So the slots are limited, so go ahead. And for the afternoon sessions, just follow the next YouTube link. We are changing the link for YouTube, so go ahead. And so we are half a day through our event, and now it's time for more front-end goodness. So our next flash prize is for AngularJS Global Summit 21. So Angular has changed, so what's new? Angular 9 Plus is a hot subject of discussions in professional communities. What's the migration process? Are there reasons to move from non-Angular project to Angular 9 Plus? There are a lot of questions, so we want to help you find answers. So to bring the next discussion to the next level, we gathered the world's most powerful Angular specialists. So 20 tickets are available at $79. First come, first served. So more flash prices coming tomorrow. So let us talk about. And thank you very much, guys, for all your discussion. And we'll go to the break now. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. Thank you
Bye-bye.
all.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Cheers.